of Enron lied for years. How do you regain public trust?
I would define people, if by people you mean the 15 that went to prison. I would say there were 30,000 amazing people that worked at Enron that had nothing to do with the fraud and the scam and the scandal. And so I'm not a math guy, but 15 out of 30,000 is a pretty small number.
I mean, I'm so glad that you feel this sort of like level of love for the former employees and company. I feel like for most Americans, they don't have that positive connotation with the company. It did so much harm and it destroyed so many lives.
If you want to talk about lives that were destroyed, let's look at the 2008 housing crisis.
Okay.
Millions of lives destroyed, and only a few people went to jail. More people went to jail for Enron than for the literal destruction of the US and worldwide housing economy. And so I think that there's a double standard here that we're trying to shine a light on that says, hey, do as I say, not as I do.
You know, throughout this interview, you've been so optimistic, and I'm kind of wondering, how do you square that optimism with the very real harm that Enron has done?
The rhetoric of the word harm and just in general,
but it has done.
manipulative.
But we have to talk about the harm, the bad stuff that Enron has done in the past.
No, we don't need to talk about the harm. No, we don't. Who said that we need to talk about the harm?
I'm saying,
I would back up for a second and I would think, what is Enron? So Enron is not just a company, it's not just people, it's the look that your child gives you when they come down the stairs and see the Christmas tree in the morning.
That's what Enron is?
Yes.
Ricketa's already won.
Happy New Year, everyone. How's everyone going?
Cats! The kitties are here already.
Kitties are here already. Fucking RC took them away.
Took them away.
You rat bastard.
Okay, so was that Enron thing, was that a parody or actually happened?
So Enron was bought by the Birds Aren't Real guy. He bought the all the trademarks and all that for like $275. And then he relaunched it as like a parody. And he convinced Taylor Lorenz to do an interview because, you know, famous Washington Post and New York Times columnist Taylor Lorenz.
So because Enron has
and she fucking fell for it.
So Enron has literally changed its purpose. It's no longer an energy company.
That's right. They're a make good for everybody company. Hey Daisy, how you doing? Happy New Year. A happy New Year, Fallen. How you doing?
I did not hear about that.
Yes. Clearly Taylor Lorenz has not. So let me bring back the cats. So yeah, so welcome to. Why the fuck is the overlay not working? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Welcome to 2025, everyone. And as well, of course, we're going to start the year with some Ricketa news. But first, I saw this on Memes Show. Fantastic work by Third World Aristocrat, as always.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I will not ever do, ever, this is my pledge. I will never lie to you. 100K subscriber celebration stream. At 100K subscribers, I would consider strongly doing another 24-hour show. 24-hour stream when? Soon, actually.
You're hilarious for the fact that you were dumb enough to do a 24-hour stream. So
I still gotta do my other one. You hit 200,000 subs, almost 300,000. Still no 24-hour stream from hitting 100,000. What the hell, Nicky boy? Nick's New Year's resolution should be to actually give us that damn 24-hour stream. When the heck?
I just want to point out that, so in January 2020, he was under 100K subs. Less than a year later, he was at 300K subs.
Did we get our 24-hour stream? We've been waiting over a year.
That was because of Rittenhouse.
Rittenhouse? Yep. Rittenhouse or Depp? Remember Depp?
No,
Oh.
so Depp was 2022.
It would have been Vic then.
Yeah.
Vic, yeah.
I've been trying to do the 24-hour stream for like a year now. I'm 99% going to be doing a 24-hour stream on Friday. Here's my 24-hour stream. It's coming soon. Yes, you're just here to remind me of the 24-hour stream, I promise. Believe me, that stream is always on my mind. Yes, a 24-hour stream is actually still on the menu. I'm going for 5,000 supporters on Locals. When we get there, I don't know what yet, but we're going to do something really, really special. Bogey 34, anything ever happened to those first 5K on Locals? Yeah, it's coming still. I haven't done it yet. These things take time. Guys, here's the thing about the 5,000 Locals subscriber special. One, it'd be a stupid idea for me to lie about it. Richard O-Team says, let's move on. How about that 5K Locals gift?
God, he looks terrible there.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Almost 2
Bordering
years
on
ago
two-
now.
Bordering
2 years.
on 2 years, yeah.
This is after the
West Davis line.
after the Discord stuff, after the
Yeah.
Yeah.
after all his internet friends shat all over him for being a cuck.
It's always coming, just like me. It says, wait a minute, you bastard. What happened to the exclusives Locals gift we were all supposed to get? I know you are big busy, but are we ever getting our Locals gift? Yes. I wanted to give you a gift. And I will. I will do it. I will give you the gift. But, or could do a new whiskey, but can't do the Locals 5K gift. Guys, I'm trying to do the Locals 5K gift. 911 says, where's that member's gift nose? Dude, everything got fucked. Well, he's on the cocaine, right? It's a performance-enhancing drug for some lawyers. Don't do cocaine. How much to do cocaine shirtless on a live stream? Well, I don't do cocaine, buddy, so that will not ever happen. Unfortunately, I certainly cannot live stream a felony because I would lose my law license. So much urine. So much urine. That's what you have to learn.
Isn't April under the desk at
Tell
that point?
everybody that you're sorry. For what? What
That's
am I
the same
sorry
stream
for?
we were
They don't know what I'm supposed to be sorry for. I don't know what I'm supposed to be sorry for. I have to advise strongly against doing cocaine. Don't use cocaine. I have never done cocaine and do not intend to. I do not. Do not take cocaine. You cannot do drugs here at home. You got kids, man. You can't fucking do that.
Following items were found in the master bedroom. Positive for cocaine. Positive for cocaine. Positive, tested positive. Total amount of cocaine was 26.67 grams. All of the children except the one child tested negative. The one child did test positive for cocaine. Over 5,000. And what's the cutoff? 500.
I'll do all sorts of stupid shit. I'll never lie to you.
Oof.
Fucking gold. Like, Jesus Christ.
Nice bookend.
Yeah. Like, god damn. Like, man, props to Third World, man. Like, Jesus. Just to dig through all that stuff.
Yeah.
The Kiwi farmers must have been falling a bit behind. They finally noticed this. This is Candy, Ojai County. This is the West Central Tribune on December 21st, 2024. Notice of mortgage or foreclosure sale. The notice is hereby given that the default has occurred in the conditions of the following described mortgage. Date of mortgage. This is the date the mortgage was agreed to. 1st of April 2022. Original principal amount of mortgage, $316,000.00. Fucking hell.
Moji.
Mergy. Do not name. mortgagors Nicholas Robert Ricader and Kayla Christine Ricader as trustees of the Robert Lord Property Trust, dated 27th of the 11th, 2018. So this is the trust.
The family home.
This is the trust the family home was purchased in. Yes, they were having a mirror stroke.
That's why he's selling the house next door.
Yes, so this is the trust that the house was purchased in 2018. This is the proper house, the real house, the Baldo bunker itself. Mortgage electronic registration system, yada yada yada. As a nominee for Everett Financial Incorporated, DBA Supreme Lending, and its successors and assigns. So yes, as of the 19th of November, Nicholas Robert Ricader and Kayla Christine Ricader's mortgage is yes, it gives the 1st of April a new meaning, yeah. Is delinquent. They have missed sufficient payments to trigger a foreclosure. Yeah, so the property will be sold. It will be sold. This is the description of the property. The amount due on the loan is $307,749. So in 2 years, it's about $9,000 less. Now, that obviously there was interest that accrued on the loan too. So they've probably paid more than $9,000, but still, not that much interest. What would the APR have been back in because the prop that would in 2022, what would their property have been worth? Probably $600,000. So that's 50% of the equity.
Yeah,
you'd have to get a good APR on that. 2022, the rates were starting to go up.
Yeah.
So, say maybe 6%. 2, 3. What was it? 316 times 6%. 3.06. So it's about $18,000 a year in interest. So they paid $18,000 a year. So they paid what, $45,000 over the 2 years. So, but yes, as of it will go under the hammer. But at the county sheriff's office at 2201 Northeast 23rd Street in Wilmar, Minnesota, on February the 4th, 2025, which is the current year now. So yeah, at 10 a.m. So if you want to purchase a lovely property in the
full of cocaine
and all the cocaine that happens to be within, you may attend the auction. Granted, once you attend the auction and purchase the property is not yours. The mortgagor can repurchase the property. They can pay off the full amount and take possession of the property once more, up until the 4th of August, 2025.
Okay, so you're not buying the property; you're buying the mortgage.
Well, no, the
debt. Essentially, you're buying the debt.
Well, there's a mortgage on the property, so a foreclosure auction basically says, well, you buy the property. So they don't give a shit. The property's theirs now. The deed becomes theirs. That's part of a mortgage. Mm-hmm. So the place gets sold, and then all the debtors get whatever's there. So if it sells for less than the debt, then well, tough.
Well, the bank has to accept that, but
yeah,
they can if they want.
Because a mortgage is secured by the property. So if you fail to pay your mortgage, doesn't matter if it's a $10,000 mortgage on $1 million home. If you fail to pay your mortgage, the bank can auction the place off for $10,000, and you lose your house.
Funds.
They recover their money, and someone gets a $1 million house for $10,000.
Anything over what's owed goes to Nick and Caleb.
Yes. So if if on the 4th of February someone buys Recator's house for $1 million because, you know, they want to turn it into a drug treatment center for the memes.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Then, yeah, the bank will take their $300,000 and Nick will get the rest. And, yeah, he'll have to get out by the end of by the 4th of August. Or what he can do is he can simply find a way to get $316,000 and give it to the fucking bank, and the mortgage is settled and the transaction's reversed. So
yeah. So what was happening around April 2020? Was it, or was it 2023?
I'm glad you asked. Let's consult the grand table of events. April 1st was nothing really. What started on April 11th was Depth He Heard. But interestingly enough, Rittenhouse finished in November.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So YouTube pays out the next month. So about, like, for me, it's the 26th.
Yeah.
So YouTube pays out a month and then 20 days. So, yeah, about 50 days after whatever. So he would have got that money in January for Rittenhouse. I think he said Locals pays out 90 days. So he was using Locals at the time. He had a fair few members. I mean, when did he hit 5K members? We just watched the video.
I don't really recall.
5K Locals give. So he hit 5K local subs in October. The October 2021. October of 2022, yeah.
Oh, 2022.
So, and these.
I'm just trying to figure out.
And I think,
like, what he did.
Am I right? It's 10K paid members, right? For like 5K paid members.
Yeah, 5K.
That's the target.
For the
5K actual fucking subscribers, because I was one of them.
$5.
Because I'm a member of the class for the inevitable class action lawsuit.
I think we all are.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the minimum buy-in for Locals, like for Locals paid memberships, was $5 US. So 5,000 members at $5 a month, that's $25,000
a month.
A month, yes.
Yeah, a month.
What the hell? And even
Yeah.
let's say Locals takes fucking 10%.
Oh, that was
20 grand a month. That's notwithstanding YouTube, which is still going well. That's notwithstanding, and before the 5K, it was less than that. Like he's had members this whole fucking time. Like Aaron was talking about,
Yeah.
5 kids, that's $16,000 a month. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you feeding your kids gold flakes or something? What? $16,000 a month?
Wasn't even feeding them in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. How much the fucking SpaghettiOs cost? But yes, so his house is being foreclosed on. That's not under debate. So the reason they post this publicly is the reason they post this publicly is because they have to. Like the law requires them.
Yeah.
When they foreclose, they have to post a public notice of foreclosure.
By the way, that 16 grand a month is $572 per person a week. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just absurd.
It's a ridiculous number.
Yeah, Aaron is very out of touch there. Like, I don't know why he was saying that, but it just made no fucking sense.
Yeah, but he's not getting DoorDash and... Sorry, I'm losing my voice, guys.
Well, what did
he's
Nick
not
say?
getting
20 grand a
DoorDash
month on snacks or something? Like, what the fuck?
But remember, it's Spicer and New London. Like, it's not... It's a tiny fucking place. You're not getting DoorDash there.
Yeah, can you, like, I was going to say, does Uber Eats even exist there?
No, it's like 100 miles out of Minneapolis.
What do they do? Airdrops?
Yeah,
And just
Amazon
saying shit to
drones.
goad Nick into saying so. Yeah, probably, like,
Yeah.
but yeah, I heard him say that, and I was like, what the hell?
That whole he was in love with Kayla and Kayla was in love with him bullshit. That was him
Hope.
goading Nick. Totally was him goading Nick.
I'm starting to think that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they deliver from Wilmar, but I doubt it. Like, that's not a big place either. Like, it's
Well,
yeah,
look, I
like,
can understand if someone like was
Yeah.
in the bigger city that's next to him, and they're like, "Look, we're not coming out." And he goes, "Look, I'll give you $100 tip to come out and drop this shit." Yeah, all right, I'll drive out there for $100.
yeah, but
But
I
you do
doubt
that
it.
like 3 or 4 times a week, and damn,
yeah.
those bills. Wow.
They add up.
And just to remind everybody, this is the main house, not the shitty place where April was staying. This is the main house. So,
Is this when it was bought?
well,
Is
this
it-
is
that
yeah,
house, that house,
I
that
think
house
this
looks
is from,
clean.
Well, this is obviously this is
Well,
from
yeah, of
28.
course.
This is from when it was bought.
Yeah.
So
5,000 square feet.
the slap house. Eric says, "No, I could see Kayla being lovey-dovey and like that, and then being hurt that Aaron just pumped and dumped her." Yeah, see, I could see that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but the way Aaron was talking was that they were still in love, but they couldn't be together. That's what I mean by like he was just trying to goad Nick.
Oh
That-
yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Nick's decided to have a bit of a cope on New Year's. He says, "Happy New Year, good riddance to 2024. Hello, friends. At the beginning of this year, I don't know about friends. At the beginning of this year, I felt like the world was mine to conquer. That was the cocaine. That was an illusion, and the ensuring, I think you mean ensuing, 12 months shattered it with wicked prejudice. So many things combined in about the worst timing possible to shatter the fantasy I was living in, then carry on attempting to shatter everything I cared about in the world. I almost lost everything. For a long while, I lost myself. Addressing problems is a simple matter of identification and modification. That gets complicated real quickly when a government prevents you from doing those things. It's further complicated when that same government prevents you from speaking about those things. Dude, go to a therapist. You can tell the therapist all about it. Nothing else matters when they threaten to take your kids. No amount of constitutional protection holds up when fighting for your rights means losing your family for a year or permanently. To fight it all is to lose, even if you win in the end. This reality is designed to break your spirit and force your compliance. It's designed to destroy your self-image. You are a subject. It brought me to the very brink of death, and I'm still working on recovering. Thank you all for being with me through it. There is an end, and I'll be on to discuss it all with you soon. Tonight, I'm playing games with Kayla and the kids until midnight, and thanking Christ that we were able to recover from this nightmare by drawing into each other. This year has been one of unimaginable loss for me. My soul will bear the scars forever, and in many ways, I will never recover. But scars are bridges across chasms of hurt. Oh, how deep, Chad.
I'm pretty sure that Kayla is not letting Nick into her ever again.
And they symbolize our persistence forward. I don't know how my future unfolds, but I am now convinced that it exists. As for
You don't help
locals,
yourself.
locals, Lady R and I have a plan to finally resolve something I promised before that it got disrupted. I hope you like it. See you all soon.
Lady
Happy
R,
New
you just
Year,
called her Kayla.
Nick.
Like, we know. And P.S.
PS 2024, go fuck yourselves. So there you go. He is again baiting on the. Oh, he's promised to resolve something that was promised before it got disrupted.
Ooh, 24-hour stream.
Yes, Costy, imagine paying $5 a month for that. Still start stream on locals. No, Daisy, I don't think April wrote that.
He wrote that again. Creative writing.
It has his particular, how you say, flourish. So yeah, that's
Jesus Christ, Nick, get a razor and cut yourself already.
No, he's just going to make a sex tape, and that's going to be the 5K locals gift, and you're going to get it whether you want it or not.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, look, it might end up being a very good year for Nick. He might end up becoming back-to-back winner of the Lolcow of the 10th annual Lolcow of the Year awards. So they have introduced a new category this year, Lolcow Emeritus. So a maximum of 5 Lolcows will receive this award each year, selected from among those with the longest and most storied careers and most July wins in the past years. This category will not be voted on this year, but that may change in the future. Lolcow Emeritus recipients are not eligible for other awards in the year in which they are introduced. Congratulations to Chris Chan, Anissa Jama, Darkside Phil, Ethan Ralph, and of course Brianna Wu.
Yeah.
As for the nominees, for Lolcow of the Year 2025, is Nick Recator of Recator Law, Austin Curtis Peterson, or Bossman, aka Bossman Jack, Christopher Ava Chris Tyson, and of course Destiny. I would like to say it's close. It is unfortunately not.
No.
It is and will be Nick Recator. So congratulations to Nick Recator. You are officially the 2024 Lolcow of the Year. I'm pretty sure you cinched that back in what month was it? April. So when was the arrest?
May.
Let's see. It's so long ago, I've already forgotten.
It's almost a year.
Yeah.
It was May.
It was May. So that was pretty much when it got locked up. That was the when Recator was locked up. So was the
Award.
Award. Yes. What's this? I've just been sent this crucial information. What's this? The new Kiwi movie. Oh my god. Did I just watch this from Proton Drive or?
No. I'd scan
too
that
large
first.
to preview. Oh my god! It's Jesus Christ.
What is the Kiwi movie?
I have no idea, but it's 929 meg, so I'm gonna have to during the show download it, which shouldn't take too long, and then upload it to YouTube so I can watch it. Actually, maybe not upload it to YouTube. 17%, 20%. Come on. Anyway, yes. So that's. We'll quickly go through the other contenders. Best main forum Lolcow is Samantha Pradar, Daniel Larson, Russell Greer, King Cobra JFS, Vordrak, Poop Squash, who, if you all watched Medica's New Year's Eve special, then you will know all about the Poop Squatch. Alyssa McCarthy, Elon Musk, whoever Gone Fishing Q is, and World of T-Shirts. Best Lolcow hurt. Oh god, Breaker of Scales. This is my favorite category. I think this is the first year that what's her name hasn't been on there.
Gola.
No, not
Lizzo?
Gola. Chantal.
Who?
Alexandra Rodriguez. Anna O'Brien, aka Glitters and Lasers. Amy Slatton. Oh, is this the one who killed her sister? Like one of the 1,000-pound sisters who murdered her sister?
Could be.
Julian J. Aprileo. Comfy Fat Travels. Esla Evelyn Evie Nor. Sorry, I'm just going to check this download. Download finished! Alright, let's see. Revenge of Lord Baldo. This is 45 minutes, man.
Let's not say we did.
Yeah, I was to say we did it.
Church of the Black Baldo. Oh my god. I'm liking this so far. Holy shit, this seriously goes on for 45 minutes?
What is it
Holy
about?
crap.
I assume it's a Kiwi Farms movie, but
Let me see if I can, let's see, present video file.
speed run to getting copy struck or content struck.
Maybe. We'll play it a little bit at the stage.
You're brave, Thermo.
You.
Was that someone seriously claiming that it was because it's an election year they came after Ricardo to stop Trump?
Nick gave the
Obviously,
government
I
a
know
black
more
eye.
than everyone else does. Pretty much everyone that's friends with Nick is just showing support.
Shut up, Anna.
Robert Barnes brought up a very good argument, but hardly anybody watched this. People aren't listening to it. They're not paying attention to it.
Question is it a coincidence that the judges involved are judges that Nick has been publicly critical of, exposing issues of corruption and competence?
Because there's 3 judges in the fucking county, Robert.
What did the pastor do wrong? The pastor turned in my friend. I'm allowed to resent him when I do.
This is not Baldo washing. This is not nose guarding. I don't see any reason why any of those things that people bring out is speculatory or irrelevant. Are you guys high IQ enough? Barnes just says this shit and he assumes that we're all high IQ. Or you guys need to tune back into red meat and potatoes drama stuff.
Is that Hayden? That's Camelot. No, it's
Vito.
my favorite
pedo.
What's
going on, buddy? Always good to see you. Yeah, dude. Cool. What's on your mind? So, Nick is coming back with Ethan Ralph. All I want you to do is to stop him. It's just get her done by any means necessary, if you know what I'm saying. So make sure you're ready for that because he's already going ham as hell. I love you. I appreciate you.
Jim, no! No!
What film is this?
Almost.
I don't know.
He's our guy. Go now.
Dude, if I get an audio-visual plane, I'm fucking countering. No way. You cannot tell me this is not transformative.
Run, fucking motherfucker, run!
God. Oh my god.
Have I seen it?
Shit.
No. Yeah, send it to me. I think I've
It's fucking hilarious.
I want to say I've seen that movie
It's
before.
in the show, chat. It's in the
Yeah.
general.
Cheers.
Oh Jesus. That's props to the effort. That's fantastic. I am gonna sit down and watch that later. It's insane. But yeah, anyway, back to the
Honorable mention.
yeah. Anyway, I did want to talk about this a bit more because the timing really doesn't make sense to me. Because so coming off Rittenhouse, he'd made a fuckload.
Yeah.
Like more super chats than he could have read.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand the reasoning behind getting a $316,000 mortgage on your unmortgaged on the house you just own, free and clear,
and then basically mortgaging the whole thing, almost all of it.
I could say taxes. Didn't factor in.
No,
the
but
taxes,
see that doesn't make
spend
sense
all the
because
money.
you can get you can file for an extension. Like you don't need to pay them. Like if you can't afford to pay them now, you can actually file for an extension as long as you go through the process. It's legal to file for an extension.
Nick.
He doesn't.
It's Nick.
File taxes on time. B, he's not going to go through the process. He's just going to get a bill from the government saying, "Yeah, you owe us 50 grand," and he's going to be like, "Oh shit."
Did he do his taxes on stream during that period?
Hasn't he done his taxes on stream for the past 5 years?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he did. He used to do them in the live chat.
Yep.
When did he stop doing them? Like
I
live
think
streaming?
when the Discord got nuked.
No, he did it on stream once, twice actually. I think, actually on stream he was doing his taxes.
Like it's on his Twitch stream.
I know he's done it. I've been there for 2 in the live chat.
Yeah, same.
So I think it helps him to not want to kill himself. But yeah,
why would he need 300 grand? Like,
well, that's all we
didn't
can't figure out.
Didn't he get like 30K in 1 day's worth of super chats?
Well, yeah, Nissan Sentra worth of super chats.
Mm-hmm.
For that was for 1 day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I
just don't understand.
And Rittenhouse was what? 8 days,
And-
9 days.
And again, that doesn't explain. He made even more money. Like the debt trial started in April. It started fucking 11 days after he got this mortgage.
Mm.
So
I know.
by at least June, he's got more than enough money to pay off the fucking mortgage. Where did that
think he
go?
just
Like, I
spends
mean, we
too
know
much
the
money.
answer. That went up his fucking nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so what did he need the 300K for initially? Like, was it so that he could make an extension on the house?
So he can
and never got
spend
around to
it.
and blew it?
He's a spender. He needs to
But
spend money.
there is no extension on the house.
That's what I mean. He just never got around to it because he, jokingly told every single person he brought in it was going to be the sex dungeon, and they're all like, "This is Christian country." Go
Wait,
fuck
you
yourself."
think actually that's a fucking good? That's actually pretty good. You think the mortgage was for the studio?
Oh.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah,
and he
the
just couldn't get anyone to
extension
do
they
it.
used.
And then
The
eventually
extension
he
he
just
wanted
wanted
to
his
do.
nose.
Yes.
Holy shit! Yeah,
I think he's figured it out.
that's the best theory I've heard. Yeah. Holy shit! Yeah, you've cracked it, Baldo.
Because he
Yeah,
kept
that makes
bitching about
sense.
not being able to get someone in to build the studio. And Nick's stupid enough to be like, "Oh, haha, yeah, it's going to be sex dungeon, haha, lol." And like the 3 people he got who are able to do it were like, I'm good. I'm out. Like,
Eric says, was he being sued by Monty at this time? No, he wasn't.
Nope.
No, it's the end of 2023.
This is 2022 that this is happening. Like, he took out the mortgage on April 1st, 2022, so 2 years ago. I'd be curious to
3.
know how long the mortgage has been delinquent. Well, 3 years now, yeah. In April, it'll be 3 years. So, it'd be interesting to know how long it's been delinquent for. Like, when he stopped making payments. I'm willing to bet when he was arrested. Or a few months after he was arrested. He's not making any money. Well, sorry, let me rephrase. He's not making any YouTube money. And even that's not true. He's still making AdSense. Though I don't know how many... Well, let's have a look, shall we?
How long ago was he arrested? It was in
May.
May.
Yeah, so 7-8 months ago.
I've completely blanked on the website to go and look up YouTube earnings.
Leaderboard, playboard,
No, Playboard's for super chats. What's the other one?
Social Blade.
Social Blade, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, that's not how you spell Ricardo. Okay, so his weekly views have just fallen off a fucking cliff.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a huge. That's actually a big drop.
Oh yeah.
So August 24, he's still seeing 60,000 views a week, and it just by September it's down to 12.
And it looks like it's bouncing between 12 and 15 at the moment.
Yeah.
Or 10 and 15.
Yeah.
And again, estimated earnings basically nothing.
Yeah.
For Nick.
For Nick, yeah.
Ouch.
But yeah, he's got 51,000 views for the last 30 days. Assume all of those are monetized. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know what his CPM is. I know these are I know these estimates are off. Like these were way low. Yeah, because the default estimate range for Social Blade is 25 cents to $4 USD. So my CPM is $9.
So,
yeah.
So Nick would definitely be getting way more than 4.
He'll be getting way more. Everybody I've spoken to, everybody I've seen talk about Social Blade is like, these numbers, they are wrong, and it's not in the direction you think. It's
but even
I'm
times
way
that,
underestimating.
Even say Nick gets $40.
Yeah, it's not
So
not a lot of money. Yeah.
But, so 10 times that's still only $2,700 a month.
Yeah.
That is fuck all from what he used to be getting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's so basically nothing from YouTube is what he's getting. Daisy says, speaking of Monty, have you seen Winning's new show this year? No mask. What? Winning's doxed himself? What the hell? I have to look at that now.
So the only money stream he would have would be
Locals.
The locals. Anyone else who's left on locals.
So like a dozen.
Well, there's probably more than a dozen.
Well,
people
I'll
still
be.
Paying.
Two.
Maybe there's
There
1,000.
he is in all his
Charges
glory.
$9,000 for a shirt, but okay.
I've seen
I
women
mean-
like that before.
I haven't.
Biden's he's a disgrace.
Like a knockoff
he's
Razor
great.
Fist. Sorry.
No, he's a musician. Razor Fist
Yeah, I know.
isn't a musician.
I know he's not. I'm just saying, looking, just the look, the leather jacket, the long hair, the shades. Yeah. Why would you wear a little black leather jacket indoors? I don't get it.
It's cold,
Maybe it's
man.
Yeah, he's saving on electricity.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. I'm privileged being in Queensland, I guess.
Yeah, it's always hot, even when it's cold.
Yeah,
It's still
exactly
hot.
right.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's. So, are any of you still a member of the Ricada Law community?
Fuck no. I quit everything once. Like as soon as he started nuking that Discord,
Yeah.
as soon as he,
A paying member?
the instant he locked it, I go,
yeah,
just a
like,
just
not
a
paying
subscriber.
no.
I'm still subscribed to it because can't be fucked unsubscribing.
Because you can see all the members, so you can get a count of how many members there are. So you can get.
But
an
I don't
idea.
think you can see if they're paying or not.
It's just no, you can't see if they're paying or not, but you can get an idea of how many members are still there. Look, I reckon it's a safe bet. Say out of the 5,000 paying members he had, he's probably got 2,000 still. Like
I doubt
conservative.
It's not easy to see how many members there are. 'Cause every time.
Like an
It's
actual
done in
estimate
pages.
would be in hundreds. Not in the thousands.
You think in
Yeah,
the
no,
hundreds? You think he's fallen that far?
Yeah.
You think he'll have to do another 5,000 locals gift if he ever gets there again?
He's not ever getting back up to 5,000.
Oh God, no.
No, I think it's safe to say that Nick's done. I don't think there's a. Actually, no. You should never count anybody out completely. But personally, I think he's done. I think it's over for Monsieur Raqueteur. I don't think there's a way back. I think there was. I think he's left it way too long. And
for a comeback.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think he can do it. I really don't. Not anymore. I thought he could, but everything to me has said, no, it's not going to count. Like, so. Sorry, I'm just setting up Super Chat goal because I can. It's just how you'll celebrate. I'll end the show. There you go. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I think it's done for Mr. Akeda. I don't see him turning it around. I don't see him wanting to turn it around. The only thing I can think he might be able to do is maybe reinvent himself as a different kind of channel, I guess. So maybe be able to sell his channel to a scammer or something. Maybe he'd start a crypto scam. Anyway, back to actual news. Breaking news. This is from this morning. Aubrey Plaza's husband, Jeff Bayana, is dead at 47. He was found dead by an assistant in his home in LA. Police are saying it was a suicide.
So he's saying there's a chance.
There is a chance now, yes.
Perfect.
Nick should have took money from the Democrats this past. Yes, he should have. He could. Actually, that's it, Daisy. You've figured it out. You figured out Nick's comeback path. The Democrats want a left wing Joe Rogan. Well, Nick just has to have a come to Hillary meeting, and then he can be the left wing Joe Rogan. Because Joe Rogan used to be the left wing Joe Rogan, so why should someone from the right of the spectrum not become the new left wing Joe Rogan?
All right, he still has 47,000 people subscribed.
Yeah.
That's 1,324 pages worth at 9 rows of 4. So, per page.
Yes, he is gayer than Destiny, yeah. Speaking of Joe Rogan, Joe is no longer the king of Spotify after a controversial new podcast takes the number one spot. Joe has been the number one at Spotify for 4 years. The new number one podcast is called The Telepathy Tapes. It's co-hosted by filmmaker Kai Dickens and psychiatrist Diana Hensey Powell. On the show, Dickens and Dr. Powell explore the profound abilities of non-speakers with autism. The host claims that those abilities include telepathy and otherworldly perceptions, citing experiments involving non-verbal autistic children and others with similar disorders. The podcast has been so popular that it pushed Joe Rogan down to the number 2 spot on the Spotify charts, but not everyone is loving it. So yes, apparently, according to these people, according to the number one podcast on Spotify now, you need to be very afraid of autistic, non-verbal autistic children because they can read your fucking thoughts. I fucking hate the internet now. I really do. Fucking Christ. Like, do you know how much money I could make if I just made preposterous fucking claims and just shined people on with like bullshit? Like, it is absurd the amount of absolute glowing garbage that people just fucking consume by the fucking spoonful.
Like, look at how much money was made by the people who were like, "Oh yeah, no, Trump actually won. He will be in. Don't worry about it." No, it's not going to be January 20th. Wait until
Trust the plan.
March or May or
plan.
August, or that's when it's supposed to happen. That's when it really happens. We're going to go back to a law from 238 years ago, and we're going to use that instead. Trust it.
No, JFK Jr. is going to rise from the dead, and
anoint Trump.
And anoint Trump. Yes, he's going to anoint Trump president like for life. Like, and people fucking ate it up.
Yeah.
Like, literally fucking ate it up. I just cannot. I can't fucking comprehend. And I see people occasionally post their like earnings on Twitter. I look at that shit and I go, "Are you fucking serious? All you post is fucking garbage. Like, you are the worst fucking source of information anybody could possibly have, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars."
Well, look at that new TikTok meta. Pretend to be a conservative, like be an OnlyFans whore. Pretend to be conservative, find Jesus, and make money.
Yeah.
Circle of life.
It's the circle of grift. Like, it really is astounding. Like, I just, yeah. Anyway, we'll get into it. Anyway, watch out for autistic people. There was a mass casualty event in New Orleans on New Year's Eve. Well, I guess it was. Did it cease to be New Year's Eve after? I guess it's
early in the morning. So
it's New Year's Day Eve morning. Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah.
In the wee hours of 2025,
a
truck plowed through a crowd.
Not a truck of peace.
A truck.
Yes,
truck of peace.
It was a truck of peace. The truck of peace did the amazing thing of going around the police blockade, or the single police car. Wait for it. There's the police car on the street. Here's the truck of peace. Oh, how did he get past? Oh, he just went up on the sidewalk. Yes, good job, officers. I don't think I have any footage of the actual car plowing into anybody, which is good.
That was a very suspicious flag they had.
Yes, it was a very suspicious flag. Pay no attention to the suspicious flag on the back of the car.
The black one with the white writing?
Yes, it's a black-looking flag. Don't even worry about it. So the police get the call and immediately rush off to the scene. Aren't police great? No, they're doing their fucking job, bro. Cops are tops. New Orleans ISIS terrorist Shamsud Din Jabbar. Oh, actually, we should talk about the mayor of New Orleans saying that Eric, sir, truck of peace, sir. Yes, it was an F-150 Lightning. It was indeed the first of the first of two electric trucks that were used in incidents this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the FBI agent in charge immediately came out and said, "This is not. We do not believe this is terrorism. Do not believe this is terrorism related." To which the mayor of New Orleans came out and said, "This was terrorism."
Yep.
The reason everybody thought it was terrorism is because, drumroll please, they found a black flag attached to his car. This is what it was.
Oh.
That is, of course, the black flag of ISIS. So it was an ISIS-inspired attack.
Don't let your lying eyes deceive you.
Yes, don't believe your lying eyes. Someone wrapped up one of the police on the scene wrapped up the flag in a coat or something, to a jacket or something to cover it up, so that people wouldn't immediately know that it was a terrorist act. Oh Jesus! God forbid the people know. We couldn't possibly have the people know. That would be horrifying. New Orleans ISIS terrorist Shamsud Din Jabbar had bomb-making station and Quran open to chilling passage in his home. New photos reveal this glows a bit.
Yeah, why the fuck are they? Why is the post just magically walking through this?
Well,
dude's
this
home?
isn't the post. This was a local journalist.
Okay.
That the police invited.
Yeah, why are the police inviting journalists? Question.
Yeah.
For the fun of it.
Well, yeah.
We are here inside the New Orleans terrorist home. You can see that it's been clearly destroyed, the door at least, from the FBI raid yesterday. But if we walk through the home, we see some signs of what he was up to. He had this work
Why is she not
area
wearing
here.
forensic booties at least?
Lots of different chemicals splayed around.
If they went through yesterday, they've already cleaned out everything. They've already taken photos of everything. Also, what forensics is there to do? The guy's dead.
Yeah,
He's not going to be charged with anything.
No, but they could be like, okay, was there accomplices? You know, are there other footprints that are different sizes? Now she's just contaminated the scene. If it happened yesterday compared to the in relation to when this was taken, she should be wearing a full forensic suit, because why is it the scene locked down for extra evidence that they can find?
This is a good point. Pro Engineer says it looks like they left his laptop there. There it is there. Or at least a laptop. So, yeah, stop noticing. Stop noticing it, Jimmy. Stop it.
And different electronics. This is, again, a work setup. Left receipts. Just very unkempt in here. If we go over here,
wait till she sees Ricardo's house.
You can see the Department of Justice
can opener on the desk.
Documents here,
Yes,
the
that is
search
the can
warrant, and the property that they recorded here, which seems to be a lot of.
Whoa, hold on a sec. Let's scroll that back.
Small primers.
Sulfuric acid, acetone.
Okay, so white filter paper with powder. White filter paper with powder. Small sample of white filter paper with powder. Box of screws. Bottle of sulfuric acid. 3 of those. Acetone. Sample of acetone. White substance inside bag labeled potassium nitrate. Sample of whites. I'm getting a distinct feeling of what this guy might have been making.
He was growing tomatoes.
That's right. That's right. Small pistol primer box. Burner with white residue. Thermometer. Stir stick. Lab stand. Blue crimping tools.
A lot of chemical.
White powder on
white
tools.
powder on tools. Industrial something. Supplements.
Electrical components.
Electrical components.
Yep.
Industrial supplements. That's the stuff I take in the morning.
Again, just left in disarray. There's a bedroom back here, and what appears to be his collection of religious material.
What do you mean? He's very clean. He had the baking soda and the Clorox there ready to go.
There's a broom out the back there.
An open Quran with a passage there, as well as even the Bible here. But mostly,
I would like to note they're like, oh, look, it's at a passage, but the actual marker is on another page.
Yeah.
So.
Books on Islam and his prayer rug just to the left of me here. And if we go back, there's another bedroom here. You can see.
So I'd like to, for those who may not be familiar.
Books on Islam.
The dartboard.
So that is obvious. That's the Quran, and then underneath are the hadiths.
Yeah.
So.
And his prayer rug just to the left of me here. And if we go back, there's another bedroom here.
That's one of those. That's one of those dartboards that takes like the little balls that have the Velcro on them.
Yeah.
All these belongings, contact lenses, personal belongings, bathroom.
I think commenting on the cleanliness of someone's house after the fucking FBI have raided is kind of bullshit. Like, fuck you, lady. Have you seen what they do during? Like, they don't give a shit about how. Like, oh, let's make sure everything goes back exactly where it was. No.
This seems to be some sort of workspace again with other chemicals here. The light's still on. Some kind of station set up here. We're not.
That looks like an electronics working station. Like
it looks like a weight state. Yeah, as a
amateur
vice.
electronic engineer has.
Yeah.
But
So
that's
way
also
what- to scale.
I don't think, is that a scale?
Yeah. a bit of weigh. You'd be putting your dish on there. You'd be weighing your ingredients.
Are we sure that's a scale? Because that
I've
looks
got-
like an element on top.
It could be a heating element with.
It's
a
either an
stirrer
element
in it.
or a
maybe,
or a
maybe,
stirrer, like
It
the
is tiny though.
Oh yeah, I
Element
suppose
pans
yeah.
That I've
I
seen
mean,
are usually
yeah,
like pot size.
that's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah,
But that could be a
Fine.
stirrer.
yeah. Does she say what it is?
Not really sure what that was for.
Okay.
In, you know, what we can assume was also a bedroom. You can see clothes left here.
Oh, because the FBI
And-
told
Ah,
her.
Kafia!
Oh no!
Free
Just a sign that someone was here.
Some
up
sort of
until
tablecloth.
Those last few moments when neighbors said he left just before the New Year's holiday, saying he was done with his lease. It was up, and he was on his way to New Orleans.
Why would he leave the
where he would live there? Didn't take any furniture because he said his new home would be furnished. That's all we know so far.
Very sus. It's all
Yeah,
also very sus.
I'm getting red flag. No.
But yes, he's from Houston, so.
Apparently, he's
Sorry,
born and
yes.
raised
So
in
this will be a
Texas.
This will be a Houston reporter rather than a reporter from New Orleans. But yes, kept a bomb-making workbench in his ramshackle Texas trailer home, where Quran was left open on a page about slaying in the name of Allah. Isn't that convenient?
Isn't that
Oh,
basically every page of the Quran? It's pretty much every page.
Yeah. His Quran was propped atop a bookshelf, a centerpiece in the living room. That's understandable. Like for observant Muslims, the Quran is supposed to be treated with reverence. That's why you're not supposed to put it on the floor. Like it can't get dirty. Like yeah. Open to a passage reading, "They fight in Allah's cause and slay and are slain, a promise binding." Religion of peace, motherfuckers! The verse 9:111 expounds on Muslims' responsibility to kill Allah's enemies and be willing to die for that mission in return for eternity in paradise. So yeah, he got out of the car and opened fire and was almost immediately dropped. So he was murked very quickly.
Oh, that's good. That he was.
Oh no, that's something different. I thought that was the pipe bombs that were found. There was There was something about 3 people being sought for pipe bombs. Maybe I've got it in another section for some reason. But yes, he would. This is the assailant. So I believe he was a real estate agent, so he probably deserved to die for that. Property manager. So, what's this? So he was selling firearms online. J'accuse! How dare he sell firearms online? Authorities say he used a firearm in a truck ramming attack that killed at least 10 people who were shot dead. He did not use that firearm in a truck ramming attack. This is why he died. This is why he was killed so quickly.
Oh no, dirty bullpup in Texas. What the fuck? That's fucking un-American.
There's a shotgun. What?
Yeah, it's a bullpup more than it.
Yeah. Anyway. Yes, so he was ex-army. So.
Ex-US Army.
Ex-US Army, yes. Sorry.
Born and raised in Texas.
Should have clarified. Yes, he's a native Texan. Yes, born and raised in Texas.
Okay.
Obviously converted to Islam and was radicalized. Whether self-radicalized or there's a cell operating in the US.
Or the Australian government radicalised him for shits and giggles.
Or the US government radicalized him just to...
Oh no, I was thinking the Australian government do it just for shits and giggles. They do it to 13-year-old boys. Why not to American
Well, yeah,
citizens?
that's right.
Possibly.
So, I forgot to order this. I was napping before the show. Where is it? I think this. Okay, so it is in order. It's just in backwards order. Speaking of terrorist attacks, I guess I don't know what you'd fucking call this. This glows. I've literally called this section "glowiest of glow ups." because this is so fucking weird. So yes, was the 2nd of January? So the 1st, New Year's Day. A Cybertruck was parked out the front of the Trump International Hotel in Nevada, in good old Vegas.
Copy.
So yes, it went up like a fucking, well,
Copy.
New Year's Eve fireworks. So here it is. Here it is from inside the building, or at least after it exploded. Nice Trump quality windows there, no damage.
Yeah.
You can still hear the fireworks going off.
So it's popping at Trump Tower.
Eric says, Trump thwarts another assassination attempt. Goddamn, what a hell of a president. Yeah, he doesn't actually own the hotel. It's just he just has the name. So yes, people have pointed out that using a Cybertruck as a vehicle-borne IED is a bad idea because the damn thing is bulletproof.
0 out of 10.
Especially the tray. The tray
Would
is
not
extra. The
recommend.
tray is extra reinforced, and you're enclosed on three sides by I think 2 inches of steel. Like
It's
of
bulletproof. Like
yeah,
it's,
yeah. Well, no. It's bullet resistant.
No, I think they've upgraded it to bulletproof.
No,
up to,
it's
like-
bullet resistant.
like
They can't call it
45.
bulletproof. So here's another picture. So this got this 2025 so far captured in a picture. Yes, Trump, Elon on fire.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Trump, no damage. Elon,
But
on
if
fire.
you put that in like in any other vehicle, like you wouldn't know
Would
that it was
would
that
have
kind of
exploded
vehicle.
outwards.
The
You can
vehicle
still
would
tell that
act as
this
shrapnel.
is- you can still tell that this is a Cybertruck.
Yeah. But yes, Elon says the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck has actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upward. Here you can actually see the aftermath.
There's going to be a drone video that plays to my left again. You'll see as the fire initially, they covered it with the tarp to try to get it to go out. Once the fire went out.
Yes, so fire departments have learned that using water to extinguish
Electrical fires.
battery fires is almost impossible.
Fires. Or you can't do that.
So all they can really do is deprive it of oxygen, and
You can't extinguish.
and even then
lithium
it doesn't work. Yeah, well, you
can
can.
only
It takes 8 times as much water to extinguish a lithium battery fire than it does on any other fire.
But even then, if thermal runaway has been achieved, it'll keep burning out.
Yeah, it'll burn out until there's no more battery.
So
left,
you
yeah.
can, like I said, you can't put them out. You can only contain them.
Yeah,
and that's what this tarp does: is contain it.
Yeah.
So
let it run its course.
Suppression
But
efforts of the fire department.
Yeah.
You'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle. So those are gasoline
And there you go.
canisters. They are camp fuel canisters and large firework mortars.
Yeah, engineer. It is removing the oxygen from some of the other fires, engineer. But
Yeah.
the lithium battery itself will continue to burn even without oxygen because it'll just feed
lithium,
off
because it's an oxidizer. Like there's an oxidizer
Yeah.
as part of the battery. That's what
Yeah.
makes it so
The
fucking
lithium
dangerous.
itself will oxidize and feed the fire until it burns
Yeah.
out.
But yeah, the wheels are fine.
Yep.
What the hell?
Frame is the lower frame.
The
is
frame
basically-
looally fine. Like, are you
just,
kidding me?
like, give it to the guy that redoes Teslas, and he'll be able to refurbish it in
Yeah,
like
I mean,
2 weeks.
Be probably pricey restoration, but you know, it's not completely.
Actually, is there any more of this?
But I also would like you to pay attention to on that.
Yeah, so there you go. Camp
video,
fuel
as you see
cans.
that, it looks like the exterior of that truck
a
is
gas
completely
can.
intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a cyber truck.
Yeah, I said frame.
really
Sorry,
limited the
exterior.
damage
That thing.
occurred
Panels,
inside
right?
of
The panels.
valet.
I have a new theory. This is all Elon's doing. Elon murdered this guy, and put all this shit in the back of the truck and then parked it out the front of the Trump hotel for maximum attention and conspiracy value.
Well, he is autistic.
And then set it off so that he could sell more Cybertrucks, and he wouldn't be caught because everybody would just spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours speculating about this attempted attack.
Because it had most of the blast go up through the truck and out. In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump hotel were not even broken by that blast, which they were parked directly in front of. You can see that in the video there.
I wish this was a poorly thought out terrorist attack, but it really doesn't look like that. So
he underestimated the Cybertruck.
Big threat. Today I attended the preliminary detention hearing for about... Oh, wait, no. Fucking hell. God, this is not related at all. I thought this was the melted fucking rifle.
Yeah.
Not paying any attention. Anyway, this is the shooter. It's not the shooter. Holy shit. This is the alleged... This is the alleged... well, the victim, I guess, in this case. The victim, the perpetrator. Matthew Livelsberger, 37, has been identified as the driver of the Cybertruck that exploded in Las Vegas. Is listed on LinkedIn as an operations director and intelligence manager with special forces experience. This is incorrect. He is he was current U.S. Army, Green Beret.
Yep.
He continued to be special forces. So he went from 18E to 18F to 18Z. So the guy's been in special forces for almost his entire tour.
Yeah, 20 years almost.
Yep.
So
they have direct entry paths into special forces.
Yeah. This was interesting, and this was mildly interesting because it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it's Fort Bragg.
Because, well, yeah, okay. I love that they called it Fort Bragg. Did you notice that?
Yeah,
Denver
Liberty.
ABC called it Fort Bragg.
Yeah, it's not Fort Liberty now.
And not Fort Liberty. But yeah, suspects in Vegas explosion, New Orleans attack served at the same army base. Police confirm. This is a red herring. This is completely irrelevant. The only reason you report on this is because you want people to go, oh, conspiracy. No, dude, Fort Bragg has 80,000 troops.
Yeah.
Like, it is...
Yeah, current troops.
Current
That's
troops,
not
yeah. You know how many people
who've-
rotate through Fort Bragg? Like, the fact that he served in the army at the same time is the only common denominator.
Mm-hmm.
So this is retarded. And
oh, his Army Green Beret, and the other guy was Army.
yeah, but it's still the same military. But yeah.
Yeah, but But
The assailant. Okay, yes, the assailant.
You know, because Fort Bragg is where Special Army, the Special Ops, basically the head of Special Ops, that's all run from Fort Bragg, isn't it?
Bragg's where the Green Berets are. I don't know that that's where the rest of DevGru are.
Yeah, it's where the it's not 82nd Airborne is there. I just Wikipedia'd it. Sorry. So 82nd Airborne is there. U.S. Army Forces Command is there. Army Reserve Command is there. Womack Army Medical is there. It is the home of the Army's 18th Airborne Corps and is the headquarters of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command. Yeah.
Yeah. Green Berets.
Yeah.
But yes, Colin says, just in, family of accused Trump hotel bomber Matthew Livelsberger says he was a big Trump supporter, questions the incident. Odd, the uncle of Livelsberger told The Independent that he is confused by the explosion because his nephew could rig a bomb to blow up half the hotel if he really wanted to do damage. Yeah, the Green Berets are no fucking joke.
Yep.
Like, Green Beret's role is counterinsurgency. So they go into countries and train armies. They train armies to fight insurgents, but they also train insurgents to fight armies. So these guys know all about IEDs, homemade explosives. Like, this guy could have... Well, yeah, I think it actually says... he loved Trump. He was always very, very patriotic soldier, patriotic American. He served for 19 years. That's like, he was almost a year. He's 11 months away from 20 years. So
why would you give that up?
Exactly. Why would you voluntarily give that up? This all feels very suspicious. He was always very patriotic soldier. It's one of the reasons he was in special forces for so many years. It was just one. It wasn't just one tour of duty. Matt was a very skilled soldier. He would be able to make it. He would be able to make it if it was him. And if he did this, he would have been able to make a more sophisticated explosive than using propane tanks and camping fuel. Some of it doesn't make sense when he had the skills and ability to make something more, let's say, efficient. His skills were enormous from what he had been taught in the military. Quote, he could have fashioned a bomb that would have obliterated half that hotel if he was serious and wanted to hurt others. It's very, 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 very suspect.
Honestly, that level of what was put into that Cybertruck, I'd expect a civilian who's seen movies to get that.
What can I do? I'll get some camping fuel, and here's some propane and propane based accessories. And I've got some fireworks here. Let's put that in there as well.
Yeah. There was no mention of any shrapnel, no ball bearings, no screws, none of that. So, like,
and then he picked the Cybertruck.
Yeah, and then he picks the worst possible vehicle.
So it looks
because this
like
was a rental.
Yep.
Because the other link between the two is that they both rented from the same rental car company.
Wait, aren't there only like 2 or 3 in the States?
Yeah, there's not that many rental car companies.
So
Toro,
it looks
I think
like someone wanted to make a big noise with little actual damage.
Yeah.
Because all they did was, like, how much damage did they do to the hotel?
Nothing.
Like, they didn't even break the windows. There might be some scorch marks on the roof if there's
there's probably some paint needed.
And they may need to repave the ground, but it doesn't even look like, because the wheels aren't even melted.
Yeah. There's probably some scorching underneath the car, but I mean it's asphalt, like whatever, unless it's concrete. So Sean Ryan says he's going into hiding following the release of his most recent episode where he shares an email allegedly sent by Matthew Livlisberger before the Trump Hotel explosion. Guest Sam Shoemate says he was sent an email on Tuesday from Livlisberger before the explosion saying the drones over New Jersey were operated by the use of gravitic propulsion systems. Only the US and China have this capability, according to the email. I thought I had the email, but where is it?
Yeah.
I'm sure I had it.
Soul smells.
Like, it all stinks to fucking high heaven.
Yeah, like Sam tried to explain it away, saying, hey, I just got the email and I forwarded it. It. I'm not making comment on it. I just forwarded this. This is really weird.
So here's the email. It purports to be from him, but it says, "In case I do not make it to my decision point or on to the Mexico border, I'm sending this now. Please do not release this until January 1st, and keep my identity private until then. First off, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. This looks to be like bullshit." We'll go through that later. What we've been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China. Immediately my brain went, okay, so this is a fucking troll. Or this is someone who lost their fucking mind. Or this is someone faking this goddamn email. Anybody can set up a fucking email address.
Yeah, not only that, I could send you an email from my own email address using someone else's email address.
Exactly.
So unless where's the email?
He showed the headers, but he's like, the guy's incompetent. So like when it comes to tech stuff, he's showing like a screenshot from his phone. It's like, bro, get on your fucking computer, log into fucking Proton Mail, like find someone who knows what the fuck they're doing. If you're gonna try and prove this stuff. But I always, whenever this stuff happens, you always see the fucking spell check and weird spacing, like weird indicators, and you're like, come on, man.
And there's a cursor right there.
Well, it's a forwarded message.
Yeah.
So he's got it in edit mode because he was forwarding the email.
Yeah,
Although,
but, why do that?
Yeah.
Just take a fucking screenshot. The program is on. It's called Snipping Tool. It's on every fucking Windows computer in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's too big, it can even do screen. Can even record what you're.
That's
what you're
why
reading,
Ryan
so you
Macbeth
can
came out
scroll
and said
through
this was right. That's why Ryan Macbeth came out and said, "Oh, this is bullshit," because I can see the spell correction marks. That means he's editing the email. Like, no.
I don't always put any stock in the.
It's only there because he's forwarding.
It always feels sus. It always feels sus as fuck when you do that.
Like look at the. I just look at the way it's typed. Why have you not capitalized those acronyms? Why have you not capitalized SIGINT and ISR?
Yeah. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity has recently picked up. As of now, it's just a show of force, and they're using it similar to how they used the balloon for SIGINT and ISR. All right. So they used the balloon was 2 years ago. Why the fuck? So you're telling me they just developed this technology? Why the fuck would they ever float a balloon if they've got gravitic propulsion that can carry an unlimited payload and fly forever? Like, why would they even bother with a fucking balloon? Like, it's all so everybody eats, and that's what this comes back to what I was talking about, where you can make so much money because people just gobble this shit up. They gobble it up like fucking like fucking retards that are just eager to swallow lies. Like, has Hollywood gotten that Yes, thank you, Eric. You have just summed up my entire feeling about this whole fucking thing. It is just all so tiresome.
Yes.
Like,
But there are still wet brains out there who'll gobble this up and just regurgitate it.
Yeah. Is this sus? Yes. This whole fucking thing is sus.
The thing I'm questioning is, why is the cursor in the middle of the email if he's forwarding it?
Because, and that's the thing. There's always these questions, and I feel like the questions, like, if you wanted to. So the most powerful ones of these that become the most viral are the ones people argue over.
Yeah.
So if you want people to argue over it, you make it sus enough so that anybody with a bit of rational thinking will go, hang on, this is bullshit. And they will argue the reasoning with the people who just accept it on social media, therefore driving engagement. Like, we're destroying ourselves. Like I'll talk about the fog later, but it's one fucking hysterical conspiracy after another that's going mainstream, one after the other after the other. And I'm telling you, it's all coming from TikTok. He talks about the Chinese, weaponizing the drones. Yeah, they are, but not in the way you think. They're weaponizing airlines. They're weaponizing American stupidity and gullibility. They are using their control of social media, of the biggest social media platform in the world, to manipulate people. They're using targeted manipulation to trigger these fucking hysterias, to throw the American public off, just to keep them completely off balance, so that when something does actually happen, they won't believe it. I mean, think about it. If China were to attack something tomorrow, and there was video footage of it happening, nobody would fucking believe it. Before the 20th, nobody would fucking believe it. They'd be like, oh, it's just Biden trying to hold on. Like, he's trying to, start a war so that Trump doesn't get... Like, you will have half the country fucking believing that. Like, the world is just so prone to being manipulated right now. And I don't know how to fucking stop it. All I can do is point and say, hey, this is stupid. Stop this.
The TikTok ban? might actually do something.
Well, I can't control that. Trump loves TikTok. He fucking used it to great effect.
Yeah.
So, I think he filed a fucking amicus brief with in support of the fucking Supreme Court appeal. So, come January 20th, it has a fucking clause that lets the president kick the can down the road another 6 months. So, come January 20th, guaranteed that can's going to be kicked. So, I think we're fucked. I really do. Like, there's other sus stuff here too. I thought I had it too. Where is it? Anyway, I'll read the rest of it. China's been launching them from the Atlantic Actually, I should do this justice. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but the activity regionally has picked up. As of now, it's just a show of force. They're using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which is also part of the integrated comm system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. Dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. Let's pick up that fucking statement, shall we? People made a whole fucking thing about the weather balloon floating across the US. Why? Because they fucking saw it. You're expecting me to believe that there are dozens of these balloons just floating around the US and nobody spotted them? People are mistaking fucking airlines for drones. Are you telling me they're not paying attention to the fucking skies? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned AC. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have unlimited payload capacity and can park over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. So China has unlimited payload capacity on vessels that they can just fly wherever, launch from fucking submarines, but they haven't invaded Taiwan? What? Like, come on, man. Really? Am I getting paid? Am I getting paid to say this? You sound like a glowy. No, it's pretty obvious I'm not getting paid to say this.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
US government needs to, given the history of this and how we're employing and weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere on the East Coast. Why would China attack the East Coast? I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico. But I won't because they know I'm armed and have a massive vehicle-borne IED. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. I have knowledge of this program.
Wait,
and
kept
also
his phone, but they're tracking him.
Yes.
Then why not did you fucking phone?
And he, had a Cybertruck, so he could be filmed the whole time and tracked even easier. But they're following him.
Isn't this guy supposed to be a
Green Beret? Yes. Like, none of this makes sense. If this is verified as from him, which I do not think it has been, the only information that is quote unquote verified from him are a couple of notes taken off his phone. Off his iPhone, by the way, which is interesting because one of these screenshots is like sent from Proton Mail for Android. It's like, okay, well, he's got an iPhone. Where did he send this from? Like, Jesus fuck. They're digitally tracking. I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province in Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings, 65 were struck because of CIVCAS. That killed hundreds of civilians in a day. US FORA, that's the US forces in Afghanistan, continued strikes after spotting civilians on the initial ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The US basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. It was part of a cover-up with US FORA and Agent blah blah of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I work with General Miller's IO staff on this as well, as the response to Bala Murag. AOBS commander at the time was blank. Can validate this. So there were strikes on drug manufacturing facilities in this province in 2019. They weren't covered up because the UN wrote a fucking report on them and called them a war crime. So the administration did a fantastic job of covering them up. We better kidnap this Green Beret who knows about them. Like, there's literally a public report on this.
And not the UN.
Like, fucking hell. Where is it? You need to elevate this to the media so we can avoid a world war, because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. For vetting, my LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew Liversberger or an active duty 18Z out of my 110. Out of 110, my profile's public. I have an active TSSCI with UAP and USAP access. So, yeah, this guy says, well, this is it's something. An alleged email from the Las Vegas Cybertruck bomber has been released, unsure of the provenance, illegitimacy, or anything around it. It could be a complete fabrication, muddying the waters. I'm not claiming this is valid in any way, shape, or form, but it's circulating. So, if it's real, we're faced with two possibilities. He was absolutely batshit insane and operating under delusions, or all or a portion of this information is accurate. So it's this. If it is true, this is the only possibility. He's batshit insane. And this section about war crimes that are covered up makes me think, no, this is bullshit. This was invented by someone. So,
well, portions of it could be accurate, and they are. There were war crimes, but they weren't covered up. That's the batshit insane part. Like, crazy people take real world events and make their own narrative around them and posit them as facts. And that... So, most of that could actually be accurate. It's just how he's put it together and the craziness behind it that makes it batshit insane.
Yeah. So this was interesting too.
Fake and fabricated.
So he allegedly shot himself in the head before, with a fucking Desert Eagle.
Really?
Number one, what self-respecting gun person would buy a fucking Desert Eagle?
Lots of them, because they're just cool.
No, they're not.
Shits and giggles?
They are not.
I know they're not good guns.
It's a meme gun. It's like a fucking Derringer.
That's what I mean. Like it. Look, to be fair, he didn't even buy a silver one. He bought it in black. Like,
well, that could just be scorch marks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's scorch marks.
Well, the real question is, why would you buy a compensated Desert Eagle? At the front,
especially to off yourself. I'm actually like, because he had another rifle. He had another rifle in the car.
Yeah.
That was burnt to a fucking crisp.
Yeah.
And someone pointed out something very interesting. It had no iron sights on it. It had nothing.
But his ID survived. That sounds familiar.
They found his passport too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That sounds familiar.
So.
Well, I'm surprised that he even has a head, considering he shot himself with a 50 cal. So,
well, that's the thing.
And I understand. I understand it's a 50 cal from a handgun, but that's beside the point.
50 cal from a Desert Eagle at point blank. There's going to be stuff left.
Yeah, but like, you know.
Yeah, but
well,
like
the reporting is 50 cal Desert Eagle. Yeah.
Even okay. Well, isn't like 3-4 calibers that a Desert Eagles come in? They're all Magnum, so you know. Like, I'm not saying it would
50, 44, and
357 Magnum.
357.
Like, I'm not saying that it would remove his head completely from his shoulders, like it vaporized it, but like, sure, like it's one of the most powerful fucking handguns. If it is truly a 50 cal.
There it is.
Yeah.
So here's the other weapon retrieved from the retrieved from the
50 Action Express.
So,
Oh, an AR-10.
so, but the interesting thing is there's no sights.
Yeah.
There's no nothing on it.
Yeah. It's
Like there's nothing on that. Like there's rear sights. Granted, the front iron sights might have melted.
Might have just snapped off. Yeah. So
But
just a stock.
There's nothing
AR.
else on the that Picatinny rail is clear.
Yeah,
There's
no
nothing.
sights. Maybe because there's no mount for the optics. I know it's a Picatinny rail. I'm just saying there's not. Maybe the optic got blown off because there's this. Yeah,
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe it's
like
a
I
spray
said,
and pray gun.
It all stinks.
It all stinks. It all stinks.
It all stinks so incredibly
Maybe
bad.
it's a Fed person that doesn't know how to use guns.
Yeah.
Like.
Or the guy offed himself for another reason. They're like, oh, here's this guy we'll use.
Yeah, I mean, normally the vet bureaus just carry Glocks or SIGs or your typical pocket nines. And stuff
I did find this interesting. Take it with a grain of salt. This guy says, found info on Math Liversburger for the alleged Cybertruck guy. Went down a rabbit hole. He used this email address, GODE1120. Google search leads to one comment from a guy on a BMW forum with a new lead. One Stuttgarter. So he's tracked down some emails that he's used, and then followed that to other stuff. The guy was stationed in Germany for a while. Came back in 2023.
Back in 2010.
Yeah, this was back in 2010. So he wanted the eyelids on his. So he wanted the eyelids on his BMW. His BMW 135i. Jeez, that's depressing. You don't even get an M class. You don't even need an M class. Why would you bother? Anyway. But yeah. Stuttgart has 21 posts. Is it him? I think so. Let's ask Grok if Special Forces serves in Stuttgart. Yeah, there's a base. There's an army garrison there. So here's a link to every post made on Bim Post. His car was an 08 135 Montenegro Blue Mad Dad Street Series. Where's your email? So this says his first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. So he's been in the military for 20 years. That means he came of age in the year 2004 at least, maybe before that. And you're telling me his first car was a car that was made in 2006?
That's possible.
You're telling me he never drove?
No, that's
his first car he bought.
He could have been borrowing a family member's car for that.
Well, and I will vouch.
This is where it gets interesting.
The first car I bought was 2006. I'm younger than him.
Where was it? Fucking hell! It was this guy, but it might be in a different thread. This guy was saying that this guy found his vehicle registration history, and there is no 2006 black Mustang. There's a much older one. Fallon says I learned to drive when I was 26. It's possible. Yeah, but he was driving while he was in Germany. So, and while he was in Germany, where he was deployed, he was driving a BMW. So
yeah, but that was 2010.
So when was this guy born?
Maybe he was lying about his car on the car form.
When was this guy?
No,
born?
I believe he owned it, but I'm saying like none of this is making sense.
No. When was this guy born? Sorry.
And the evidence for I don't know when he was born.
Okay.
I haven't dug that far into it, but the evidence, like fucking Laura Loomer, of course, bounded in and said, "Oh, it's confirmed, it's real," because she found a shipping note for a car that was shipped back from Germany. But as this guy points out, his BMW would have been shipped back. He would have had his BMW shipped back from Germany.
Matthew Libbelsberger was 37, so that would explain the 2006 car.
What year was he born?
He would have been born in like 87, 88, maybe?
87, 88.
So that would be, he would have been 19, 20, 19, 18, 19.
He would have graduated high school.
And gone straight into the military.
Yeah.
And like 2004,
Yeah.
2005.
Yeah. So that would explain,
Yeah, so
buying
he
his first car
enlisted
at
straight
17,
away.
18. Yeah, buying his first car at 17, 18 in 2006. Yeah. I can see that.
No, he would have been like 20 if he was.
He enlisted in 2006, according to News 3, and then he served for 19 years. So he enlisted in 2006, and you got to be 18 to register. So he would have been born in 1988, possibly 87, 88.
And he probably didn't need a car for 2 years.
No. So yeah,
like if you're at Grunt and all you do is basic and then training, like I can see that him not having his own vehicle for 2 years because he's saving up for it because he's just a.
Yeah. Well, 2006 he would have been
second
like
year
18. I can understand buying your first car at 18. That makes sense.
Except it's an 08, so it had to be 2 years later.
No, he said he bought it. Sorry.
It's an 08.
Oh, he basically. Sorry, I'm going by his email still. Sorry, he said he bought a 2006 Mustang.
Yeah, that's possible, but.
Oh yeah, but going by these records though, that's a bit different. Yeah. So yeah, it all goes. It all glows. It all smells. I'm just.
Well, he could have also bought the. Could have also bought the Mustang in the States.
Yeah.
While he was on base, and then got shipped over to Germany, and was like,
yeah,
"Fuck,
totally
I can't
possible."
send it. So
I'm trying to think again how old he is because he's young. I'm just thinking he's younger than me. Because I thought he was old. I thought he was at least my age, but no, he's like 3 or 4 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Joined the military like straight out of high school. Yeah.
By the sounds of it, it's like 04, 05 he went in.
This person says, I went to high school with Matt. When we all saw the email, we knew something was off. In high school, he drove an older Mustang, 98. I don't know about the 06, but that would have been after we graduated and he was in the military. At first, I thought it would have been considered his first car that he owned, but looks like 98 was in his name. I'll keep digging about the 06, but based on your research, it seems he's correct. He didn't own one. According
to News 3, he joined the military in January 2006.
Yeah.
And he was age
37.
Yeah,
if it was in his name, and he was driving it, I'd assume it was his car. Like that'd be his first.
Graduate in 05 and then start basic in Jan 06. Yeah.
Okay.
And then every other private buys a Mustang or Camaro. That's a trend. Yep.
I'm trying to find it. This guy, yes.
Get your first paycheck, go take out a car loan. That's a thing.
Christ. There it is. No, that's someone fucking commenting on what. So this guy had a list of all his cars. There it is. These are real car records to prove your email is a fake. Your email says his first car was a 2007 Mustang. That's a lie. He drove a 1998 Mustang. So these are all the vehicles that have been ever registered in this guy's name.
Okay.
So there's a 2018 Ford Mustang GT, a 2015 Ford Edge Select, a Volkswagen Jetta SE, a Jeep Patriot Sport, a Kawasaki Ninja ZX6R, a BMW 1 Series 135i, and a 1998 Ford Mustang Base.
So the 06 Mustang is a
no
lie.
existo.
Yeah.
So
and Sean is just repeating what was sent to him. So it's not
Sean
Sean's
is just
email.
repeating what
Sam Shu say whatever the fuck
Sam,
guy's name.
this guy.
Him. Yes. Yeah. He sent it to Sam. I'm Sean. Sorry, Sam sent it to Sean. Sean's just repeating what he was told, which is basically all that he does. So
like a puppet.
We have a locate.
Well, it's his podcast, right? He just hosts it. So.
Hey man, this is an active duty SF TM sergeant out of the 10th. I want to blow the whistle on our activities in a certain place. I'm willing to sit down with you on the 31st in Flagstaff or do it remotely via phone. It must be done before 31st as I'll be leaving.
So we've located another handle that was shared with us by the Anti-Hero podcast. Those are the same people who called out Tim Kennedy for stolen valor They're big on this stuff.
Tim
so probably
Kennedy.
they know. Yeah, Tim Kennedy. No, he's not. Tim's not related to this. I'm just saying that I know that podcast. I know who Sean's talking about. So yeah.
So yeah, I trust very few people on any of this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that email is sus as fuck.
yeah.
It's probably just a troll.
Yeah. Or yeah, it's either a troll
Or is batshit insane.
batshit. No, I don't think.
Yeah.
If you're batshit insane, you don't get your first car wrong.
Well, if you lost the plot, yeah, sure. That's a possibility. So it either came from him and he's batshit insane, or it's a complete troll. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't see any relevant information on there. Legitimate.
But yeah, here's his ID.
Did they find it a couple
Yeah, he's an E8.
blocks away from the scene?
He made E8 last year.
Yep.
That's what I mean. None of this makes sense. So he's got a newborn.
Yep.
Like 6 months old. So I guess not a newborn anymore. But none of it makes sense. It all just doesn't make sense. And the problem is when shit doesn't make sense, this shit happens. Green Brain Naptime goes through his service history. That he was a communications sergeant, then went on the Fox course to become an intelligence sergeant, then made it on the E8 list. Yeah. Everybody who is like current or former military says this is weird. This is like this Sean Ryan stuff stinks. Like it doesn't make sense, and that overall this shit doesn't make sense. Police did Vegas police, who have been very transparent, suspiciously, have released stuff that was a note that was found on his phone. Here it is. Here's what they've released. Fellow service members and veterans and all Americans, time to wake up. We're being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves.
Zoom in, please.
Oh, my bad.
Thank you.
Get glasses.
I can see.
Says the man
Time
who's
to
probably
wake
using
up.
a 48-inch screen.
Time to wake up. We're being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves. Military and vets move on DC now. DC starting now. So let me just adjust my microphone. Let's sit back on my chair a bit. Military militias facilitate and augment this activity. Occupy every road along Fed buildings and campus of Fed buildings by the hundreds of thousands. Lock the highways down around with semis right after everybody gets in. Hold until the purge is complete. Try peaceful means first, but be prepared to fight and get the Dems out of the federal government and military by any means necessary. They all must go, and a hard reset must occur for our country to avoid collapse.
For the next 48 hours, all crime is legal.
Yeah. Master Sergeant Matt Livelsberger, 18Z, 10th Special Forces Group.
Patriot Bill intensifies.
Yes.
Patriot Act intensifies. We are the United States of America, the best country people to ever exist. But right now we are terminally ill and headed towards collapse. We are crumbling because of a lack of self-respect, morals, and respect for others. Greed and gluttony has consumed us. The top 1% decided long ago that they weren't going to bring everyone else with them. You are cattle to them. We've strayed from family values and corrupted our minds. And I'm a prime example of having it all, but it never being enough. A lot of us are just sitting around waiting to die. No sunlight, no steps, no fresh air, no hope. Our children are addicted to screens by the age of 2. We are filling our bodies with processed food. Our population is too fat to join the military, yet we are facing war with China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran before 2030. We must take these actions if we are going to make it past the next few years in one piece. We must end the war in Ukraine with a negotiated settlement. It is the only way. I love that we need to be strong. We need to focus on strength and winning, but we need to start by losing. Focus on strength and winning. Masculinity is good, and men must be leaders. Strength is a deterrent, and fear is the product. Weed out those in our government and military who do not idealize number 2. The income inequality in this country and cost of living is outrageous. The number of homeless on our streets is embarrassing and disgusting. Have some pride and take care of this. Stop obsessing over diversity. We are all diverse, and DEI is a cancer. Thankfully, we rejected the DEI candidate, and we'll have a real president instead of Weekend at Bernie's.
Well, about that.
Oh my god, that paragraph has just leapt all over the political spectrum.
Yeah. Enlightened centrist. We must move from the culture of weakness and self-enrichment perpetrated by our senior political and military leaders. We are done with the blatant corruption. Our soldiers are done fighting wars without end states or clear objectives. This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Why did I personally do it now? I needed to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took. Consider this last sunset of 2024 and my actions the end of our sickness and a new chapter of health for our people. Rally around the Trump, Musk, Kennedy, and ride this wave to the highest hegemony for all Americans. We are second to none.
So why the fuck did you kill yourself allegedly in front of the fucking Trump Tower?
Yeah, in a Musk vehicle.
Yeah.
Eric says, "Yeah, this has Loretto written all over it." Yeah,
and go full Maha.
Maybe that was the thing. He's discovered Reddit.
Oh no!
And descended into the bowels of hell.
The thing is, I can't. I know that's a joke, but it's probably not.
Hey Grok, can you write me a manifesto as if I was a Green Beret?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Seen too much war and too much income inequality. Go.
Yeah.
Like seriously, that bounce between too much war to universal basic income to the Dems of shit to like
enlightened centrist. Yes.
It's like okay.
Yes. Go take care of the homeless. Well, look what California fucking did. They turned it into a goddamn industry, and now you can't get rid of the homeless population because they don't want to go into a
correction
house.
Because they make so much money.
You can just have China be invited.
Yeah, well, sorry, not in
no,
the way
they don't get rid
of it. No, you just put all stupid. You just put all the homeless people on the gravitic energy powered drones and lift them to China.
You can't get the homeless people off the street because now they have so much free shit they don't want to get off the street. And when you put them into homes, they still live as if they were homeless.
Yeah.
They destroy the places that they're put into.
Yep.
Apparently, he took part in a military reality competition on History Channel.
It's a reality show that pits teams of elite soldiers from around the world against each other.
Matt and Tim from the U.S. Army Special Forces, better known as the Green Berets.
Matthew Livelsberger and his partner Tim Kelly, both Green Berets.
And you know what was funny? Fucking... Someone with the quotes right at the top. Please be right at the top.
Yeah.
Like Tim Kelly, literally Kennedy tweeted this and was like, "Does anybody know who the other guy is?"
Yeah, I know. It's
like, and it's like, dude, are you fucking retarded? It's you. Yeah, anyone know Matt Liss? Oh no, that's right. Yeah. Anyone know Matt Livelsberger, aka Matt Berg, and 18Z and former 18E, allegedly driver? Like, he tweets this out, and people are like, dude, this is you on a show with him.
But in 2007, and it was once, and it was under a different. The guy went by a different name, according to Tim's response to Garrett.
Well,
that's the way he's explaining it away. And I follow Tim Kennedy because Tim Kennedy is a very famous UFC fighter, high-ranking jiu-jitsu guy. So he's also in my circle, or I'm in his circle. I'm in that world too. But that's how I know about Tim Kennedy's background and all that stuff. But he's also a fucking alleged stolen valor vet, bro. Take that what you will.
So what do they call him on the show?
On the show, he went by Matt Berg, not Matt Livelsberger. So that's why Tim is explaining it away.
He has gone by that name, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how Tim is explaining that away. Like, do you guys? His way says, "Do you know anyone know Matt Livelsberger?" Because he only knew him by Matt Berg, apparently, allegedly.
Yeah.
So.
All right, fair enough then.
But I don't know. I question a lot about Tim Kennedy now. So
Anyway,
yeah.
and moving on. I'm sure there'll be way more about that story next
Yeah, we'll
week.
find out more later on.
I read this and I just laughed so hard. So Trump has announced that Morgan Ortagus is the Deputy Special Presidential Envoy for Middle East Peace to the Honorable Steve Witkoff. Early on, Morgan fought me for 3 years, but hopefully has learned her lesson. These things usually don't work out, but she's strong Republican support, and I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this for them. Let's see what happens. She will hopefully be an asset to Steve, a great leader and talent. As we seek to bring calm and prosperity to the very troubled region, I expect great results, and soon. Morgan Ortagus has had experience in diplomacy and national security and is an active U.S. Naval Reserve intelligence officer from 2019 to 2021. Morgan served as spokesperson at the Department of State, Pompeo, where she was a member of my historic Abraham Accords team that brought unprecedented peace to the Middle East. Earlier, she worked at the Department of Treasury as a financial intelligence analyst, and from 2010 to 2011 was the Deputy U.S. Treasury Attaché to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Good luck, Morgan. Let's see how long you last this time. I just thought that was astounding. Like, oh, she fought me for 3 years, but she's hopefully learned a lesson. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for them. Hopefully she'll be great. Like, the most backhanded fucking appointment I have ever fucking seen. Absolute fucking gold. I love it. I love it so much.
Bro, put it back
Inject it into my veins. Anyway, Inner City Press says Judge Juan Merchan has ruled that Trump must show up for sentencing in his New York criminal case on January 10th, physically or virtually. So that's going to be entertaining.
Oh, I want him to show up physically.
Yeah.
Just shut down the entire courtroom, the entire courthouse, because they have to secure it.
The president of Honduras has issued a threat to President Trump, saying she'll shut down U.S. military bases if he deports Honduran nationals. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Who was the last president to invade Honduras? I think it was Reagan, wasn't it?
Oh, Contra.
I was just thinking.
Oh no, that's Grenada. Fuck. Maybe America has never invaded Honduras.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
Yeah, there's always January 21st.
Salvador.
When I read this was wait, isn't there something called Guantanamo Bay that some other country wants back?
Cuba.
Yeah. Imagine how long have America had Guantanamo Bay for?
Since the Castro regime has held Cuba.
So
You don't get it back.
A while.
You get it back if you can take it back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, seriously, she's going to shut down American.
Is this a fucking
bases?
troon? Like, it looks like a man.
It was El Salvador that invaded Honduras. The last, I think. Or Nicaragua. No.
Like, this looks like a fucking man. Like, here at least it looks like a woman, but in that fucking...
It's just bad lighting.
That's fucking terrible. Faced with a hostile attitude of mass expulsion of our brothers. Bitch, if they're in my country illegally and I send them home, that's not... Like, fuck you, they're your people.
She doesn't want to have to deal with the criminals she let out of prison.
Yeah. Would have to consider a change in our policies of cooperation with the United States, especially in the military arena, where without paying a cent for decades, they maintain military bases in our territory, in which case they would lose all reason to exist in Honduras. We hope that the new U.S. administration of democratically elected President Trump will be open to dialogue, constructive and friendly, and will not take unnecessary reprisals against our migrants. You're not migrants, you're illegal aliens who normally make a great contribution to the U.S. economy. Who's the lady think she is? One, why do we even have bases in Honduras? How many bases are in Honduras? Let's have a look. U.S. military base, Honduras. Skoto Cano Air Base is a Honduran military base south. So it's Okay, so it's not a US military base. It is a Honduran military base with 1,200 to 1,500 troops.
Oh, that's it.
Yes.
Probably doing
in addition to the Honduran Air Force Academy, the military's Joint Task Force Bravo is headquartered at Soto.
Yeah.
Soto Cano.
Yeah, it's not US property.
Yeah, it's where SOCOM's task force operates out of.
Hmm.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, pull out.
Easy as hell to airlift 1,500 troops out of Honduras.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll just pick them up and send them to Panama.
Panama.
A man, a plan, a canal. Ours now. Also, the Greenland Prime Minister is seeking independence following Trump's acquisition comments.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So the
Nice.
Greenland Prime Minister, Mut Ejede, recently declared his intentions to the island's future, stated taking major steps to gain independence from Denmark is necessary. Giad's remarks, which follow a December 22 post on Truth Social by President-elect Trump, advocating for the ownership and control of Greenland, focused on the basis of secession from Denmark. The upcoming election period must, together with the citizens, create new steps based on the foundations that have already been created. It's about time that we ourselves take a step and shape the future with regard to who we closely cooperate with and who our trading partners will be. I can't tell if this guy wants to be American or not. Because that's where it ends up, buddy.
I can see one or two things. He's either doing it because he wants to take he's doing it to take the decision out of
Denmark's hands.
Denmark's hands, because A, he wants to be American, or B, he doesn't want to be American.
Maybe he
but
wants
either way,
to be
he wants to take
Canadian.
the decision out of Denmark's hands.
Yeah,
because his concern about what Denmark will do.
Greenland is ours. Greenland Prime Minister Mark Rutte said, we are not for sale and we will never be for sale. We must not lose our long struggle for freedom. Okay, so he doesn't want to be American.
No, so he's trying to take it out of Denmark's hands so he can say.
Yeah. I mean, Greenland is only like 70,000 people. There's literally no one there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's literally fucking nobody. It's a town.
And how much money does Denmark throw at them?
Not sure.
To keep them
I don't know how much
or are they self-sufficient?
I doubt they're self-sufficient.
They're an autonomous territory, so they rule themselves. They
Okay,
govern
so
themselves.
Denmark provides Greenland with an annual block grant of 3.9 billion Danish kroner, which is roughly 511 million US dollars.
It's $500 million a year.
And they produce about 3
This amount
billion
accounts for
US.
approximately 20% of Greenland's GDP and more than half of its public budget.
Mhm.
Greenland relies heavily on Denmark for public support.
Yeah.
So if America wants to pony up $511 million, $500 million a year to support
Elon.
Denmark,
Elon, go buy Denmark.
Go buy Denmark.
yeah, but
I mean-
Greenland, not Denmark.
They buy Denmark too.
Worth,
Fuck 'em.
Denmark's worth a
Fuck.
lot more.
Denmark's my ancestral homeland. Go get it. Go get him. Buy it out.
Fetch.
Good game, Tiger.
You know what they should do? Actually, I've just had the idea. Yeah. So you buy Greenland, and then you set up a whole bunch of detention facilities there for processing illegals.
Offshore processing.
Offshore processing. It's still in America,
Yeah.
but it's a territory.
Yeah, and how many Mexicans are going to be like, yeah, let's go to the coldest part of the world.
And exactly, if you come to America, you'll end up in Greenland.
We will settle you in Greenland.
I think that'd be hilarious.
That
was the impetus behind the offshore offshore settlement.
You turn it into Christmas Island.
If well, no, you turn into Papua New Guinea.
Oh yeah.
Make Greenland the Indian IT center.
Or
Just
Nauru.
get the smell down. It'd be a great place for data centers.
Because they're cold.
It's cold as fuck.
Yeah.
So, there's oil there. There's minerals under the ice. There's ice there. Water. Tons of water. So.
And then you can launch an offensive to annex Canada from the east.
Yep. Then Canada's surrounded.
Yep. Alaska on one side, Greenland on the other, baby.
Yep. There'd be no hope.
And Russia to the north.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Run to Russia for help? Russia can't even take Ukraine. How are they going to stop America from taking fucking 30? Canada's big. Not a lot of people though.
Canada's bigger than the US.
Canada's
How many
like
people
Australia.
are in Canada?
It's like
33
30
million.
people.
It's like 50% bigger than Australia.
Are like very near the border.
Yeah. It's like 30. Yeah, it's like 35.
38 million.
39. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, so not quite double Australia.
So not a lot.
Is it truesizeof.com? No. True size of the true size. God damn it.
Yeah, Canada's bigger than the US.
Let's say Canada.
Is there much landmass of Greenland?
Yeah, it's pretty big, but it's all fucking uninhabitable mountains and shit.
No, I mean under the ice.
It's not very big. It's the size of the east coast of the United States.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it
like-
looks
it's like another
ginormous
Alaska,
because it's at the
basically.
top because of the projection.
No, I just mean
which
like
is why
the
websites like this exist.
the actual land part of.
So Canada is about a third India, which works out.
You're not actually sharing it if you.
Oh, damn it. My bad. Here you go.
Yeah,
Canada's
Greenland's like Alaska.
It's a third India. No.
Oh, no, hang on.
It's bigger than Alaska. It's about 1.5 times Alaska.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But it's that giant. So this is later.
But India is
So
about
what
about a third of Canada, which makes sense.
I'm confused as to what's happening here. Isn't this map already to scale?
No.
No, the
This
bits
is
you
This is the
you
projection.
pick up and put
when you
in
when you
other
take
parts.
a spherical object and
Yeah.
project it onto a flat plane,
Yes, things get stretched.
Things get stretched.
All right.
So this is the Mercator projection, which makes the northern hemisphere and southern hemispheres look bigger.
Rightio.
Which is
makes
why
sense.
Antarctica looks ginormous.
Of course. Yeah.
But Australia looks tiny.
So
So if you grab Australia and put it over the United States,
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
Russia, I
it's-
should
it's-
say.
Done this.
It's over. It's like Australia's like the main 48 states, I think. Close
Yeah,
to it.
Australia's about the size of the lower 48.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because Canada has all that great big stuff. Like,
look how big Australia would be if it's at the bottom of it.
At the bottom of the disc.
But yeah, like the closest, the most accurate sizes are at the equator.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Because that's the closest.
As you
to
go
the
south and
quote,
north,
the
you get
image.
distortion.
yeah, so Australia's about the size of Brazil.
Yeah.
And the lower 48
I
US.
just wanted to look.
And if you're familiar with the West Wing, you'd know this.
Yes. How many Indians in Canada? Is it a third? Because that'd be hilarious. I was fucking
A third of Canada is Indians.
South Asian immigration, registered Indian population. There are 1 million Indians in Canada.
So 1 in 40. 1 in 40. 1 in 39.
They're registered Indians. That doesn't include people of South Asian descent.
Yeah, because the Native Americans are up in Canada as well.
Canada ethnic breakdown.
And then they have the Indigenous Canadians.
Ethnic origins of people in Canada. Ethnic origins of people in Canada, eh?
E.
3.7%. Okay, so 3.7% of Canada is Indian. Ah, damn it, I wanted to switch, not fucking... Stop sharing screen. Damn you. Damn you! So yeah, that's that. So yes, the US would... I've said, like, everybody's like, oh, Greenland should be the next state. No, dude, come and help us. Double the size of the United States. Double it.
Divide Australia into another 40 states. 50
Yeah.
states even. 50 states even.
Like, I don't think they.
We got 6. Okay, 20. Split them up into 3. You can get another 20 states in there easy.
Let's say Colorado.
Yeah.
So let's say Colorado. Colorado's a decent sized state. Let's drag
What?
this
Queensland's twice the size of Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Texas is a bit too big.
Western Australia is 3 times the size.
So you
of
fit
Texas.
Colorado in.
Southeast Queensland.
1, 2, 3, 5 times by 4 times. So 20 states.
Yeah,
Add
roughly,
20
yeah.
more states to the union.
Hmm.
So realistically,
fair,
empty
you wouldn't.
space, empty space, empty space, empty space, empty space. Like it's nothing. It's more Nevada than Colorado.
There'd be nothing in most of those states. So
Yeah.
just keep what we have.
It
and
just
add
depends.
in.
But hey,
split
look,
up
most-
Queensland.
Australia's
split-
pretty conservative. Once they don't have to, once the only the conservatives vote because the Liberals won't want to vote, it'll be Republican governments from here on out, and then you can take New Zealand.
Well, New Zealand
Finally.
Australians anyway.
That's right.
No, fucking not. We asked them to
Yeah.
be, and they chose not to.
It's still
They're just in denial.
They're in denial. Yes, they're also in denial. Yeah.
Trust the
Since,
process.
since we're talking about it so much, I might as well.
But yeah, split up Queensland, split up Western Australia.
So how big was Greenland? You brought it down, I think, to the east coast of the states.
It's like double. It's like double Alaska, I think it is. So Greenland.
It's
How big is
1.5
Greenland?
times Alaska?
And what about the lower 48?
It's about the size of the east coast.
Okay. Alright.
Or the Pacific Northwest plus the Baja Peninsula, I guess.
Yeah.
Pacific Northwest
It's
plus
about a
Arizona.
quarter of the US, roughly.
Yeah. No, it's state-based, Fallen, so we would keep legalized prostitution but get our guns back.
Yes.
Yeah, prostitution is state-based, so yeah.
And granted, I think that'd fix the demographic collapse too. Because Australian population.
It would never happen though, because Australians don't want a Second Amendment.
They won't have a choice, man. Demographics.
Yeah, who's giving them a choice?
Well, I'm assuming that there would be a vote as to do
No.
this, even by Parliament, even Parliament voting on this, they would never do it because that would mean a Second Amendment.
So we are 54.65% European. Where's the
noise?
Not ancestry. Let's fucking historical population. No.
So what are you looking for?
I'm looking for I guess ancestry. So we are. So add these together. Plus the Germans, the Italians, the Dutch, the Polish, the Greeks. So realistically, it's only 5% Chinese. So you get some Chinese, you get some more Indians, but mostly you get English, Australians, Irish, Scottish, Italians, Germans, Greeks, Polish, couple of Lebanese, some Vietnamese.
You get your
Why do I keep seeing the Chinese everywhere, and why do I keep seeing the fucking?
It's because of where you live.
Yeah, but it's everywhere. I go into.
You're
the city,
in
they're
Queensland.
everywhere. I go to
The
Logan.
city
They're
centre is not
I go
everywhere.
to Logan. They're everywhere.
You
I go to
do
the west
Queensland.
side of Brisbane. They're everywhere.
Yeah, Tim, you do realize
I go to
that,
Bundaberg, and they're getting more and more and more.
You're in Queensland. That's
the
where all the
demographics of
Asians go.
You do realize that almost every city in Queensland has a sister city in China, right?
Yeah,
Did you
but
not
I
know
didn't think
that?
sister cities were a serious thing.
No, they're real serious. They have.
I know. Yeah, I know they exist.
They swap.
Sir, you put the petrol in your vehicle, sir.
Well, the 7-Eleven. The 7-Elevens.
Do
are
not
all run by
redeem,
Indians.
sir.
We know that.
Do not sniff, sir.
Do not redeem your petrol voucher, sir.
Do not redeem your petrol voucher, sir. Sir. Anyway, it's time for
Yeah, preacher.
Oh, hey, Tim.
Let the remaining five people watching leave.
Yeah, preacher, you're right. Like, abo culture and ghetto culture and joker culture plus mixing that with the South Sudanese culture that we have here, but they can count that as our joggers, I guess. Like that's a bad thing. It's a bad recipe.
I have no idea what this is about. I haven't watched it.
Boy, do I have a story for you. So recently, a group of people decided that they wanted to have an Australia Day parade in Victoria because the Premier cancelled the annual Australia Day parade. They applied for permits in Melbourne and in Port
Permits?
Yep, permit.
Phillip councils, and they were denied from both of those councils. They thought, well, you know what? Instead of wasting our time trying to apply to woke councils to celebrate our country on our country's national day, we're just going to do it anyway and call it a rally because rallies don't need permits. But you know, the crazy thing is that the anti-Australia Day parade people have a protest in the city every single year. They block off the entire city, and that's completely fine. But a bunch of patriots actually celebrating their country on its annual day does not get approved. It's absolutely despicable, but I'm sorry to Melbourne and Port Phillip, it's happening anyway because people celebrating Australia Day is a completely acceptable behaviour, just like people celebrating being anti-Australian is. I don't like it, but
Snore.
Yeah, don't care.
We get the message.
Don't care, Facebook lady.
Yep.
This is why TikTok is bad as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the Facebook ladies went over to fucking TikTok. Christmas period road toll rises despite double demerits. So some of you may not be aware, but I live in a authoritarian nightmare state called New South Wales, where every time there's a holiday, the demerits you receive and the fine you receive for speeding or any other driving offences doubles. So this is to quote unquote save lives. It's bullshit. It's revenue raising.
Yeah.
And clearly it's not working. So across the 13-day period, wait for it, chat. 10 people died. 4 more than the 6 deaths recorded in the final weeks of 2023. So yes, fuck Australia. Like, per capita, like, what is the fucking... Is there a global calculation of per capita road tolls?
I assume there would be some sort of estimate.
Per capita road tolls. International Road Safety Report. Let's see. So we are marginally above the fucking OECD median.
And of course the US
fractional. Like,
gotta pump those numbers up.
Like,
by
so
a hand and half an arm.
Like, ridiculous.
I mean, no one drives in the UK, so that's understandable.
The UK and Ireland, you can walk across the UK and Ireland. Like, fuck you.
Yeah. But Australia, or then the US is even crazier and higher, and I can't explain that.
Because they're shit drivers.
Wow, somewhat wrong.
Sticking with police, this is a statement from the Victorian Police Association. It says, news reports this morning that a group of residents in suburban Melbourne feel compelled to engage their own private security patrols in response to an explosion in home invasions in their neighbourhood. This is an indictment on the government's failure to properly resource our police force. It's little wonder that with 1,000 vacancies, more than 900 police off work due to injury and illness, and 43 police station closures, our crime rate is through the roof. Victorians feel unsafe. RC, do you feel unsafe?
A bit.
But just for a totally different reason?
Yeah, because of the blacks.
While our police are busy doing our very best to apprehend alleged offenders and bring them before the courts, they simply do not have the resources to prevent crime from happening in the first place by conducting proactive patrols in their communities.
Not your job.
The consequences we're now seeing is
It is
neighborhoods
now.
banding together to fund their own private security, and not for the first time. This is simply unacceptable. The situation underscores what we've been saying for months. The government and Victorian police should stop sitting on their hands, come to the table and negotiate a fair pay deal that will attract badly needed recruits and stop the mass exodus of experienced police officers who have had enough.
Dude, nobody wants to be a cop, understandably so.
Yeah. I can't imagine why, because then you get shipped off to fucking Alice Springs.
Yeah.
To try and fix this shit there. Dozens of South Australian police officers.
I mean, violent crime.
Maybe that's the solution.
Yeah, get some apartheid cops to go deal with the blacks.
You're not going to find white people.
Safety
in South
not
Africa
for
anymore.
poors. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
4 deployments of 10 officers will travel there on 8-day rotations from Monday, January 6th, and will patrol high harm locations and engage with unaccompanied youths.
So
Unaccompanied youths.
I looked it up, and for the reference of the Americans, Alice Springs is about as violent as Chicago or Houston. So, but without the guns, right?
But with
So it's
spears
all
instead of guns.
spears and knives and machetes and break-ins and shit like that. So it's not the murder capital.
Lots
I
of
don't
rama
think.
rama.
Lots of rama, but a lot of assault, robbery, all that rape, all that other stuff, but just not the murder. But in terms of the violent crime rate, it's like Chicago or Houston, so it's pretty fucked.
Yay, we're successful.
And the cops don't do shit.
There's not enough cops.
Nobody wants to work in. Nobody wants to go there.
No one wants to
I
get
told
out-
you the solution in the Discord.
Yeah.
We make a treaty with the Indigenous. They get Central Australia. We cordon it off. Build a big fucking wall around it, and say, okay, if you are now a citizen of Central
Thunderdome.
Australia, if you aren't, then you're just a normal white fella. No more Aboriginals in Australia. You get to choose. You can go to Central Australia and live among your people in your native land, or you can just accept that you're Australian and tough titties.
Yeah,
And
I
shut
appreciate.
the fuck
I
up.
appreciate.
And shut the
Our
fuck
cops
up.
have guns. They just don't use them in Alice Springs. They don't.
What?
Have
Only in
guns.
Victoria
Yeah.
and New South Wales, but only on old ladies.
Yeah.
The Ladies League closes. Owner reveals sad reason for shutting first ever women's sports bar.
I can't imagine
Oh,
why.
no. The first ever women's sports bar to open in Australia has shut its doors just 5 months after its much anticipated launch due to cost of living pressures.
Yeah.
The Ladies League, located on Sydney's Oxford Street. So, Oxford Street is about as close as you'll get in Australia to the Vegas Strip.
Okay.
When it comes to number of people. Or what's the street in New Orleans?
Shit.
Bourbon Street.
Okay.
You know, the one the car hurtled down.
Oh.
It's like Bourbon Street. Yeah, that's probably a better analogy, because Oxford Street is the party street. It used to be where the brothels were.
Wait, I thought that was oh shit, what's that? There's another street in Sydney that
King's Cross.
King's Cross is a suburb.
maybe
Okay.
Oxford Street is in King's Cross. It's the main street. It's Main Street of King's Cross.
Okay. I've only been to Sydney like twice.
So, yeah, massive amount of foot traffic on weekends, after hours, however, in a shock announcement on Wednesday, the venue explained it was calling last drinks and closing for good. It's with a heavy heart that we will not be reopening the doors of the Ladies League. Ladies League wrote on Instagram, as a women's sports bar, we excelled. Anyone who attended a Matilda's Sydney FC final game day at our venue knows what a show we can put on. It's fucking women's sports, bro. Like, come on.
King Street.
What market are you appealing to? A
Yeah.
ladies' sports bar. Those two things don't comport. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Sports bars are for men. Haven't you watched Cheers?
Oxford Street. Let's have a look at Oxford Street, shall we? Take a trip down Oxford Street.
Good old Porto.
No, I don't want a picture. I want the fucking street view. There's the street view. So this is Oxford Street, Sydney.
This was in
Sydney,
September. Okay.
There's a
Church.
lovely old church. This is heading towards the city. The closer you get to
10.
the city, the more shit you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, it's the Imperial. Fuck, I'm still in Paddington. Holy shit. Sorry, it goes through like 8 suburbs. Museum. Here we go. Here's Oxford Street proper. So, once you start seeing rainbow bullshit, then you know you're in Oxford Street proper.
Ooh, party time.
The gay street.
Yes, it's the very gay street. Troublemaker says, who's driving?
The Google car.
The Google car is driving. So yes, all very interesting. It goes right into the city. So tons of foot traffic, lots of public transport. So
oh, sorry, this is where the sports bar was. So okay,
yeah, that's right. That's the reason.
Where's the trams?
No trams. Well, we have them now, but yeah, they're shit. What was this announced?
Like up in, do people keep getting stuck on them in their vehicles like that they do in Gold Coast?
One hit a fire truck a couple of years ago, around the corner from work. That was funny.
Oh no, people in Queensland, on the Gold Coast, they continuously have to extract vehicles from the crossings because they've driven onto the tracks.
Oh no, that was Oxford Street, Sydney, not Sydney, Australia, not Oxford Street somewhere in London. Woolworths announces in-store Australia Day promotions after calls to boycott the supermarket last year. So yes, they've learned their lesson. So they will actually be promoting Australia Day. Ordinarily, we would do, and where am I broadcasting from? I'm broadcasting from the sunny central coast of New South Wales in Australia. Ordinarily, we would do a Australia Day special. Unfortunately, I cannot this year because my Christmas was delayed. My Christmas will be on Australia Day.
Okay.
So there will be
which is the
26th.
Sad day.
So it's
which is a standard pre-stream day.
Yeah, which is a standard pre-stream day. Yeah. Troublemaker says, "Oh, neat, South Carolina here." Yeah. Oh, hey man, how you doing? Anyway, moving on. That's Aussie news finished for this week. On January 1st, Eric Humley says, on January 1st, some of history's most valuable art just became free. Hemingway, Disney, Hitchcock, even Popeye. 100 million worth of creativity is now yours to use. Want to make a Popeye horror film, a Tintin remix, your own version of Singing in the Rain. As of today, legally you can. The copyright expired on some of the 20th century's biggest masterpieces. I think we covered this last week, that it was expiring. Farewell to Arms by Hemingway, The Sound of Fury by Faulkner, and A Room for One by Wolfe can now all be adapted. Oh, nice.
The very first Silly Symphony?
Yep. Watch me get a fucking copyright strike. I have to fight.
Yeah, Disney will try.
Bro, it's in
public domain.
Public domain.
But it says Disney.
Anyway. Singing in the Rain is now that's great. Every note, every lyric free to use in your next project.
Sometimes I wonder why.
Arts, The Treachery of Images, Dali's Surrealist Masterpieces, Kandinsky's Upward, Hopper's Chop Suey. Damn, that's awesome. You can combine any of these. That's great.
Does that mean you can do watch parties of old movies?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You always could.
On YouTube?
Anything public domain, yeah.
Alright.
You can find public domain stuff on YouTube.
Yeah. Now you can have Popeye fighting Sherlock Holmes and all that shit.
Yeah, one of the Comicsgate creators, I think Billy Tucci's, he's doing one of his characters is going back through history, and that's one of the things that he's actually using Popeye as one of those.
Yeah, it's. I think from what I hear, it's like the early Popeye. It's not. So it's like Steamboat Willie, right? It's the old versions of Popeye that are public domain now. So there's still some designs you can't use, but
parts of designs you can't use. Yeah,
yeah,
but the original one you can.
Yeah, just got to make sure you use the right one.
Anyway, Redux says Redux can reveal that a convicted pedophile was behind a resource cited by the world's leading transgender health authority in their latest standards of care. Thomas Piddle was active in a sexual abuse ring called Boy Lovers United. Because, of course, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the lava?
Yeah.
Where's the 9mm?
No, they don't get off that easy. They go in lava feet first.
Naturally.
Wood chipper feet first. I like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Popeye was about 5 at best. It depends on which Popeye you're talking about.
Well, I think Tintin's also a part of that too.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the early parts of the early stories.
Well, the
of
character.
Tintin, yeah.
The character,
like
Tintin.
Yeah.
They've got to do significant changes to make it different. Like there are parts of Superman that are still under copyright and parts of him that aren't. So it gets really really weird when you get into characters like that.
Yeah, you've got to
who
hire the
multiple
lawyers.
people have created. Yeah, and it's just So,
WPATH released a draft of its 8th edition for its standards of care, guideline used for transgender healthcare and legislative policy. Also, it's important to remember that WPATH is an organisation that doesn't require any credentials to join. You just have to pay.
Why are they still using Windows 95?
Because it's advertised in the Eunuch archive. WPATH references a castration fetish forum in the standards of care, which the association used to outline eunuch gender identity.
Castration.
Yeah.
The flags were all there.
Yeah. Fucking Christ. Thomas Piddle, who once operated a youth hostel, was sentenced to 15 years in prison and classified as a level 3 sex offender in 2005 after his disturbing activities were uncovered by police. The predator was linked to over a dozen individuals who had subscriptions with a Belarus-based child pornography enterprise, which sold thousands of paid memberships internationally to access child sexual abuse content. Jesus fucking Christ. Because he says, does that mean my queen olive oil is
Yes, it
public
actually
domain
does.
Olive
oil.
it?
It does, because olive oil was actually olive oil was created before Popeye.
Wow.
Yep, I just looked.
So she's older than Popeye.
I don't know about the character's age, but according to Wikipedia, Olive Oil is a cartoon character created by E.C. Seeger in 1919 for his comic strip Thimble Theater. The strip was later renamed Popeye, and Olive Oil was the main character.
By corroborating archive websites and Usenet forum posts with historical news reporting and court records. So yes, right in the fucking wood chipper.
Yep. And so he's a part of the trans agenda.
Yes.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every fucking time it comes down to pedos when it comes to these people.
Well, he founded the Eunuch Archive, which was used to formulate the eunuch gender identity. Biden to present Hillary Clinton, George Soros, and 17 others the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So, where's the list?
So of
course, George Soros gets his Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Well, he paid for it.
That's right.
Yeah, it's true.
Hillary Clinton gets hers.
I hope she wears it when she goes swimming next.
Denzel Washington. There's a couple of people who actually deserve it. Denzel Washington deserves
Michael
one.
J. Fox got it.
Yeah, Michael J. Fox deserves one too. Ralph Lauren, I guess. So Bono, Michael J. Fox, Magic Johnson. He gets it for being the oldest AIDS patient in the world. Ralph Lauren.
Of AIDS?
No, I think because they have those drugs now that basically have your viral load down to zero, down to nothing.
Oh, so when was it him who said he was cured of AIDS?
I think he said he was cured.
He didn't actually mean he was cured.
There is no cure.
He just had a viral, no detectable viral load.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the ladies can take his viral load now. Lionel Messi, the MLS star and captain of Argentina's World Cup winning soccer team. I guess that's sports stars. Denzel Washington, Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of Vogue. Bill Nye, the science guy.
Who doesn't have any science background.
Robert Francis Kennedy, the slain former New York senator and U.S. Attorney General. So that's Bobby Kennedy's dad. Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s dad. RFK.
Oh, okay.
RFK.
Yep.
Jane Goodall, the renowned primatologist and anthropologist. David M. Rubenstein, the co-founder of the Carlyle Group. Oh, all the conspiracy people are like, oh, the Carlyle Group. Sorry, that's an old conspiracy people. Fallen knows what I'm talking about. People that got their conspiracies from newsletters. Jose Andres, the celebrity chef and founder of World Kitchen Charity Group.
Okay.
Ashton Baldwin Carter, the former defense secretary. Tim Gill, an entrepreneur whose work has advanced LGBT rights. George W. Romney, no relation, the late businessman and former Michigan governor. George Stevens Jr., an author and playwright. And Fannie Lou Hamer, the late civil rights leader and founder of the Mississippi Freedom Democrat Party.
So what does this actually get you apart from a medal?
Nothing. It's a ceremony.
And your name
you
and
get
history.
it's the highest civilian honor.
Mm.
It's like the Congressional Medal of Honor, but presidents get to give it to you.
Bono, Magic
Just more
Johnson.
useless now.
Messi rejected. I thought Messi rejected it. Or was that fake?
Soros is the one that pisses me off.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, if one president can grant it, can another president rescind it?
No.
Bomber. Because that'd be hilarious if if Trump's
I'm
first.
taking it away, George. You lose your medal.
Come back in 4 years when I'm out.
Because Obama gave Biden one. So.
That sounds like this is a circle joke.
Yeah.
Obama.
Yeah, he gave it to Biden, and that's where the meme comes from of Obama giving it to himself.
Wait,
That's where that meme image comes from.
This one. We all know this meme.
Yeah, because Cosby was given one, and they asked Obama to revoke it, but there's no way to do that.
Because everybody puts Obama in.
Obama on Obama.
Obama
yes.
giving himself the medal, like.
Yeah.
Anyway, Escort doubles down on bold cheating claim after going viral, separating sex and love. An accountant turned sex worker has doubled down on her comments that married men having sex with her isn't cheating. Katya Cortez from Sydney, Australia. Oh, god damn. Why are they always Australian?
It's always Australians.
Why are the whores all Australian? Like, I know we have the biggest whore in the world. Fucking Angela. Sorry, let me rephrase. Not the biggest, the most popular.
You didn't just
whore
call
in the
Angela
world.
White, our queen.
I know the most popular whore in the world is from Australia, but come on.
Something.
Yeah. When she claimed that married men sleeping with her aren't cheating, and it's something she still very much believes. Men are in particular are better at separating sex and love. It's not the same as a connection. Oh, look, that's true. That's true.
It's still cheating.
Doesn't make it right though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just doesn't want to lose 90% of her Johns.
Well, she's a whore, so.
She's got to justify it.
Yeah,
it's not cheating. Don't worry about it.
See, the good thing about it.
Yeah.
See, you think that's a date? That's the number of men she's had sex with.
Yeah, so it's tally every time, every
in Roman numerals. Yeah.
Yeah.
She updates it every 3 weeks.
Yeah, she just does it in batches of 50, depending on how the week's going.
Batches of 50. She updates it every day.
Mysterious fog sweeping US sparks bioweapon fears amid alarming echoes of secret 1950s military program. I hate America. No, that's not true. I love America. I hate Americans. No, that's true. I love Americans.
I just
hate
don't like the
some
government.
Americans.
I just don't like the government. I just don't like the American government.
A thick, mysterious fog has descended upon a wide swath of the United States, sparking fears of another Operation Sea Spray. For 1 week in September of 1950, the US Navy sprayed massive amounts of bacteria into the air 2 miles off the coast of San Francisco.
That's why they're okay now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The aim of this secret biological warfare experiment was to learn how vulnerable large cities like San Francisco would be to a bio-warfare attack by terrorists. The bacteria we used were Serrata maricens, which can cause respiratory issues and meningitis, and Basilicus atrophius, which can be lethal to the immunocompromised individuals. At the time, the Navy believed these bacteria were harmless to humans. here are some examples of people who are like, "Oh my god, chemical fog."
No, it's just smog.
It's just fog. It's literally just fog. It's literally because it was unseasonably warm, and then there was an Arctic blast. So there's a temperature inversion. So the cold air above, the warm, moist air above drops rapidly, and along with everything else, all the other garbage that was in that warm, moist air.
Moist.
Such a weird word. Moist. I saw someone on Twitter the other day say moist is a Jewish word.
Moist.
The Jews gave us moist oive. And for those of you who may have just tuned in, I'm 2.5% Mizrahi Jew, so I'm allowed to make those jokes. I'm allowed to make that voice.
One drop rule.
That's right. So I would qualify to get an Israeli passport, I'm sure.
Oh, there's the whore you're talking about. Second from the bottom.
Annie Knight. Oh, fucking Christ.
Thanks,
all right.
God damn it.
I need to know what the shocking discovery was in her toilet.
Oh, I could tell you.
She found a dead frog.
Yeah, it was a dead
frog. Not a dead
She's
child.
Like,
okay.
No. I want to kill myself because of this.
Fuck it. I'm moving back to Melbourne, is what she said.
Anyway. Man in China becomes...
Good.
So this is
That's in the
much-
article. That's what she said. It's in the article.
This is a Tim story. Man in China becomes fluent in Japanese after watching over 4,000 Japanese adult videos.
Oh, well.
Jake
like
Song
Japanese.
shared the good
I don't
news
like-
on his
I don't
YouTube
like
video
Japanese
and
porn.
said he obtained the Japanese language proficiency test certificate where he stored N2, the ability to understand Japanese used in everyday situations and under a variety of circumstances to a certain degree.
Yeah, there's a whole
certification.
That's the only phrase he knows. Oh, please no.
Okay, so he knows all 400 words for vagina, but no words for love. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
basically
developed a
he
certain
just
level
watched-
of language ability without realizing it.
Yeah. So yeah, he learned conversational Japanese just by watching porn.
Watching Japanese porn, yes.
Yeah,
Now
I don't
he
like
has to
Japanese.
spend
I
another
don't.
4
I
years
don't like
trying to
Japanese
understand-
porn. It's censored, and I don't like the squealing.
Now he has to.
I don't like that at all.
Oh,
It sounds like they're fucking crying, and it's a turn.
I don't like the tears, so
Yeah, that too.
some people
Like,
Baldo gets off on that. I don't.
JABs are a fucking turn off. I hate it.
Anyway,
He needs to spend the next 4 years on a course on consent.
That's just how they sound when. Yeah.
At the recent Seattle reunion concert for Soundgarden, blasphemy. The new vocalist tried crowd surfing but landed on the floor instead.
Oh my god.
I wonder why. Or at least she went back.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they tried catching her, and then they said like, "Fuck this."
No, she gets up and she's like, "I knew I was too heavy. I knew I was too heavy." In the like how you think an angry black woman sounds, that's how she sounded. I knew I was too heavy. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I knew I was too heavy.
Oh, God. South Korean authorities are moving to arrest impeached President Yoon. So that's good, finally.
What was he impeached for?
For declaring martial law.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're going to arrest him for that.
Yes, he was arrested for improperly declaring martial law. For trying to coup the country.
So officially, he has been suspended from his presidential powers since the 14th of December, which is when he was impeached. So he's in the position, but he has no power because he's been impeached. Now they're going to remove him from office. So
I thought this was funny. Matt Gates says South Korea's president instituted martial law for a day, and they're trying to arrest him. I said martial law sounds like either a 90s action series or a noughties legal drama. Either way, Sam Elliott would star.
it was in fact a 90s action series, but spelt the correct way.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm like,
martial
you can
law.
have two shows with the same name. Yeah,
Martial law, the way it's spelled here, is a character.
Wasn't it with Chow Yun Fat?
No, it was with Sammo Hung. Because I watched it because Kelly Hu was on there too.
Who?
And Louis, some Aussie guy, Louis.
Kelly who?
Yeah, who? No, me. I'm who?
Yeah, that's
Who are
not
you?
Soundgarden, yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely a black hole there. I don't know about a black hole sun, though.
Costas Mandalore. That was his name. Yeah.
Costas Mandalore.
Yeah.
Hole in the floor.
Actually, speaking of Costas Mandalore, there is a great show that only lasted about 5 episodes with Costas Mandalore called The DA. It was a remake of a show from, I think, the 50s. It's a black and white show called DA. It starred, what's his fucking name? It was right there.
Sorry, it was Louis Mandalore, not Costas. Louis.
2004.
But he's the brother of Costas.
Because I can't find it.
What's it called?
It's called The DA. It's from 2004. Steven Weber was in it. And I'm thinking Bruno Campos, not who you just said.
Yeah.
Never mind. It only had 4 episodes. Actually, it was actually very good.
Yeah, I was wrong. It was Louis Mandalore in martial law, not Costas, but they're brothers. So I got them confused.
It was a very good show.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it because the law was really good.
Bruno Campos.
Bruno Campos.
Peter.
Yeah.
Out of.
Why do I know that name?
Because he was in tons of stuff around the early noughts. This guy, Bruno Campos.
He's a Brazilian dude who was.
That's
on
probably why the
Chess.
law was good, because he was a fucking lawyer.
Ah. That makes sense.
Yeah, he disappeared at the end of the noughties.
There you go. Yeah, and he became a lawyer.
Again.
Yeah, basically. Well, that's what it says. Yeah, from 2013 present as a lawyer. Excuse me.
Yeah, this was a great show. Law was really good. I enjoyed it.
Yep. Martial law was bad.
I can't find it. I want to watch it again, but I can't find the torrents. If one were inclined. It's one of those things where, because I downloaded it at the time, I just got lost in the fucking shuffle. That's why I don't delete anything anymore, because nothing ever fucking, nothing is like, it's very hard to find stuff again. Like, for instance, I went on a bender, not a Ricada bender, a thermo bender.
Oh, okay.
Queued up a whole bunch of movies to download on Radar. Like, I just went through Dolph Lundgren's back catalogue.
Nice.
And queued up a whole bunch of stuff. There's a whole bunch of his movies you just cannot get.
No.
They are just not there. Like, I index hundreds of trackers, no results.
Is Radar a thing?
Yeah,
Sorry, is that a site, or did you say on your radar?
Sorry, Radar is a.
Is it like Popcorn Time?
So,
was it like Popcorn Time? That old streaming torrent thing?
No. This is Radar.
Okay.
Radar is software. Is a program you can either run on your local machine or on a server, and it does what Sonar does with 2 R's. Sonar is for TV. Radar is for movies.
Right.
So it organizes and downloads automatically your catalog, so you can pull stuff in. I would show you mine, but I think it docks me.
No, it's okay. I'll look it up.
Let me see.
So is it just a torrent aggregating, organizing program? Download.
I can't actually. This doesn't use my local
64.
DNS. So it's an indexing program for your video movie management.
So it downloads.
You add a movie and then it can index. You point it to a whole bunch of indexes, or what I do is I have another thing called Prowler, which is from the same developers. It's open source. There's a repository on GitHub.
As soon as I go to install it, Windows Defender says, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Anyway, back to our regular program. A federal judge in Texas rules that ban on gun ownership by marijuana users is unconstitutional as applied.
Oh shit, baby!
Federal judge in El Paso has ruled that the United States government's ongoing ban on gun ownership by habitual marijuana users is unconstitutional in the case of a defendant who earlier pled guilty to the criminal charge. This court this week allowed the man to withdraw the plea and ordered that the indictment against him be dismissed. The new ruling stops short of declaring that the law against firearm ownership by cannabis users, 18 U.S.C. 922 G3, is itself unconstitutional, as applied to the defendant in the case. However, it says the government's lawyers failed to demonstrate the restrictions align with the nation's history of regulating gun ownership, noting that they did nothing, quote, nothing in the way of proving that the defendant was intoxicated by marijuana at the time of this incident. So, by virtue of him having a cannabis charge, they charged him with possession of a firearm by a cannabis user.
Unlawful possession.
So,
okay.
Whereas the law is meant to restrict presently intoxicated people. So.
Not people who have been charged with it.
Yeah.
Doesn't this mean it's going to SCOTUS?
Well, no, he won. It would go to SCOTUS if the government appeals.
No, I mean, because at what level was that?
That was at the federal court.
Yeah. Isn't one of the things that triggers SCOTUS is that you've got two different federal jurisdictions having two different decisions on the same, like they go on one side and one goes on the other side for the same topic.
Well, no, it would need to be appealed. Someone would need to appeal it. So if the government appeals the ruling in the federal court, it would go to the appellate court, and if the appellate court refuses to overturn or overturns and then the defendant appeals, then it goes to SCOTUS.
Yeah. Okay.
But if it's a controversy between the two states, if it's two states, it goes to SCOTUS immediately. If it's election related federally, it goes to SCOTUS. What else? If it's patent related, no. There's a special circuit for that. There's a couple other cases I'm probably missing, where it goes to SCOTUS straight away. So, it's interesting. I found out, or I rediscovered that one of the few things the federal government executes you for, in addition to treason and murder and drug trafficking, is air piracy. It's the air piracy. If you hijack a plane, that's you could be given the death penalty. Someone has to die. Someone has to die in the commission of the felony. So, if you hijack a plane and the air marshal kills your co-conspirator, you can be given the death penalty by the federal government. So,
okay,
so it's felony murder.
Yeah, very interesting. Anyway, subscription services including gym memberships will be required to offer one click to cancel starting January 14th.
Good.
The reader's note says the rule does not begin on January as stated. Most provisions of this rule will take effect 180 days after its publication in the Federal Register, which occurred on October 16th, 2024. Therefore, companies are required to implement these changes by April 14th, 2025.
Okay,
so
they got the
either
date
way,
wrong.
this year.
Yeah, exactly. That's cool. That's good. I like that. That gives people more freedom to
can I have that too,
people.
please? Over here in Australia, I would like that too, please.
Yeah.
The advantage is it probably will.
Yeah. I hope it does, because we agree to a contract, but if the terms of those contracts say I can leave, well, you shouldn't be able to make it harder for me to leave. That's.
Yeah.
I have the right to dissociate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Meryl Streep of porn explains what it takes to be Pornhub's #1 star. The Australian woman, damn it, who has been described as the Meryl Streep of pornography. Like, seriously, fuck the San Fernando Valley. Like, just move it over here. All the most popular ones are here anyway.
Well, she moved over there.
Yeah, I know.
That's the point. That's the problem. That's the
She
problem.
moved over to the US, yeah. Angela White has worked in pornography close to 2 decades. Pornhub's 2024 year in review report recently revealed White was the site's most popular star. She had a whopping 1.558 to 1,558,201,885 video views. Like many people, I found out when reading Pornhub's review in 2024 in review report. There is the woman in question and her assets. I can't imagine why she's popular. I would say for those old people here. She's the spiritual successor to Gianna Michaels.
Yes. I
don't
miss
even know
her
who
so
that is.
much.
Yes,
I
I
miss
miss Gianna.
Oh,
very
you
much
don't know who
so.
Gianna Michaels is?
Not by name.
Oh, okay, not by name. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, let me take a risk.
Am I supposed to remember the hookers' names?
No, but Gianna Michaels, my God.
Let's see. I go images. Is this going to get me banned?
I can't do a safe
no.
search.
So
for
this
her,
is Gianna
unfortunately.
Michaels.
There we go.
So for those of you who may not remember, this is a very good photo.
We're
This is
talking
Gianna
like
Michaels.
late 2000s now because she's retired for a long
Yes,
time.
if I go to her IMDb page.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, this is in Spanish. Let me just fix this. Because apparently it thinks I'm Spanish. EN. Oh, maybe the default is EN and I don't have to put it
She was very, very, very famous on Bang Bros back.
Oh,
in the
yes.
day.
If you've seen Piranha 3D.
No.
She's the parasailing girl in Piranha 3D.
Gianna's one of the girls who made Bang Bros pretty damn famous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a selection of her filmography. Some top quality titles there.
No, not familiar.
Not familiar? Okay.
I'll admit her work is vintage at this point, but it's
Yes, it is vintage at this point, yeah.
yes, but it's peak.
Lot of 4x3.
Yeah, and see the dates here: 2005, 6. It's peak mid 2000s.
Yeah. So 2001.
Oh, Spring Thomas. That's a name I haven't
Going
heard.
back a
in many-
long. There's a name I haven't heard for a long
That's the one.
time.
Yes, the Obi-Wan quote. Yes. Spring Thomas. Oh my God.
Furious fuckers. Is that Fast and the Furious? No. She predates Fast and the Furious. Woman 47 who spent $100,000 on plastic surgery is set to undergo blood transfusion from 23-year-old son. The human Barbie, Marcela Iglesias, has spent close to $100,000 on plastic surgery. She wants to reverse aging by rejuvenating her cells through a blood transfer. There she is.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works either. There's her son who looks weird.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Playing dress up with mummy.
Yeah. Anyway, this is funny.
2024 election.
So CNN just aired this. This was from the from CNN's New Year's Eve ball drop. Vintage Thermo, what the modern porn actress bring to the art and craft of pornography that the pioneers didn't already bring. Well, yeah, I wouldn't. Maybe girth is what the modern or the actresses. I guess the performers bring girth. The titties are better. Just because the quality of plastic surgery has improved.
And they're not dubbed.
There's greater
anymore.
diversity. There's far more for those of us who are fans of Ebony. There's far more attractive African American artists. Let's say. Yeah. But the titties are better. The titties are better at Hungry Jack's.
2024 election fried our brains.
My biggest,
2024 election fried our brains. The Democrats couldn't hold a primary because they were too busy holding a body upright. Are we still rolling? Am I off?
Go for it.
It was amazing that the pro-choice party didn't give their voters one when it came to the presidential candidate. Kamala was forced on us so hard you'd think she was patented by Pfizer or Moderna, whichever one's. Oh God, Amanda just gave me a very scary look.
No.
Funny.
Look, it's
that
better
was
than Don
Whit-
Lemon.
Pretty good.
Better than Don
What?
Lemon getting drunk and groping people. I mean,
Yeah, well, that was Whitney Cummings, who she can be funny, unlike most female comedians. Sarah Sharif's killer father has his throat slit with a tuna can. Lead in prison. Prison bloodbath. Sick fiend left fighting for life after New Year's Day attack. Just weeks into 40-year term for brutal murder of his 10-year-old daughter. So Happy New Year, everyone! Lovely gift from his fellow inmates. Two inmates pounced on Irfan Sharif, 43, in his cell on New Year's Day at Her Majesty's Prison in Belmarsh, South London. Just weeks into his 40-year sentence, the murderer was left in a critical condition, but is understood to have survived the brutal attempt on his life. Boo! Boo!
Well, the upside is he'll probably spend the rest of his prison sentence, so the rest of his life, in a cell alone.
Yeah.
With no human... The only human interaction will be get up. You got an hour. Get back inside.
So a prison source reported saying Irfan was sliced up badly in his cell by two others who rushed in. It was planned, and they used a makeshift weapon made from the lid of a tin of tuna. He was sliced in the neck and face, and is still in healthcare in a very bad way. He's lucky to survive. He has to have stitches and will have scars as a permanent reminder of the attack. Something like this was always on the cards, and an attack was probably only a matter of time. Inmates were not happy he is in there with them, although the other prisoners are in for heinous crimes. A lot of them do not like people who attack children. A lot of them are saying how it couldn't have happened to a more deserving guy.
Yeah.
So
didn't see nothing, Screw. Can't get no information out of me.
So he tortured his kid for 2 years before finally murdering her. So in his sentencing remarks, the judge told Batul, "You did nothing to protect Sarah," but he could not be sure if she actively participated until the end. He said it was clear Sarah was singled out amongst the children for this treatment. I have no doubt that you both cared much less for Sarah, but she was not Batul's because she was not Batul's natural child. She was treated as like a skivvy in the family from a very young age. Neither of you had any concern for the happiness or the quality of life of the child. You treated her like she was worthless. The degree of cruelty involved was almost inconceivable. The pretext for homeschooling was a ruse to cover up and continue the abuse. At the time, she was being subjected to despicable abuse. She was also deprived of an education. She was made to wear a hijab to cover up the bruises which were all over her body. Sarah was brave, feisty, and spirited child, but she wasn't as submissive as you wanted her to be. I have no doubt that your ego and sense of self-importance was boosted by your power over her. Yeah, fuck these scumbags. The judge said of Sharif's confession to the killing midway through his trial, your stated remorse was nothing more than a ploy. When she died, she had burn marks on her ankles, so it was likely she was tied up and boiling water poured on her ankles. This treatment is nothing short of gruesome. It must have been painful, especially at the hands of her parents. Sarah had 6 bite marks on her body, which were carried out by Batul, who was complicit and comfortable with the abuse. He said she was trussed up with masking tape and skipping rope. Even worse, she was hooded. This treatment of a 10-year-old is nothing short of gruesome. Sharif had met Sarah's mother, Polish Olga Domin, online in 2009, and they got married less than a year later, but separated after the mother accused him of abuse. She lost a fucking court battle to keep Sarah away from Sharif. His wife, Benesh Bentul, and his brother, Masud Malik, like, they're all in prison. That is fucking disgusting. So, the man was given fucking, like, Jesus fucking Christ. I know I'm probably romanticizing, but I'd like to imagine that the tuna can lid was fashioned by a patient man, exceptional at origami, with at least 25 sharp edges.
Nice.
Well, it didn't do the job, did it? You know. Health officials investigating possible link between Ozempic and eye-rotting condition. Ozempic manufacturer Novo Nordisk said patient safety is a priority and the benefit-risk profile of semaglutide remain unchanged. It's called non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy. And by taking Ozempic, you double the likelihood of having this illness. So I don't know what the likelihood of you getting it is.
Yeah, so. My doctor offered me Ozempic, and I went through the research, and it's not worth it. Not worth the risk.
There's others. There's what's it called? Saxenda, which is liraglutide. Same method of action. There's a new one from. I heard of a new one the other day from Eli Lilly. Lilly. Pharma. Weight loss drug. I can't remember the fucking name.
My biggest concern was that it paralyzes the stomach.
No, it can. It can
concerning.
cause that. That's a pretty.
That's a part of its process is that it paralyzes the stomach from doing its normal whatever, and that's why you lose weight. Is because it doesn't actually dissolve the food that you eat, and that coming off it, there is a risk that it's a permanent issue, as opposed to a temporary one while you're taking the drug.
Well, I know liraglutide because they both suppress the appetite. Liraglutide's method of action is just appetite suppression. It doesn't. I don't think it actually. I think it actually does. I don't think it actually has that side effect. I'd have to look it up. Tirzepatide is the other one. This one. So it's a dual GLP-1 GIP medication. They all use a very similar method of action. So because they were all originally used to treat diabetes. So anytime there is a popular drug, you will see stories like this.
Yeah.
So there will be a lot of famous people whose eyes rot out if this is true. So.
Yep.
Anyway. There was a mass shooting in New York City. You didn't hear about it because it was out the front of a club in Queens. So nobody gives a shit. So. What was this one? Independent lab results reveal after Georgia biolab fire. Preliminary independent test results of water, soil, dust, and dust from the aftermath of a biolab fire in Conyers have been released to 11 Alive News investigates, offering a glimpse of the chemical plume's impact. Samples of the highest level of cancer-causing dioxins was the water sample from the pond, which is owned by the VFW and sits within 1,500 feet of the biolab. Oof. According to the EPA, the pond has an intermittent connection based on stormwater flow to Tanyard Beach, which is a tributary of Almond Creek and South River. Oi. Rot roll.
Yeah, yes indeed.
Yeah, so maybe avoid that pond, and if you're in Rockdale County, Georgia, maybe move.
Yeah.
The Guardian Angels will reappear on subways again in response to sky-high crime.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 80s all over. It's the 70s and 80s all over again, Fall, and we're repeating it.
Well, in day and night patrols, 3-person patrols, we're all together. We're walking through the cars, which is something the police no longer do. Notice there are no mental health workers. There are no crisis intervention. They have all these fancy names. I never see them. And we spend millions of dollars on my day. Our job is, A, do a wellness check on a homeless person. If they're homeless or emotionally disturbed, see if they're okay. If all of a sudden we walk into a situation where there's an episode, which oftentimes happens, we have to calm it down. A lot of times, these homeless and emotionally disturbed persons, they know of the Guardian Angels. We can have a calming effect. We can also bring the situation to the attention of cops on the platform. If there are cops, you're going to probably see them on the platform. Generally, that's why we always stick our heads out at the station, and we always check to the north, to the south. If there are any police officers, we would hold the door open, tell the conductor, we need the police presence here. Citizens won't do that because, unfortunately, the Daniel Penny effect has frozen them. They're not going to get involved. I've seen grown men who normally might have gotten involved. They're just not getting involved any longer We train. This is what we do. We know how to do it. And we'll coordinate it once we get on the train with the conductor, who obviously has more freedom than the motorman, but we'll obviously make sure that that train is stopped and that the police respond, and that we keep order in the car so that nobody gets
Order
hurt,
in the
including
car!
the emotionally disturbed person.
Order in the car. Who's the next Rudy
Conductor, we have a
Giuliani?
problem. Conductor, we have a problem.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, Curtis tried to
let's
run for
see.
mayor, I think. Or he was running for some office recently, but he lost.
Eric Adams might be. If Eric Adams continues on this current, if the trajectory continues, Eric Adams might end up being the Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, he ran for mayor in 2021, but he
It's
lost.
all gonna. It's all, you know it's gonna end up being the most far left person they can find.
Oh, totally.
So because it's gonna
Becoming
be
the
it's
next-
gonna be Democrats,
the next
unless this
mayor.
shit continues. If this shit continues, then maybe not.
Yeah. Ooh, someone's gonna get
Yeah,
content
let's
struck
play it
for
again
that.
for those who missed it.
Yeah, fuck it. So pushes the yellow jacket in front of the train.
Yeah.
Yep. Damn.
That's pretty messed up.
Yeah. All right, it's time for a game. Chat. What ethnicity do you think the pusher was?
Hispanic.
So
let's
Tim says
go with a
Hispanic.
good old American Southern boy.
A basketball American?
Oh, good old boy from Georgia.
You would be
Or
correct.
Kentucky.
It was a basketball American. Here he is being arrested. So the guy is making a recovery. He was in hospital under critical condition, but yeah, he is recovering.
So he landed between the tracks.
He got really fucking lucky, like so
Yeah.
incredibly fucking lucky,
And didn't
But
touch
yeah.
the third rail. Good for
Yeah.
him.
So, and I think this happened, like where this happened is not in Alvin Bragg's area. So this guy might actually go to prison.
Oh,
So.
nice.
Yeah. 2 Portland Sasquatch hunters found dead in Washington Forest. Roll.
Suspicious clumps of hair in their slash mark.
Clawed to death. 2 Portland men who had been looking for Sasquatch were found dead in Gifford Pinot National Forest Saturday, officials said. Family member reported the 2 men missing around 1 a.m. Christmas Day after they didn't return on Christmas Eve as expected. The Skamania County Sheriff's Office said in a statement on Facebook on Saturday. More than 60 volunteers helped look for the men, and the US Coast Guard sent a helicopter. The men 59 and 37 were found dead on December 28th in a wooded area of Gifford Pinochet National Forest. The sheriff's office said they appear to have died from exposure, based on weather conditions and ill preparedness.
The Sam Squanch exposed itself to him.
Yes, they were exposed.
Naturally.
They were exposed to the Sasquatch, and as a result, they died. They ran off into the wilderness and got lost and died. No, they went into the forest in the dead of winter, unprepared.
Fools.
So, fucking hell. Trans
They
child
really,
molester.
they really need to teach the 4 threes in school.
What's the
4
fourth
threes of
reason?
survival. 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 hours
Oh, yeah.
without.
Oh yeah, the rule of threes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Trans child molester held in women's prison sexually assaulted cellmate. I'm shocked. New lawsuit claims. Who could have possibly predicted? A transgender child molester at a women's prison has been accused of sexually assaulting her cellmate. Former Washington Corrections Center for Women inmate Mozzie Clark Sanchez claims Christopher Scott Williams, who identifies as a woman, subjected her to months of stalking, threats of violence, and sexual harassment and assault while they were cellmates. Unbelievable. could have possibly predicted that this lovely young man, I mean woman, would commit such a horrible act? Fucking Christ! It's just retarded.
He probably stalked her by following her around outside the cell.
Yeah, you're not in your cell all the time.
Where she ate, where she worked out, where she on the whatever they call it, the playground, whatever it's called,
the yard,
out the yard.
That's it.
Oh, son
School,
is arrested.
prison, same thing.
That's right. During recess, son is arrested for exhuming his mother's body from her grave and driving her coffin home. A man has been arrested for removing his mum's body from a grave at a Spanish cemetery and driving his coffin home in her coffin home in his car. He told an investigating judge today. See, this is what I find interesting. I think the French do this thing as well. The investigators are judges, so it's a strange setup, and I don't quite understand it. I know it's very different from how the West, like what we understand to be the Western legal system, looks like, and I really wish there was like a Law and Order France, or a Law and Order Cairo, or a Law and Order Spain, or Barcelona. In English, yeah. Because like I think that'd be fucking fascinating to look at a legal system, like a Law and Order system that works fundamentally differently to how it works for us. Because even the Law and Order of the UK, like Law and Order UK, it's basically the fucking same. Like it's okay, yeah. There's a police prosecutor. There's not a separate elected prosecutor. That's fundamentally the difference. There's the Crown Prosecution Service. The Crown brings charges, which is just the government. So I think a prosecuting judge would be very interesting.
As opposed to a private lawyer working for the government, it is the government. Like,
yeah, that's right.
Oh wow, there's so much difference there.
Yeah. Anyway, he told an investigating judge today after spending a night in a police cell that he just wanted to check she was really gone because her death 3 days earlier had occurred so suddenly. He was examined by a psychiatrist following his detention yesterday who concluded there was no reason to admit him to a hospital and ruled he could be hauled to court. So so fucking weird. Witnesses informed a local priest after the dead woman's grown-up son marched to the funeral niche where she had been laid to rest, yelling that she had been taken from her home without permission. This guy sounds fucking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
The woman's bearded son, who has only been identified by his initials RAD. Rad! Oh my god. What a fucking ridiculous story. Mahasharata man sets wife on fire for giving birth to girl for the third time.
He sounds really angry about that.
Kundulik Uttamkale killed his wife Mania in Gankahed and Naka. It's India. I was going to say it's either India or Pakistan. Some 520 kilometers from here on Thursday night, the officials said. Mumbai, a man allegedly poured petrol and set his wife ablaze after she gave birth to the couple's third daughter. Jesus Christ. Import the third world, become the third world, I guess.
Because it's not like she had any choice over...
Yeah, no, this is the irony. It's his fault. The sperm determines the sex.
Yeah.
100%. The sperm 100% decides the sex of the fucking child.
He's sort of self-immolated.
The X chromosome comes from the man. Or is it the other way around? The Y chromosome comes from the man. Oh yeah, Y, the last man. Yeah, so Y. The Y chromosome comes from the man.
Mm-hmm.
So, fucking hell.
Oh, because a woman can only give XX, and a man
obviously, because the woman has 2 pairs of X chromosomes, so she doesn't have any Y chromosomes to give. So that if you take 2 women, if you take an egg and fertilize it with a woman's any cell from a woman, then it would produce another woman. But if you take a cell, so that's why sperm. when it's sperm is what decides whether it's a boy or girl. So
Yeah.
sperm either carry an X chromosome or a Y chromosome because men have both.
Yeah.
So, despite hang on, anyway, the fucking third world, and they're fucking burning women like for ridiculous shit. Despite strong bipartisan support, bill to protect kids online fails to advance in Congress. We did it, everybody! We did it. This was the Kids Online Safety Act. Passed this summer by 91-3 by mid-December after some tweaks to the language, even in conservative heavyweights like Elon Musk and Donald Trump urging Speaker Mike Johnson to give it a vote in the House. But it didn't happen, so it's got to go back to the Senate. It expired. Suffering your jocks. Anytime you get that fucking number, like, 91 senators voted yes. Oh, well, it must be good for everybody then.
No, it must be good for those 91 senators.
Imagine how good the fucking Patriot Act was. It was 100 senators voted yes. Actually, I don't think it was 99. But there was an abstention because someone was out sick. So the lone person in the House who voted against it was Ron Paul.
Ron?
Yes, Ron Paul, not fucking Rand Paul.
Sorry, what? Which?
The Patriot Act.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, back then. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Yep.
Damn it. No, I only want results for USA Patriot. That was the name of the fucking act. Does it have votes?
You search the 107th Congress. Oh, no, there it is.
Final House vote. 3 Republicans voted no. 62 Democrats voted no.
Yeah.
In the Senate, 1 Democrat voted no.
Ron Paul was a House.
He's a House Republican, yeah.
Yeah, because Rand is the senator. Yeah.
So Rand's a senator, and he didn't join the. He wasn't elected until after his father retired.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fucking ridiculous. No justice, no peace. A march for Robert Brooks through time. Who the fuck's Robert Brooks?
Which fucking one was this? Robert Brooks. Hang on. I know we've talked about it.
Inside the prison where Robert Brooks was beaten to death.
Didn't we cover that? Where they beat a prisoner to death.
Oh, yes. Oh, dude, yes. This was the guy last week. Fuck, I forgot his name. Yeah. That's why.
Did we have a show last week, did we?
Yeah, we had a show last week. Why would we not have?
What happened?
Yeah. Because I must have missed
it. Beaten to death?
The correctional
Tim
officers
thinks he's the main character here.
No, I thought we'd been on break since like Christmas or whatever. Oh, I missed it. Whatever.
No, just the one episode.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm thinking. Yeah.
Last week was just me and RC. It flew by. We did like 4 hours, and that was it.
Yeah.
Big turnout.
No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Fuck these racist police!
Catchy.
Because that sounds a lot better than fuck this racist ass correctional officers.
Correctional officers, yes. Mm-hmm. I was treated better as a trans woman, but changed my mind. Now my college won't let me talk about it. Berkeley Music College stated support for creators' expression is questioned. A top US music school is under fire for breaking its own rules on free speech by stopping one of its students from discussing his troubled history with changing sex. Simon Amaya Price, 20, says Berkeley College of Music in Boston. This is hilarious. Berkeley is spelled.
Yeah, not the other Berkeley.
It's meant to be a knockoff. Oh, no. We're not UC Berkeley. We're Berkeley College, spelled differently. That's Berkeley with a Y. We're Berkeley with 2 E's.
Mm.
Well, 3 E's technically. Cancelled his talk about it. The 3 years he struggled to live as a female, even after the event sparked campus backlash. Sorry, after the event sparked campus backlash. This guy transitioned, then detransitioned, and his college is.
Wait, what? He detransitioned twice.
He transitioned and then detransitioned.
Oh, okay.
He lived as a girl, for 3 years, and then detransitioned, became a man again.
He looks like he could be Adam Krigler's brother.
Ooh.
Ooh, damn.
Actually, he could be Krugler's son because Krugler's my age.
Yeah, you might want to get that off screen.
Yeah.
Why?
That's
a
a
drawing.
penis.
Transgender woman is forced to have testicle removed after it became twisted in agonizing injury caused by tucking.
Oh no!
Yes.
No.
Oh, dude, that's
Testicular torsion is painful.
Yes,
Here's another
testicular
joke.
torsion is painful, but my half brother had a wandering testicle when he was very young. So where it's because they don't always descend straight away, and his was like stuck around, and it can actually cause real damage. So they had to do a procedure to get it to move into the right place. So very anyway. New Airbnb owner responds after finding out that OnlyFans star Lily Phillips slept with 101 men in their home.
Is that real?
Yeah, he's not good with smells.
Lily then walked us through the process that she had repeated 100 times that day.
Come on in, make yourself at home, take your shoes
I don't want to
off,
say
got
imagine the
some,
smell.
Hangers here if you want to put your coat up.
Apparently it was
Come on
bad.
in, where you travel from today? Oh, lovely.
Well, there's used
oh, it's so nice
tissues
to meet
and-
you. I'll get you on the bed, make yourself comfortable. Take off
Yeah,
your trousers.
black light.
Because of waiting, we tried to get back into the Airbnb.
Actually, not
We
used
ended up being
tissues, there's
delayed by
used
one of her
rubbers
assistant's
everywhere.
boyfriends, a close-up magician who had been performing for men in the waiting room.
Her boyfriend
Hold on, they had
is
a
a magician.
Wow, they had a close-up magician performing magic in the living room. That's awesome.
I rewind it back. I believe they said that it's her boyfriend.
Yeah, he's in the
Oh,
cut chair.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably the
Because of
camera.
waiting, we tried to get back into the Airbnb. We ended up being delayed by one of her assistant's boyfriends, a close-up magician who had been performing for men in the waiting
Assistant's
room.
boyfriend.
Assistant's boyfriend.
Waiting room, okay.
Lily's PA gave us some more updates and promised us that they were nearly finished.
It's definitely the busy time of the night. That door is turning into more of a revolving door. There are guys coming in and out of there constantly.
There were guys coming in and out of there, all right?
Ew.
They're going in and coming and then leaving.
Does she do any STD screenings?
I think so.
Apparently, yes.
I thought she got one.
I think
and
they had
realised
to
she
pay
some-
for it.
Lily Phillips.
You have to provide like because we showed the advertisement for her next one on the show, and it's like have a STD, bring your STD screening along, and it's like
Yeah.
But it's
So
gotta
you have
be
to go
within-
through
you-
STD.
It's got to be done within 72 hours of the actual event.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, these people are bored.
She definitely violated Airbnb's terms of service.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
101 guests. Yeah, then no.
No, it actually it specifically states you cannot do porn in Airbnbs in their terms of service.
Well, that
Really?
as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Explicitly.
sure. I'm pretty sure it explicitly states no pornography.
Huh.
Well,
I guess.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense.
I guess that makes sense because they have credit card processes to worry about.
Yep.
So.
I'm pretty sure.
See,
Apparently,
Visa and MasterCard are the biggest barriers to actual capitalism because
Oh,
they get to control, they get to apply morality to capitalism. Oh no, we don't like this, so we're not letting you access our transaction
Prudes.
system. Apparently, this was a shooting in North Seattle caught on video. Caught on camera.
Pew, 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 pew.
Is it more basketball Americans?
Right by basketball Americans. Pop, 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 pop.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Pit maneuver. Shoot.
That's not a pit maneuver.
Pit, whatever the fuck. He's cutting him
No,
off.
pit maneuver is where you
Pit
hit
is where
the
you ram
rear
the side of the
forequarter
car. My
and
brain's
spin
not
the
working.
car out of control.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is just pulling in front of a car.
Cornering him, blocking, cutting off. Pit maneuver is just the thing.
Didn't do a very good job of cutting them off.
Jeez, it was nice for him to pull up right in front of the fucking camera. I tell
Lamest
ya.
drive-by ever.
You had to get out of the car, like as if you'd get out of the car. You just wind down the fucking window.
He doesn't want to shoot. Yeah, he's too lazy. He doesn't want to shoot through his own window.
That's why you wind it down. Your power windows.
Fuck. Yeah, except he's on the wrong side of the car to do that.
I don't want to be shooting him in close space.
You power down the other window as you're approaching.
Yeah,
pull
shoot
up.
across.
Bah, 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 bah.
Someone inside the car. No, you got to
Who cares? I'm pretty sure you're traveling alone. Either way, who cares? You better
No,
kill
someone else got out.
No, you got out of the other side.
Nah.
Yeah, someone else got out of the other side.
What? No,
America,
they didn't.
The driver's side's on the left in America. He was yeah.
Yes.
Stops.
No, he's the only person that gets out of the car.
Driver gets
He
out.
gets out.
Yeah, driver
gets out.
And the
Someone
other
else
door
opens the door.
opens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't get out.
You'd have to reach across
Someone's
someone to
The
shoot.
window is open. Give the other guy the gun then.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
How's that door open? Because there's a passenger in there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like I said,
By the way,
worst drive-by ever.
Not even
well, it wasn't even a
drive-by,
real
it wasn't
drive-by. He
driving.
pulled up and shot him.
It's a pull up.
The other guy drove away.
Pull up shooting.
Pull up. Pull up.
Retard.
They don't want the
Retard.
shell cases to burn holes in leather seats. Yeah, fair enough. Families must stay indoors for 48 hours as highly contagious virus spreads. This is this is the Manchester Evening News. So not Manchester, New Hampshire. This is Manchester in the UK.
Oh no.
So everybody here did exactly what they were told. So anyway, moving on. Bible removed from Texas school district after law banning sexually explicit content backfires. Ford's social media intern from Dearborn, Michigan forgot to switch accounts. Ford Motor Company says, all eyes on Gaza. Israel is a terrorist state. Free Palestine.
I wonder what Henry Ford would think about that.
Yeah, Henry Ford would be very happy about that.
Was he not a fan of...
He's an anti-Semite, yeah.
Yes,
An actual one.
He was basically a Nazi.
China hacked Treasury Department in major breach, US says. The episode comes at a particularly sensitive moment just as the Biden White House is dealing with one of the most far-reaching and damaging hacks into American infrastructure in the cyber age.
Oh, no.
One of China's intelligence agencies hacked the US Treasury Department, gaining access to the workstations of government employees and unclassified documents, the Biden administration said on Monday. The latest in a series of embarrassing surveillance operations against major institutions. I really fucking hope the Trump administration pulls his fucking finger out about this stuff. Like, will they get in and start going hard after China, like electronically, because the Chinese espionage is out of fucking control. I mean, you have like Chinese agents with their hooks into members of Congress, for God's sakes.
That's ridiculous.
That's pretty bad.
It was unclear from Treasury's limited first account of the episode exactly what the hackers were seeking, but senior officials with access to the intelligence on the breach said that it appeared to be entirely an espionage operation and not part of other Chinese efforts to insert malicious computer code into utility grids, water supplies, giving them a capability to shut off critical American infrastructure. Oh yeah, because they're doing that too.
Yeah, well, the Treasury's not critical, though, is it?
Yeah. In a letter informing lawmakers of this episode, the Treasury Department said it had been notified on December 8th by a third-party software service company, Beyond Trust, that the hacker had obtained a security key that it allowed it to gain remote access to certain Treasury workstations and documents on them. Based on available indicators, the incident has been attributed to China's state-sponsored Advanced Persistent Threat Actor. The letter said, in accordance with Treasury policy, intrusions attributed to an APT are considered a major cybersecurity incident. Top Chinese officials have a deep interest in the activities of the Treasury Department, which oversees sensitive data about the global financial system and estimates of China's own troubled economy. The department also implements sanctions against Chinese firms, including in recent times those aiding Russia in the war against Ukraine.
So the company was Beyond Trust?
Yeah, Beyond Trust, yeah.
Is where the attack came from?
Well, I think Beyond Trust does remote access services, so maybe they were breached.
Well, all it would take would be...
Beyond Trust is identity. They do PAM stuff. They do identity access and protection.
All it would take would be for China to get one person into Beyond Trust as a coder.
Yeah.
And they'd have every single computer that Beyond Trust is on access to.
No, that's easy enough.
Oh, it depends. It depends on how Beyond Trust handles their stuff. Because Beyond Trust sells us a PAM product as well, which is privileged access management.
Okay.
So let's see, they do identity and security products, identity security insights. So it's odd. It must have come from Beyond Trust. So Beyond Trust had a security key leak or something like that potentially gave them access to Treasury systems. So Beyond Trust gave access or lost access to the Treasury Department's keys. I'd have to check through government contracts to see if the Treasury Department has a contract with Beyond Trust. Earlier in the year, Chinese intelligence cracked email accounts used by Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo as she was making determinations about new export controls on advanced semiconductors and other key technologies in an attempt to slow their acquisition by Chinese firms. Similar efforts were made against targets in the State Department. This is the thing. Information, cyber is a military domain. It's a domain of war. Air, land, sea, cyber. These are all military domains. These are all domains of war. Information as well. But like cyber attacks like this should have kinetic responses. Like America has the ability, like the Israelis have the ability to assassinate fucking people in foreign countries. America needs to start getting in on the fucking action. Like if you're a hacker, like if you're a hacking group, like if you're a hacker who works for the Chinese state or the Iranian state or the Russian state, you should wake up one morning with a guy with a balaclava over his head pumping 5 rounds into your chest. Like, that's it. That's like, this shit has to be responded to. And I'm not saying go to war, but okay, they hack your shit, you hack their shit back. Or you don't hack their shit back, you just fucking kill the guys who did it.
Yeah.
You only have to do that for a little while.
Beer missiles.
Before people are too scared to work.
Before anybody who has a fucking brain in their head goes, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do hacking. I think I'm going to go and work for Google. Or I'm going to go and work for fucking ByteDance instead of working for Chinese state security and waking up in the middle of the night to an American with a fucking silenced pistol. And dying in my bed. Like, fucking hell. The Salt Typhoon hackers also obtained a near-complete list of the phone numbers the Justice Department has wiretapped to monitor people suspected of crimes or espionage, giving the Chinese government insight into which Chinese spies the United States has identified and which it has missed. Like, fucking Christ. Absolute fucking clown show.
Sometimes you'd actually want your adversaries to get information for false trials.
Yeah, but that's counterintelligence. That's not going to end up reported in the fucking New York Times.
No.
So,
well,
it's just a fucking joke. These last 4 years have been a fucking clown show. The world has progressively gotten worse. Like, progressively. Like, everything is on fire. Everything is on fire. Like, the man will go down in history as the worst president since Carter. I swear.
Yep.
Like, because that period, fucking 75, like 76 to 80 was a fucking shit show. The fucking oil crisis, Iran, fucking half of South America, like, just fucking nightmare, man. Absolute fucking just Taliban orders all NGOs in Afghanistan to stop employing women or face closure. So good luck. Speaking of Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Carter has finally, where is it? Actually. So Jimmy Carter, the Jimmy Carter died today account? No. Community note, yes. Jimmy Carter, yes, passed away at the age of 100 after filling out his ballot for Joe Biden. But people have thankfully been remembering all the fucking disasters, like all the foreign policy disasters and all the shit that has happened because of fucking Carter. Will Tanner says he just died, so we're supposed to pretend he's a saint, but Carter was instrumental in killing the free and prosperous state of Rhodesia and aiding Mugabe in his takeover. He then transformed it into a hellish Zimbabwe. In fact, after Harold Wilson, Carter is the key villain. I've written much about this before, but a quick summary to set the scene. Carter was elected in 76 and acceded to power in 77. This coincided with the Bush War taking its final and much more intense form, with Soviet and CCP-backed rebels infiltrating from Zambia and Mozambique, which the Portuguese had lost in 75 after the 74 Carnation Revolution. The Rhodesian government, still generally supported by most blacks and whites within the country, was fighting for its life against those communist rebels, and in desperate need of Western aid to survive. Its survival would have meant a bulwark against the communists in one of the world's key regions. It needed that aid because the South Africans had generally stopped helping, as they sensed which way the wind was blowing and sought detente in their region with the black communist governments. And though throwing Rhodesia to the wolves would buy them some time, Meanwhile, the whole world, other than South Africa and Israel, had gone along with UN sanctions of Rhodesia, cutting it off from needed trade and access to supplies. So with the South Africans betraying them, the British unhelpful, and the communists surrounding them, Rhodesians desperately needed American aid. In a sane world, it would have been given. Rhodesia was free with personal property and property rights, and generally protected and respected for whites and blacks alike. It was willing to fight communism, and at the point of Carter's election, it had already done so for a decade. It could feed Africa and had vast mineral reserves. So it was just the sort of state you would think America would want to aid in the Cold War and help defend from communism. That aid was given by some Americans personally, such as Soldier of Fortune Robert Brown, and some Americans arrived to fight as volunteers. But it was left to see if Carter would let Rhodesia fall to the communists, or provide the little bit of aid and sanctions relief it needed to keep fighting. Carter didn't give it. Despite being a Southern Democrat, he was enthralled to the race communist spirit of the age, one best represented by his friend and fellow Georgian civil rights leader Andy Young. Young, America's ambassador from January to September 79, was known for being lenient towards communist tyranny. He took the lead on US policy towards Rhodesia and remained unremittingly hostile to the country as it fought for survival against communist aggression, not only maintaining sanctions on it, but providing much moral aid to communist rebels like Mugabe and Nkomo. That led the Young-led American support for communist rebels continued even as they committed horrid atrocities. For example, in 1979, Nkomo's USSR-aided rebels, after years of torturing and killing black villagers, shot down 2 Rhodesian civilian airliners. When the planes crashed, his men raped the survivors and then bayoneted them to death. After the planes were shot down and survivors deliberately tortured and murdered, Young described Nkomo as conciliatory towards the Rhodesians. Young even kept up support of Mugabe to the point of refusing to let the Rhodesians find a negotiated political end to the war. When moderate African bishop Abel Muzorewa was elected in the 1979 election in what is described as undeniably mobilizing a genuine outpouring of sentiment for peace among black Rhodesians, Young smeared it as an election of a neo-fascist. He then, with Carter's blessing and support, pushed for an end to such conciliatory measures and demanded an election in which Mugabe or Nkomo could be elected. So under Carter's watch in the last year of his presidency, Young then supported Mugabe in the 1980 election, which was characterised by Mugabe's men intimidating voters. Lord Christopher Soames, charged by the British with overseeing the election, found that the scale of intimidation in eastern Rhodesia, bordering Mozambique, which had sheltered Mugabe's ZANU guerrillas, was massive. The mere presence of Mugabe's guerrillas in the villages was enough to deter the local population from showing support for any party other than ZANU. Young didn't care about the voter intimidation nor the torture and killing of black Rhodesians. Instead, he stuck by Mugabe, again with Carter's blessing. Even as Mugabe described the multi-party state as a luxury he would end, Young praised him, saying, I find I'm fascinated by his intelligence, by his dedication. The only thing that frustrates me about Robert Mugabe is that he's so damn incorruptible. For reference, Young's support of Mugabe and Carter's friendship with Young continued past Carter's presidency. He even defended Mugabe as he murdered and stole the farms of Rhodesians' white farmers. Young defended the land reform, saying President Mugabe is doing a much better to manage this situation than the British government is doing managing Ireland. He then hand-waved away the murder that occurred, saying, I think it was in the tradition of civil disobedience, but unfortunately the hostilities between the veterans and the landowners was rather volatile, and people were killed. Young has continued to support Mugabe in recent years. In 2008, the New Republic quoted him as lying and ridiculously claiming that Mugabe didn't steal, leading that outlet to say Young, with the soft voice and doe eyes, long ago turned into a cash carnivore, fronting for Africa's tyrants in corporate boardrooms and congressional offices. 39, it added, well, he does steal, and from his own people, and he maims and murders them too. So as a free nation tried fighting communist tyranny, Carter sent the civil rights hounds after it and let them destroy it in the name of race communism, supporting murderous rebels in the name of democracy, even as they butchered civilians in unspeakable atrocities and intimidated voters. He and his friend Andy Young then continued to support Mugabe even as he genocided the Ndebele, stole land and other property from the remaining whites, and killed them as quote-unquote land reform. So unless you support the murderous Robert Mugabe in his campaign of terror-filled race communism, there's no reason to support Jimmy Carter. He's a villain who enabled, supported, and provided moral cover for the worst sort of tyranny and villainy, consigning millions to horrid fates. Read more here. Not finished. Rita Panahi says, Iran before Jimmy Carter and the Islamic Revolution. This is my mum, third from the left, and her mates.
Yep. Rita, the Sky News presenter. Yep. She fled the Ayatollah. She's a refugee.
The crimes of Jimmy Carter. Thread. In 1980, 44 years ago, Jimmy Carter approved an operation to crush pro-democracy uprising in Gwangju, South Korea, against the US-backed military dictatorship. South Korean military forces killed at least 600 people and injured over 4,000. US-backed, because let's not forget, South Korea was a military dictatorship until the 90s, like 96.
Yep.
US-backed dictator Chun Do-hwan sent Korean special forces to Gwangju and instituted martial law across the country. Universities were shut down and political speeches barred as protests began breaking out around the country. Crackdown was carried out by South Korean special forces trained for missions inside North Korea. Is this starting to sound familiar to anybody? They threw bats at people with clubs. They beat people with clubs. I fucking hate. Fuck you, Elon. Don't fucking suppress this shit. Oh, he used the word beat and stabbed. Ooh. They beat people with clubs, stabbed and mutilated them with bayonets, threw at least 20 from high buildings and used US-supplied weapons, which killed protesters. One witness described a soldier's brutality. A cluster of troops attacked each student individually. They would crack his head, stomp his back, and kick him in the face. When the soldiers were done, he looked like a pile of clothes in meat sauce. The brutality caused Guizhou protests to swell and also take up arms and liberate the city in the style of the Paris Commune. Daily citizens' assemblies were created, and much of the entire city joined the protesters, creating a self-governing community. By May 19, the army sent 3,000 more soldiers, which began shooting into the crowds. Troops killed 20 girls at Gwangjun's Central High School. Ambulance and cab drivers who tried to take the wounded to hospital were also fired upon. 100 students who sheltered in the Catholic Centre were killed. Captured high school and university students had their hands tied behind them with barbed wire. Many were then killed. Finally, on May 27th, the military stormed the city using tanks and helicopters in a full military operation to reclaim the city. The soldiers waged war on the students, killing hundreds and ending the democratic experiment in Gwangju. Eyewitnesses saw hundreds of bodies dumped in several mass graves on the outskirts of the city. The true death toll may never be known. Census figures revealed that almost 2,000 citizens of Gwangju disappeared during this time period. After the CIA-sponsored assassination, this continues, of Patrice Lumumba in 1961, Mobu Sese Seko ruled as a dictator for 16 years, changing the name of Congo to Zaire. In early 77, rebels fighting with the revolutionary MLA Popular Movement in Angola re-entered Zaire to resume the civil war and oust the military strongman. Mobutu sought help from the Americans and the Europeans to crush the movement. Carter, who had been in office only 2 months, was reluctant to involve his administration in a far-reaching intervention whose scope and length could not easily be anticipated. However, Carter did not provide lethal aid, while he did not protest as European countries offered military aid, and Morocco sent several thousand of US-trained military forces to aid Mobutu. Carter asserted on more than one occasion that Zaire crisis was an African problem, best solved by Africans. Yet he apparently saw no contradiction to his thesis in his own policy, nor did he offer any criticism of France or Belgium, which sent Mobutu a substantial amount of military equipment, writes Blum. In Guatemala, Carter's administration issued a report critical of the human rights record of the military regime and officially cut off aid. However, William Blum argues that there was little more than a public relations stunt while tangible support continued. The embargoes were never meant to be more than partial, and Guatemala also received weapons and military equipment from Israel, from quote-unquote Israel, at least part of which was covertly underwritten by Washington. Where have we heard this before? Cough, cough, Iran-Contra. As further camouflage, some of the training Guatemalan security forces was reportedly maintained by transferring it to clandestine sites in Chile and Argentina. Meanwhile, the horrors of a genocidal campaign against the indigenous population continued unabated. On Carter's watch, death squads were eliminating peasants, labour leaders, human rights activists and clergy. In the countryside, the military would torture and burn alive subversives such as Nobel Prize winner Rigoberta Menchu's own brother. Then, of course, we have Indonesia and East Timor, which all Australians should be familiar with. So, 95 members of the Australian Parliament sent a letter to Carter claiming the Indonesian troops were carrying out atrocities and asking the American president to comment publicly on the situation in East Timor. The response was crickets. Carter ramped up aid with funding and weapons to the Indonesian regime, brazenly flaunting the human rights requirements imposed on American aid. Australia had to end up fixing this shit.
That one we sent in the peacekeepers?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, Interfet, it was called. Intervention in East Timor. I have some friends who served there. As journalist Richard Dudman reported at the time, amid all the talks about human rights, the country with perhaps the worst record has been getting increasingly amounts of economic and military aid from the Carter administration, which is attributed to the bonanza enjoyed by American oil companies and multinational corporations since the present military regime came to power. So in 1978, the South African Defence Force carried out a massive massacre against a refugee camp in Angola. SDAF bombs dropped over sovereign Angola territory that killed over more than 600 Nambians. When details of the attack came to light, the US made sure that the regime would not face sanctions at the Security Council. This is so fucking retarded. Demanded the immediate exit of Cuban military from Angola. As many as 30,000 troops have been stationed there to prevent South Africa from toppling the MPLA government. Fucking Christ. It is staggering how terrible Carter had been for the for global stability, and that's why I say this motherfucker just as bad, just as Biden's just as bad. So, and the motherfucker won a fucking Peace Prize.
Yep.
Oh, and he sparked a craft beer revolution. Because the guys over at Reason think he's great. So, fuck Jimmy Carter. I'm glad he's dead. I'm sad. The only good Jimmy Carter ever did in the world was fucking Habitat for Humanity. Fuck that guy. Well, up there as the worst president the United States has ever had. End of rant. My apologies. I'm not a fan of Jimmy Carter at all.
How could you tell?
Really?
Know, right?
We couldn't have picked up on that.
This is the fucking problem. Yeah, up there with Woodrow Wilson. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Yeah. So, and Woodrow Wilson should never have been president. So.
Up there with.
And that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
I cannot recall a time that has been more fractious and just America stepping on its dick all the time, making the wrong decisions, fucking everything up. Like, its foreign policy just being an absolute fucking nightmare and completely at odds with its own fucking needs and desires as the fucking, like, Carter administration. Fucking just absolutely ridiculous.
At least Biden had someone pulling his strings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, Michigan law says that you can only sell cage-free eggs as of the new year. So, which means there'll be a shortage of eggs. So, apparently that's going to happen. You guys said that was going to happen here in 2036.
Yeah, 2036. They brought it out. The agricultural ministers and that all sat down and went, yeah, no, caged eggs are bad, so we need to go cage free. But at least they gave him like 13 years notice.
Yeah.
Like this,
Yeah.
I don't know how long ago this came out. Like, but
if it's anything like everything else in America, then it probably was last year. Like last year.
A 6-week notice.
6 weeks, yeah. 180 days. No more eggs. Because the internet can't get bad enough, Meta has confirmed that they plan to add tons of AI-generated users to Instagram and Facebook. They will have bios, profile pics, and can share content.
So,
we expect these
what's the
AIs
difference
to
between
actually...
the bots that are already there?
Yeah, well... But think of the engagement.
the difference is that Facebook are the ones who are going to operate these ones and not the Chinese.
Elon changed his name to Kekis Maximus in an attempt to distract from his absolute shit takes in the last few weeks.
Because it's 2016 again.
Yeah.
Was all a troll.
He needed to try and get the MAGA people to go, wait a minute, oh, he's one of us again.
Yeah, H1B suck. By his own admission. This is the part that shits me off about that whole thing is he came out and said, yeah, I know H1B is flawed, but I use it anyway. And then Trump comes out, and then Trump comes out and said, no, Elon said it too. Like, Elon acknowledges that H1B needs reform, but he was still pushing it. He was still using it. He
still wants everybody.
He still wants his slave labor. And Trump came out and endorsed H1Bs, which is the exact fucking opposite of what the MAGA movement voted him in for.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't fucking get it.
Oh, President Musk and President Sack.
Vivek was the worst.
Yeah. Oh, Vivek's a fucking cuck.
What did Vivek come out with?
Oh, and he's like,
the one who was like,
he basically said Americans just aren't smart enough. We aren't educated.
He's the one who actually went hard.
Yeah, sorry.
he went
I
hard.
You guys went on the show last week. We did the whole H1B thing. So we went through all the numbers. We went through all the commentary.
Vivek doubled down on them, saying we need the best minds and the best.
Also,
minds
he was
IT
saying that
from
American
India.
culture doesn't.
Yeah.
We need to celebrate the nerds and not the jocks. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, the reason the nerds exist is because of the jocks.
Yeah.
Like, Sargon of Akkad did a really decent breakdown of it.
I can highly recommend
Foxes and the Lions.
I can highly recommend Sam Hyde's video. It's very good.
Sam Hyde's video.
Dear Elon.
His Dear Elon is very good.
Yeah, that is
very entertaining, very insightful.
I don't think I could have watched all 44 minutes at normal speed, but double speed.
I did.
Oh no, I was fine.
I watched it. I was just playing.
Normal
I just
speed.
played stuff on ahead in the background.
Oh, I
Yeah,
watch
it's
everything on
entertaining.
double speed these days. I can't handle.
That's fair.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, let's see. Stream.
Let's see what it's like. Jeez, I can't imagine watching this at hard double speed.
So I'm on the outside of this glass partition between two aisles that actually section off this area. And as you look around, you'll see several products that range from first aid, detergents, health and beauty, and more. We also checked out ourselves to see how it all works. So there's actually a cashier inside. You pay for your product, and they'll put a sticker on it right here to show you paid. So
you gotta go into a mini prison.
When I first saw that, I was like, how long before there's a black market on those stickers?
Yeah.
Because I had a friend who worked at Woolworths. Oh, no, it was Coles. Oh, maybe it was Woolworths. One of them. And he actually...
The employee sticker?
No, because they used to put stickers on your items when you walked in. It's already paid, and it had some signature and all that crap. And he filled out a roll of stickers and would sell them.
Oh, nice.
So you could walk in with 1 or 2 stickers, slap them on some products, and walk out. And just be like, "Yeah, I've already paid for it," and walk off.
So it's literally I put a shop inside your shop so you can shop while you shop.
Well,
yeah, basically.
Bunnings essentially has the same thing.
Yeah,
in
they have it in
their,
the power tools section. Yeah.
Yeah, in the tool section, but that's not hard and fast because I've been waiting.
Well,
in the
you
tool
can walk
section.
in and out of there.
It's just,
yeah, well, I've been
it's just-
waiting in the tool section, and I'm like, she's like, "Oh yeah, you can go over there and
Yeah.
and do it at the front counter." I just walk straight over. But this looks like you're actually locked in. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't surprise me
Yeah.
if they were like turntable, like those things that in the
In each
subway where you
corner of
gotta
the
walk
room is
through.
like a turret. 9mm turret. Just fucking try something, bitch.
Like, so they've just got all the expensive shit in. I wonder which section the sunscreen's in.
Probably
Oh, it wouldn't be in there.
So I'm on the outside of this glass partition between two aisles that actually section off this area. And as you look around, you'll see several products that range from...
So I see Band-Aids.
Yeah.
That looks like a Sudafed.
First aid, detergents, health and beauty,
Health and beauty, yeah.
and more.
There's the shoe inserts. That's a lot
We
of shoe
also
inserts.
checked out ourselves to see how it
Batteries. The coin cell
Yeah.
batteries.
all works. So there's actually a
Detergent.
cashier inside. You pay
Yep, detergent. That looks like Tide.
Why would people steal detergent?
Because they steal the detergent because they think they only fill the bottle halfway, and so they open up other bottles, fill that in.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
take the full bottle.
And then take the full bottle, yeah.
Oh.
They fill the empty space.
They quote unquote
Oh,
fill the
okay.
empty space.
Oh, so okay, they'll take 2 bottles and open them both, or
And then
whatever
pour
one,
one
in the
into
other.
the
Pour one
other,
in
yeah.
and then take the
Take
one
the
and
full
leave.
one and
Yeah.
buy that. Okay.
Australians, don't try that here. The scanner here, the self-serve is based on weight. It knows the weight of every product. So if you do
Yeah,
that, you won't be
you
able to
can
go through
bypass that.
self-serve.
Just FYI.
Yeah,
Which
you
is
can
easy
say,
enough, just-
I don't know what the
yeah.
problem is. It says it's overweight. China places massive order for kamikaze drones. That's interesting. Why would they do that when they have 6th generation fighters and gravitic drive? So these are the same drones that the Russians use. So
they've got a payload, they just don't drop it.
they are the payload. It's these ones, the Shahid drones.
I've never seen them before.
You've never seen a Shahid drone? Shahid drone. These things. The Hisar Shahid 136.
So they're essentially a guided missile.
It's a missile with wings and no rocket engine. So instead, it's a missile.
Oh, it's propeller.
But instead of having a rocket engine, it has a small rocket engine to get it launched.
Yeah.
And then the propeller the motor kicks in, and then it has a chemical power. It has a chemical motor. So the motor, the chemical reaction creates the electricity for the motor.
Oh.
So, and it can fly like 800 kilometers or something. Pretty long distance.
Okay.
They're
So
200 grand. They're 200 kilos. Their
Yeah.
maximum speed is about 185 miles per hour, and their operational range is 2,500 kilometers. So, for
Park one off the coast of the east coast of the States, and you could almost hit the other side.
let's go Los Angeles, California. Let's go. So from LA, if I go, where is it? Measure distance. So, okay, to here. So from LA, you can fire one of these and hit New Mexico, no problem.
Okay.
That's good.
Clear measure.
Not sharing it if you're sharing it.
Oh, damn it. My bad.
Yeah.
So let's go measure distance. There we go. Over. Arkansas. Yeah, there you go. So I can hit Arkansas.
But you couldn't hit Memphis.
Yeah, it'd be a bit short. I'd be just short of Memphis.
Yeah.
So if I make it a straight line. So you see, it took into account the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
See how a straight line is actually longer?
It is.
Because of the curvature of the Earth. That's very cool. So Google gave me the straight line distance. So alternatively, I think you can actually hit Hawaii from clear measurement. Measure distance. Yeah, so from here, you can't quite hit Honolulu from mainland United States.
Wow, no.
But yeah, like that's a fucking crazy. Like that's crazy because these don't cost a great deal of money.
Are they submarine deployable?
I can't imagine why not. You'd have to surface to fire them. They're about 30 to 80 grand.
That's it?
Yeah.
Essentially a missile that flies 2,500 kilometers.
Yeah.
For 80 grand.
Yeah, it's only a like 52 to 90 kilogram warhead. So 200-pound warhead. But you could do some serious fucking damage. Dude, that's a fucking great idea. You could have a submarine. These could easily be sub-launched. You'd have to surface to fire them.
Yeah.
Like, because, yeah.
The propeller.
Just surface, open the fucking bay, boom, off it goes.
Fire off 6, 8, 10, whatever.
50.
Yeah.
These aren't big.
And then resurface.
And then back under you go.
Their radar cross section's probably tiny.
Like these are some of the the ideas for using them.
You're not sharing.
Like,
oh yeah.
Oh, you just launch it from the back of a truck and just Alright. And who's to say you can't have that same thing inside a sub?
Well, yeah, you could easily.
Oh, you probably. Oh yeah.
Just open the doors and
they're all GPS guided, so. And they do some significant damage.
Neat.
So.
But they're not gravitic engines.
Yeah, why don't they use a gravitic engine? It's probably too expensive.
Yeah, that 80 grand probably pops up to like $1 million each.
8 billion. It's $8 billion a shot, so that's why the Americans would use it. But yeah, so the Chinese are getting a whole bunch of them.
In response,
and interestingly enough, you don't need 2,500 kilometers of range to hit fucking Taiwan.
Oh,
so if range is an issue, you could probably get a bigger payload on them. If you don't really care about range, though, the problem is they're GPS guided, so and you can jam GPS quite easily.
Wow,
and if you think the Russians do a really good job of jamming GPS. If you think the Americans can't do an even better job, I got news.
Aren't they the
for
ones
you.
who made GPS originally?
They're the ones who maintain it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's literally the main role of Space Force is to take care of to maintain the GPS system. So.
Well, how fast do they fly?
115 mile an hour.
Oh, okay. They're not that fast at all.
They're not fast.
That probably comes under the GPS limit then, because GPS is limited to a certain speed, which means you can't use a standard GPS for satellites because they travel way too fast. Because they're concerned that GPS modules are going to be attached to a missile.
Yeah.
And travel super fast, and then use all that. So that travels.
Yeah. Well, these literally use.
You get a car.
Here you go. Well, here you go. The guidance system is AI pilot. GLONASS, which is Russia's GPS.
Yep.
And INS, which is just an inertial navigation system.
Okay.
So, which just says, when I launched, I was on this heading and bearing at this speed. My destination is here. if I continue on this bearing at this speed for this amount of time, I'll arrive at that destination. So, missiles hitting a stationary target's real fucking easy with a missile.
Mm.
You don't necessarily need GPS. You just need to know how far away it is. So, anyway, so yeah. This was the guy pushing the guy in front of the train. But yeah, the guy's recovering in hospital. He's seriously injured, but yeah, he was very lucky and survived. So don't turn your back to the fucking platform.
Don't stand on the edge of the platform either.
Don't stand on the edge of the platform. Make sure you're always turn your back to the train. So
and mind the gap.
Apparently, Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue's platform provides feminist content, according to mum and lawyer turned OnlyFans CEO. I don't care. And seeing as we're talking about stuff I don't really care about, my wife insisted. Royal fans spot blunder in Meghan Markle's new Instagram video. So she released this very original and never done before video where she runs along the beach in white and writes 2025 in the sand. Which I didn't think that was what you meant to do. I thought the idea was you did the present year, like the previous year, and then the waves come in and wash away the last year because it's over.
Yeah, isn't that what it means?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you meant to do?
But people pointed out that it was already written in the sand. So here it is here. Which was funny. I think they actually recorded it out of order. So, but yeah, anyway.
Wait, they cut it together?
Yeah, I think they cut it together.
Oh.
Meghan Markle, apparently she has a new show on Netflix that's a cooking show because Netflix just loves to burn money. I had a look on YouTube. Like, the missus made me look up the YouTube trailer, and it is very, very disliked. Very disliked. But yeah, her at-home cooking show was filmed in someone else's home. Literally 2 miles down the road from her actual house. So instead of doing it in her house, like, it's a nice house. Like, there's the house. It's a farm. It has avocados and lemon groves, like lemon trees on the property. It's actually a really nice looking property. 5 acres.
Nice.
In Montecito, you've got ocean glimpses if you stand on the roof. Like, it is a really nice house. $8 million. So, nice landscape around you. But yeah, it's not her house. So, very funny. So, anyway, let's talk about planes finally. I was going to talk about Blake Lively, but it's too long. I'll wait until the actual case gets somewhere. But really,
wait, there's a case with Blake Lively?
Yeah. There's the thing with Blake Lively is suing. All right, we'll do it. Hang on, let me open it up again.
Well, just a cliff notes.
Okay,
I have no idea what's going
Blake
on.
Lively is was in a film last year called It Ends With Us.
Yeah. We're talking about Ryan Reynolds' wife, right?
Yes, we're talking about Ryan Reynolds' wife, Blake Lively.
Yep.
So in said, she co-starred in this film with another actor whose name is Justin Baldine, something like that.
Okay.
Okay, so here it is. A New Year's Eve legal filing sheds new light on the Blake Lively Justin Baldoni situation. The main character of today's story is not mentioned in Blake Lively's filing. The main character of today's story is a lowly emoji, the upside down smiley face, icon of irony and sarcasm. The narrative. So, the little bit of backstory. Blake Lively filed a civil rights claim in California. She stated that there's a whole bunch of points that she made that during the production of the film, Justin and the director would walk into her trailer while she was breastfeeding and refused to leave. All this other stuff. We'll go through it eventually when it gets a bit further along. But she makes a lot of claims that are quite outrageous.
All right, so she's suing for sexual harassment.
She's suing for sexual harassment, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Well, actually, no. So she filed a civil rights complaint with like the Human Rights Council, whatever, of California, some weird human rights board. And this was after a PR campaign from her side that was attempting to smear Justin Baldoni. It's all very confusing and complicated, but at the end of the day, it's going to end up in a depthly heard style trial. Justin when she released this complaint, the day of, when she filed the complaint, the New York Times also released an article about the complaint. So she basically she gave the details to both. She filed the complaint and gave the details to the New York Times, and the New York Times wrote a story. Well, Justin Baldoni is suing the New York Times for $250 million for defamation. And in his filing, there is a whole bunch of information like this. Which brings us to this part. So the narrative meat of Blake Lively's lawsuit is laid out from start to finish. It's a 25-page paragraph, which includes the 21 text messages. So it includes a lot of text messages. On August 16th, Ms. Nathan circulated a Daily Mail article entitled, "Is Blake Lively Set to be Cancelled?" String of hard-to-watch videos that have surfaced following tone-deaf Q&A to promote It Ends With Us could tarnish 36-year-old star's golden Hollywood image for good, to which Miss Abel responded, "Wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece." And Ms. Nathan replied, "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." And here's the evidence from the filing. So this is Blake Lively's filing. So here it is in black and white. "Wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece. That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." Oh my God, shit! That means she put in that story. Sure, looks like a smoking gun, right? The New York Times certainly ran with it. So they repeated the allegation. Justin Baldoni and assorted employees and publicists opened a whole new lawsuit stemming from this case. So these guys filed in the. So this is Wayfarer Studios, which was the company that produced the film. Justin Baldoni, who's a star, or like the co-star. Other people related to the film. The agency group, which is called TAG, it's a PR company. Other individuals involved, like public relations people. So yes, they're suing the New York Times and Doe's 1 through 100 inclusive. Blake Lively's suit against Justin Baldoni has a simple narrative which climaxes with that gloating text conversation. Justin Baldoni's complaint against the New York Times begins by upending the climax. Baldoni's complaint presents a slightly different version of the text conversation in question. This one has an upside-down smiley face right in the middle. You really outdid yourself with this piece, sarcastic face. Weird, what's going on? So this person's being sarcastic, like you did a great job, implying that she didn't actually do it. Baldoni shows that these texts were immediately preceded by other texts which make it clear that his team was not, in fact, involved in the Daily Mail story. The apparent gloating was facetious, as made obvious by the upside-down smiley. I think the missing emoji is a linchpin in Blake Lively's retaliation narrative. When we reinsert the emoji and re-examine the evidence, the whole story begins to unravel a bit. To recap, this text message evidence originates with Jen Abel's phone, which was confiscated by JonesWorks. They shared the evidence with Blake Lively's legal team, who used it in their lawsuit and fed it to the New York Times. Somewhere in this process, the emojis were stripped out. Where? New York Times piece includes several visual depictions of assorted text messages, but curiously, they don't depict the climactic gloating. This is narrative in prose. This raises my suspicions. Did the New York Times journalists see the emoji and seek to downplay it? Did they think that that omitting a key emoji from visualization was a bridge too far? So they narrated the messages in prose instead? Did the New York Times see the exculpatory text from earlier in the day indicating that Baldoni's team was not involved in the Daily Mail story? Did they think they could just ignore them? Did the New York Times actually have access to the thousands of pages of text messages alleged in their story? Or is this artfully worded paragraph an admission that they wrote their story almost entirely from Blake Lively's complaint? Yes, because it says here, her filings include excerpts from thousands of pages of text messages and emails that she obtained through subpoena. These and other documents were reviewed by the New York Times. It's possible. It's possible. It is. I think it's possible to think the New York Times saw and suppressed the emoji. On the other hand, perhaps the emoji was removed before the New York Times or Blake Lively's lawyers ever saw the text. Perhaps it was removed by JonesWorks and Stephanie Jones. Remember Stephanie Jones? She's the one who, in my view, set this whole debacle in motion. As the case of the missing emoji, I see a clue pointing to the involvement of Stephanie and JonesWorks. So far, two separate lawsuits have been filed from the evidence extracted from Jane Abel's phone, one by Blake Lively and one by Jones. So, yes, and so Blake Lively is countersuing in federal court in the District of New York, so in the Southern District of New York, and also, yeah. Because
who is she? Who is she?
So
suing?
Wayfarer Studios is suing the New York Times. They're doing it in the State Court of California for LA County.
Yeah.
She is She's suing. She's suing Wayfarer Studios, Justin Baldoni, basically all the people who are suing the New York Times. She's suing them in return
for
retaliation for her civil rights claim. So she's suing them in the Southern District of New York, in the federal jurisdiction. And she's doing that because she doesn't want it public.
Ah.
So, but LA broadcasts their trials, and it's a state case. So if the New York Times one, look, realistically, if the New York Times one survives the inevitable anti-slap, then there'll be a settlement. And it's not going to be $250 million. I would hope that there isn't a settlement, and then they tell the New York Times to go fuck themselves and go through discovery.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But yeah, they're being sued. It's in LA, so it's probably not going to go anywhere. But and it's the New York Times.
So guys suing Paper for defamation.
Yeah,
because Paper wrote a piece. A Me Too piece, subject
basically,
of Me Too piece is countersuing. It's quote unquote countersuing.
They accepted Blake Lively's narrative, which this guy says is false, and because they accepted that narrative, he says they have committed defamation.
Okay.
So, but the problem is the Blake Lively's assertion, because Blake Lively asserts that she got a lot of negative publicity last year around August, around the release of the film. And it was triggered by, my understanding, it was triggered by some interviews she had on the about the film, and the film features incidences of domestic violence. I think that's the whole "it ends with us" thing. I haven't seen the film. I don't care to see the film. It was actually quite successful. I think it made like $300 million off a $20 million budget. So
that's not bad.
That's fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Like for Hollywood nowadays, that's a fucking home run. It's based on a book. There's a whole bunch of fucking weird information about the actual production of the film itself that's coming out now because of all this stuff.
Yeah.
But essentially, Blake Lively copped some flack because she played down the whole domestic violence angle during the production, during the publicity of the film. She tried to. She was trying to push her own products. So she had a a hair care line. She was pushing an alcohol brand. And
that's what you want to do. With
some flowery dress thing. Like it's very weird. I half expect this to be the Lawtube trial of the year, if it does go ahead. It'll probably get a lot of coverage.
That'd be heard all over again.
Well, a lot of the regular suspects I see who cover this stuff are covering it already. Like Colonel Kurtz has got a few threads on it and some videos. I expect Tug to jump in as well. Ricada would, I would imagine, if he was actually fucking doing legal stuff, but he's not a law channel, so.
Maybe
but yeah,
pass back in.
But yeah, the interesting thing is there's a whole lot of fuckery around this. Like a lot more text messages have been released from Justin Baldoni as well, and there's conversations that he's had with his editors on the film, because this film is apparently like his baby. Like he personally bought the rights to the book It's a few books actually, because there's a sequel as well. There's a sequel book that he's been trying to get this made for 10 years. Mick Kenny says, Greetings, Drama Maxes. I've reviewed this topic and I've decided that Baldoni has not sexually harassed Blake Lively because Blake's a guy's name and Justin isn't gay. You are right, but for the wrong reason. I'm coming down on the side of Baldoni just based on the releases of text message exchanges.
Well, look, if they walked in on while she was breastfeeding, that's fucked up, right?
Well, he asserts that she wasn't breastfeeding; she was pumping, like as in expressing.
Yeah.
And she invited them to her trailer.
Oh,
she
well, that's
said,
a different
"Hey,
story then.
I'm in my trailer. I'm in my trailer, just expressing. Come in whenever you want." Whereas that's one of those things that she said, "Oh, they did it all the time." And it's like, what the fuck are you talking? Like,
Okay,
it feels very hinky. It feels like this is an effort to counteract the bad. Because I'll go back to the August thing. So she did these interviews, and they were absolute disasters.
Did she have a back end deal on the movie?
Well, that's interesting too. I don't think she had a back end deal, but she had Final Cut. So somehow, because it was being distributed by Sony Pictures, so Justin and the director had the movie in the can, fully edited with a Final Cut, and then for some reason, Sony Pictures said, "Oh, Blake wants to edit the film. She wants an edit." And her demands were that Justin and the director don't get to see it.
What?
Which is really fucking unusual.
That's...
Yeah.
So up until that point, she was just a lead actor.
Yeah.
Or lead actress. And then all of a sudden, Sony's like, oh no, she needs Final Cut, and she's going to push you guys out.
Sony's like, oh, we're going to give Blake Final Cut. She wants to do. She wants a cut of the film done.
Like, I can understand if they're like, oh yeah, you should have included her consult. She wants some things cut and some things added back.
Well, but fundamentally, like, this is the problem though, because people are like, but it's Blake fucking Lively. Who cares about the Gossip Girl actress? Like, whatever. Like, what the fuck's she been in? Who cares? Well, it's who she's married to. She's married to fucking Ryan Reynolds, who's got a shit ton of money, is really well connected in Hollywood.
Well, she's got money too, though.
Well, she's got his money.
No, I think she's independently wealthy.
Is she?
I thought so. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but I thought she was independently wealthy. I thought she had more money than he did.
Like she hasn't done that many projects actually. Like she got famous because she was Carol Ferris in Green Lantern. That was one of the things that made her famous. Opposite Ryan, right? That's kind of where they met, I think.
No, I believe she was famous from Gossip Girl.
Sorry, that's a TV show, isn't it? That's 2007. That got her famous, and then
I used to watch that show with my daughters. It was fantastic.
Well, there you go. But she was also in, because she was. That's kind of where she met Ryan, was as Carol Ferris in Green Lantern.
So her film career didn't start until Gossip Girl ended. So by that time she was
almost basically.
And this was at the height of the CW. This was a CW show at the height of the CW.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, she actually has not done that much. Between 1998 and 2024, she's done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 15 movies.
Like, I don't think she's independently wealthy. Not fucking.
No, she wouldn't have gotten that much money from what she's done on IMDb.
No.
She's like,
I thought she came
born
from
in fucking Tarzana, for God's sake. Like, she grew up.
Yeah, I thought her family came from money, and she.
No, not at all.
I must be thinking of someone else. Then.
No, she was like her dad. Her mother was a talent scout, and her father was an actor, but it doesn't look like they were like really rich or famous. Earning Lively has his own article though.
Are you thinking Leighton Meesa? I think she might be.
I don't know. Some actor is married to some chick who's worth way more than he is. So I thought it was Blake and
no idea. But anyway, there was a bit of a backlash publicly.
Doesn't Sony own
towards Blake Lively, and the theory is this is an effort to rehabilitate her image by making her a victim. Oh, she's a victim of sexual harassment. Also, a bit of revenge. Interestingly enough, Justin.
Yeah.
So, Justin Baldoni
did she get Final
used to be represented. I don't know if the release cut was her cut or what.
Okay.
Justin Baldoni used to be represented by WME, which is one of the three big talent agencies in LA. Because there's WME, like William Morris, William Morris. I can't remember what the E is for. William Morris, United Artists, and there's another one. Fuck, I forgot what the third one is. There's a third one. But yeah, he was dropped by WME, and WME's like, oh no. So the scuttlebutt is that Ryan Reynolds basically said it's him or me.
Oh, but they're not going to go with.
Of course, they went, oh yes, Mr. Reynolds, of course. So now Ryan Reynolds is being dragged into it
because he stuck up for his wife, and
that's exactly right. Oh, and there's also a story that has been confirmed that Justin asked Blake Lively how much she weighed because his fitness instructor asked him to ask Blake Lively how much she weighed.
So he can train for it.
Ryan Reynolds got really fucking mad about it and had a whole bitch fit about it, about how it's disgusting and blah, blah, blah. How dare you ask my wife how much she weighs? And it turns out the fitness instructor asked him because in the scene, like in the film, there's a scene where Justin picks her up, like holds her up in the air.
Yeah.
So the fitness trainer was like, okay, how much are you going to be lifting?
Yeah, so they can train for it.
Yeah. But it was turned into this, oh, isn't he disgusting? Asking how much a woman weighs. It's like, bitch, you're an actress. You are basically a piece of well-paid meat. Both of you are. Get on the fucking set, do your little dance, and fucking get off and collect your multi-million-dollar paycheck. You are paid really well to be a fucking slab of meat for entertainment. We need to know how much you weigh. We need to know how tall you are. We need to know your dress size. Like, fucking hell. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Vicky T says, also the costume designer needs to know how much she weighs as well. Yeah. Like, she needs to know her size. Like, fuck. It's just there's so many of these stories. And it feels like if they would have been better. It feels like the PR agency that Blake Lively hired was terrible. And that she got some fucking terrible advice. And now she's trying to backpedal. And this is how she's planned to do it. And because Ryan Reynolds has been dragged into it, it's tarnishing his image as well. So you're going to see a full court press on fucking on Justin Baldoni about how terrible of a person he is, yada yada. So anyway, speaking of,
don't get me wrong, I like Ryan Reynolds.
Oh yeah, I like Ryan Reynolds too. He is ostensibly a nice guy.
Yeah.
Like, he does fucking charity work for people, but the problem is, once there's a chink in the armor, people fucking go to town. People put the fucking boot in. Like, once... Because you see that little, like, scratch in the armor, and Blake's the scratch. So now people fucking attack it. Like, people pick sides, and it becomes a whole thing. My wife just sent me a fucking YouTube video about Blake Lively. I must have been speaking very loudly. Let's see what she sent me. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking Perez Hilton.
Hilton here, Team The Truth. And the more that I went through Justin Baldoni's 90-plus page lawsuit against the New York Times, the more that I was impressed at the volume of receipts that he included.
Oh, yes. His filing is full of so many fucking receipts. It is really, really good filing. I would, if you're interested in it, I would get you to get Sean to go through it. Because it is a very interesting filing. He might be interested in doing it. I might send him a message and say, hey, dude, do this filing.
Who's this guy?
This is Perez Hilton. Do you not remember Perez Hilton? This is someone who is utterly irrelevant.
Oh, okay.
As of the funny thing is, he's talking about this filing. In this filing, which is fucking gold, in this filing, Justin Baldoni's publicists are having a back and forth conversation, and she posts something that this guy, like that Perez Hilton has said, and asks, "Wait, is this about like, isn't this going to explode?" And the other publicist replies, "This guy hasn't been relevant since 2015. He's just a troll now." I read that. I thought, oh my god, that's fantastic. Let me see if I find it. I think I sent it to the missus.
All right, so is Perez on his or her side?
Well, Perez started on Blake Lively's side, and now he's on just like, I don't know, who fucking cares? Guy's a dropkick. Like, this is an 8-minute fucking short. Look at this shit. This is 8 minutes long in fucking vertical video.
That's pretty retarded.
Like, what are you doing? God damn. See, I didn't want to talk about Blake Lively for very long. It'll take a fucking half an hour. But yeah, this is one of those stories that will continue for a lot of the year. There'll be a lot of legal stuff around it. Expect your local Lawtuber. Remember when he was on? Remember when he was fat? Yeah.
It seems
fat
like
and
one
gay.
Of those,
He's still
one of those
gay.
cases that every now and then there'll be a dump of a lot of information, and then nothing for 6 months, and then another dump of information.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll expect there'll be an anti-slap filing in the next couple of weeks from New York, like from the New York Times.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good year to be a Lawtuber. Probably a very good year to be a Lawtuber.
Like I said, it's probably, if it does go to trial, Nick's comeback.
Yeah, I mean, he could. He could. You know what the problem is? It's LA.
He won't have a studio?
Well, he won't have a studio. No, it's LA. The time zone's bad for him.
Why? Why is it bad for him?
It's too early.
What do you mean
Also,
it's too
why
early?
would I watch Nick Recator? It's LA.
Oh, I'm not...
It's LA. It's entertainment law. I'm watching Emily D. Baker.
Yep.
True, but I'm just saying for Nick. Like, yeah, I'd watch Emily or Tug, maybe Nate, if any of it was like if I cared that much about it.
Yeah. Well, the only one you're going to be able to see is the LA one. So everything else is federal.
Yeah. But,
So-
you know, that might be his way back in.
Emily D. Baker is at 803,000 subscribers.
Oh, good for her.
Fucking hell. And she has a 50-hour video of the fucking entire Sarah Byrne trial. Holy shit.
My God.
And it's had
It
27,000
has 27,000 views, my niggas. Jesus, goddamn. Holy fucking hell. Jesus fuck. Oh my god. She still has. That's about so. It's about 20% conversion on her her subs. Subs are basically meaningless now when it comes to YouTube. Like,
Yeah.
they're nice indicators of how long you've been around, or I guess kind of popularity. But when it
Well-
comes to the algorithm, that's not actually helpful. Unless you're every one of your subscribers watches every video you watch. It's not helpful. I watched a video the other day that kind of went through it, because there's a guy named Austin McDonald, and he does some videos, and he used to do 10 YouTube channels that you should subscribe to. Like, they were low volume channels that he just found through the algorithm that he thought needed subscribers, and basically gave him a shout out. And he said, I'm not doing that anymore. And it's not for the reasons you think. And he was pointing out that subscribers don't actually matter anymore. Small subscriber channels can go viral very easily. In fact, they are more likely to go viral, and they are more likely to be pushed into the algorithm because of the way the algorithm has been tweaked. Because it's engagement and retention, so watch time. So, because what I should do is, I watched the video from the Spiffing Brit the other day. What I should do is I should go through all the previous episodes of the pre-stream, look at the watch time, like the average watch time on the video, and then cut the video down to half that length using the editor, and that would massively increase my retention numbers on view time, because apparently that's one of the triggers now to get you pushed in the algorithm. If people watch the whole videos, because this is, I should make AI political videos. Yes, I should. Would really kick off the channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I did have one last section that was on plane shenanigans. South Korea had its worst air disaster in decades, I think, since a South Korean airline was shot down by the Soviets. It came in for a landing without any landing gear, which is so fucking weird to me.
What?
Because
was the gear just not working, or?
Well, I don't know. So the pilot made a mayday call shortly after tower control warned about birds in the area. So they, like, the theory is they thought he had a bird strike.
Okay.
And declared an emergency, and for some reason the landing gear wasn't working, but that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Because
if it took out the hydraulics, maybe, but
all three pieces of gear have separate hydraulics.
Okay.
So there is literally no way that would not destroy the fucking plane that would take out all three hydraulic systems
so we'd have at least two sets of
plus
wheels. Plus an inside job.
Even if the hydraulics go out on the landing gear, you can still deploy them. You just can't bring them back up.
Mm-hmm.
So without hydraulics, you can manually deploy the landing gear. There's like a pump, there's like a handle you can pump in the in the avionics bay that will deploy the fucking landing gear. So you can. That's why a landing without gear whatsoever is really fucking rare. And when I watched the video at the time, I think it was on stream, and I said, this seems really fucking weird. Because actually, no, I said in Discord, it doesn't happen. This should never happen. There should never be a situation where you, sure, the nose gear might be fucked. Left gear, right gear might be fucked. That'd be a situation where you'd land no gear. But there's no reason why you'd land no gear if you haven't even tried to deploy your gear. It's insane. Very, very insane. The plane listed as a Boeing 737, so yes, it was a Boeing, Vicky. Had travel from Bangkok to Thailand. Analysts say both the Boeing 787 and Jeju Air, South Korea's largest low-cost airline, have a strong safety record. It's a 737, not a 787. There have been harrowing scenes inside Muan International Airport where relatives are demanding answers. Also, there was a near miss.
Sorry, how many? 170 something people.
179. So 179 dead. Yep. There was a near miss between a Delta flight and Gonzaga University men's basketball team's chartered flight at LAX. So, a plane in Halifax, plane landed in Halifax and filled with smoke. This was a Embraer. I think it was an Embraer. It was one of these, which I think is an Embraer. Let me Google it. I think it's an Embraer. Let's see. Track Air Canada flight, blah, 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 blah. Operated by PAL Airlines. Okay, so Dash 8. So it's a de Havilland Dash 8. So not a Boeing. But that's pretty clear. Here's the landing from the cabin.
Neat.
Yeah.
A rocket assisted landing.
Rocket assisted landing. And video shows a small plane crashing into Fullerton, California warehouse.
Damn.
Boom.
Right, here's a aftermath footage. I should just turn it down. So yeah. So not a great week if you've if you like planes and flying on them, or flying them.
Yes.
Or being on the ground near them.
Or in the flight path. Because I think the Fulton one was just that warehouse was on the flight path, the runway.
So some bad luck on airlines this week. Let's hope a few Boeings crash this year. I did see a story about potential issues with Airbus.
Airbus.
Airbus is going to have some trouble because what is it? It's not Rolls Royce. The McDonnell Douglas engines that they use.
Mm.
Was it McDonnell Douglas? Yeah, it was McDonnell Douglas. McDonnell Douglas engines that they use. The next gen engine is having issues, and there's a whole bunch of probably a third of airlines use that particular engine. So there's a whole bunch of airlines that have various portions of their fleet that'll be grounded while they look at the issues. I can't remember what the issue was off the top of my head. I fell asleep during the video.
So air travel is going to become expensive.
Quite possibly.
Well, Jetstar
because there's been a few Boeings that have had
Airbuses,
some problems with their landing gear. Interesting. I know most of Boeing's problems in the past was linked to MCAS.
And DEI.
And DEI.
What's MCAS?
MCAS is Master Control Assistance System. So you got to understand. So when a new plane is released, if there is any significant difference in how it handles, pilots have to be recertified. Airlines don't like to do that, and companies that sell planes don't like to have pilots recertified because it's expensive and takes time. No, it's not General Electric. Who is the? Hang on, I'll have to look it up.
Lockheed Martin.
No, it's not. It wasn't Lockheed Martin. Airbus engine issues. Pratt and Whitney. There's a name I haven't heard in a very long time. That's a very old fucking aviation company. But yeah, so when they make a new plane, pilots have to be rated on the airframe. If it maneuvers, if it handles substantially differently. So when Boeing introduced the 737 MAX, like the MAX 8, they had new engines. They had these new LEAP engines, which are very fuel efficient, but because of the size of the engines and the positioning of the wings on the old 737s, they had to position the engines further forward and higher up. Because of that, it would have changed the flight profile of the plane. Yeah. So to get around that, what Boeing did is they wrote this software system that would automatically adjust the trim of the plane in circumstances where the flight profile would be different to a normal 737. So the MCAS system sits in between like all the fly-by-wire systems, and what it does is it adjusts the trim. The trim is on the tail, the vertical aileron on the tail can adjust up and down about 15 degrees, and that affects the lift of the aircraft. So if you've ever seen a Boeing plane, on the center console there's like a wheel, and when pilots are flying and autopilot's engaged, it'll actually move by itself. It's called the trim wheel. Let me show you. Boeing. No, that's Boeing.
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 Missed an E. Boeing trim wheel. I want to see a video of it. Boeing trim wheel. Where are you?
So what was it? The MCAS?
Yes. So the
MCAS
this.
is basically compatibility.
Yes,
software.
It's a patch. Essentially, it was software that was designed to adjust the trim on the fly in situations where the flight profile changed due to the engine positioning. So this was at low speeds.
So old skills on new hardware.
Yes. So you didn't have to change the plane wouldn't feel different when you were flying.
So the muscle memory was the same.
Yeah. And what it did, so these are the trim wheels. So see the stabilizer trim? So the stabilizer is on the rear. The stabilizer on the rear.
That's the vertical one, isn't it?
The vertical stabilizer, yeah. So at zero it doesn't do anything. There's nose up and nose down. So you put it in the middle and it's like you set it at certain amounts for takeoff. And for landing, and like it's all very complicated. I'm not a pilot. I'm not explaining it very well. But yeah, as you turn the stabilizer, the trim changes. What MCAS does, and what MCAS did, was it would automatically adjust that stabilizer, which is fine. But they didn't tell enough pilots about it. Plus, it also had an issue where the MCAS would engage, adjust the trim down so that the nose would pitch, adjust the trim up so that the nose would pitch down, and then once it adjusted, it would disengage. But once the condition returned, it would engage again and trim down even more. And then it would disengage and engage again. So when the pilots would manually adjust, so if you're a pilot, you're pulling back on the yoke to get the nose up. MCAS notices the speed and goes, shit, I have to engage because of the current flight profile, and then trims the plane down, trims the nose down, and the pilot goes, what the fuck, the nose is coming down, so he pulls back harder on the yoke, so the plane noses up more, and then MCAS pauses and he gets control again, and then MCAS goes, this flight profile says I need to engage, and then MCAS engages again and pitches the nose further, pitches the stabilizer further forward. And rinse and repeat. Unless you know it was doing this, you were fucked.
So you've got the stabilizers working against the ailerons.
Yes, you literally have the plane fighting against the pilot. To the point where the stabilizers are so far forward, you're in a 15-degree nose down pitch. So the plane is trying to pitch forward, like pitch down 15 degrees. So in order for you to remain level, you have to pull back on the yoke 15 degrees to get the fucking the rest of the flight surfaces to counteract that 15-degree nose down. And if you want to climb, you have to put even more weight on the yoke, because with Boeings, they're fly-by-wire, they're not fly-by-wire. When you pull back on the yoke, you are pulling back on cables that move control surfaces. In Airbus jets, it's all fly-by-wire.
So physically connected to the ailerons and stuff.
Yes, so these are So the yoke and the stabilizer trim wheel, they are all connected to the physical control surfaces that they control.
Mm-hmm.
So you're manually. That's why they call it manually flying. So when you pull back on the yoke, the harder it is to move those surfaces, the more physical effort you have to put into moving the yoke back, to the point where you had pilots having to put 80 kilograms of force on the flight controls. Like the Ethiopian's airline that crashed, those pilots didn't have a fucking chance. They were absolutely fucked from takeoff. That plane went into the water at full fucking speed, nose down completely. There was no chance. Kenny says the cables are a backup system. The control services are primarily hydraulically controlled. Yeah, the cables control the airlines though. That doesn't like the weight is actually in the stick. So Candy says so basically the aircraft goes slower or faster or different throttle levels. The aircraft will want to pitch up or pitch down. Trim adjust the horizontal stabilizers, elevators to keep it neutral. Yeah, exactly.
So they didn't train the pilots on what the system was doing, so they were fighting the system.
Yeah, and there's no indication that the system was doing anything.
Oh, so it wouldn't.
So they didn't know it was doing this. They didn't know it was doing this. The first one that went down, I can't remember the fucking airline. It was an Asian airline. Vicky says, "I feel like I'm listening to my husband talk about work. No wonder I'm getting sleepy." Is your husband a pilot, Vicky? The first one that was lost because of MCAS. So the one before the Ethiopian Airlines, I think it was a Malaysian airline. Maybe it was Malaysian Airlines. The flight before on that jet experienced exactly the same problem. With the MCAS, actually, but not the. It was the day before. The day before, the flight crew experienced exactly the same issue with the MCAS, with the plane that would crash, and but they had a pilot, like the pilot in command. There was actually an extra pilot with them who was in the jump seat. So the pilot in command and the pilot in the jump seat were very skilled. And they realized that the problem was with the automatic trim system. So what they did is they just bypassed the trim system entirely. They disabled it manually and hand flew it in for the last 2 hours of the flight. And then they reported an issue with the trim system. So the ground crew inspected the trim system and was like, "Oh, there's nothing wrong. It's all fine." And that was it. And then the next day, the next pilots on their handover document, it just said, "Trim system issue reported, no problem with trim system found." And that was it. So they had no fucking idea about it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all because Boeing didn't want airlines to have to recertify their pilots because they didn't want the plane flying differently. Because if they had to recertify their pilots, that's a cost for, like, because if you think about it, when an airline buys a new airframe, if they can't fly it with their existing pilots, they can't use that airframe. They have to use specific pilots that are trained on that airframe. So time that they're spending training is time that they're not spending earning the money.
Yeah.
So, but yes, MCAS was a dumb decision. So, and it turns out it was the MCAS software was written by engineers by programmers in India paid $9 an hour.
Of course.
Sir.
Really?
Do not touch the dream wheel. Do not touch. So
they couldn't even get Americans to do it.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have Americans to do it because they don't exist, remember?
They're retarded.
He says they can play a more with stability to performance when there's an ejection seat in a parachute, so the pilot, crew, passengers. Yeah, just build a box around whatever the black box is. Just build the passenger area of that. Do not redeem the wheel. Do not redeem. He says he's a quality inspector for a French company that makes the smaller Kodiak planes. Oh, nice. So your husband literally keeps people alive by making sure the fucking quality control exists. Anyway, that's it. That's the plane talk. I had nothing more. Nothing more to say. So I hope everybody has a great week. We'll be back next week.
Yep. I'm back at work this week.
Regular scheduled program.
Anyone else back at work tomorrow?
Kind of.
Yeah.
I don't plan on going to the office for a while, so.
Same.
But yes, so yes, you can support the show over at support.thepretream.com. Yeah, have a great week, everybody. I hope everybody has a great year. I guess I hope 2025 is better than 2024.
I mean, it's not starting great.
Absolutely.
It's
I mean, my 2024, my 24 was pretty good, but I hope everyone else.
Well,
has
then
a
I
good
hope
year.
it's better.
I hope it's I hope it's better.
I hope
everyone else has
everybody's
a good
year is better than. I hope Nick's year is better than last year.
Yeah.
I hope
So,
so. I don't think it will
I
be
hope
better.
Nick's
but
year's
I hope
better.
so.
I hope Ralph's year is better.
I hope
Oh,
everyone's year's better.
actually, the funniest news I forgot was that friend of us all, Joshua Conamoon, is back on Twitter.
Oh,
Interesting.
When did Noel leave Twitter, or was he banned?
He was banned.
Oh,
Josh was banned from Twitter. I can't believe I didn't cover this. But yeah, let me just quickly before we end the show. Now
welcome
that
back,
everybody's
Joshy
left
boy.
already, Josh is back. So here it is. Here's Josh with his X account.
Did he appeal?
He
or
says,
something?
"I'm not even kidding. This is my appeal." Here it is. A description of the
Please
poll.
help me, sir.
Please help
I
me,
am
sir.
Indian."
I am Indian. I am fucking Indian. Help me, sir. I am Indian. I am fucking Indian. Please, please help me, please. Help! I'm
Beautiful.
fucking Indian, and it worked.
Beautiful.
Welcome
back,
fucking
son.
worked.
Welcome back, son.
So,
Oh, that is brilliant.
Do it. Do you make this live?
That is brilliant.
So he got banned and was hiding under socks. Yes. So anyway, yes. So Josh is back. That's great. Great news.
Good shit.
I'm off to sit in my chair for a bit. Did I see the Ricada segment early on? Did you guys do a Yes, out of the gate, man. If you want to rewind right to the start. First thing out of the gate.
We have the video. We haven't watched
I have,
all of it. We watched.
I have the video. It's 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
I will watch all of it probably
We're gonna watch
tomorrow.
it offline. We're gonna watch it privately.
Probably tomorrow while I'm working.
I started watching it and you guys started robotting. Oh, sorry, I started downloading it and you guys started robotting. And I'm like,
you need 1 gigabit internet, sir.
You're like me. Get on Starlink, man. It's better than
Get
the
on the
NBN.
1 gigabit internet, sir.
Yeah, it's better than the basic NBN, anyway.
So I have basic NBN and it's fast as fuck. But I have
Yeah, I've
fiber
got a-
because I'm not one of those fiber to the node hose.
Yeah,
I'm fiber to the building.
Yeah,
I've got fiber to my door. So
yeah. I have
anyway,
fiber to the premises.
thanks everyone. I'll see you next week. Bye.
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 Have a great time.